Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 2601, Gorgon Inn. The Giant Killer was by far the strongest and most expensive mech design in development. None of the other 5 mech designs could match the extravagance that Ves wanted to lavish on the penitent sisters. Despite the formidable firepower that Ves intended to integrate into the Giant Killer, he and Juliet had to make several compromises over the course of the design process. This wasn't a big deal. With how much money Ves invested into the design, the Giant Killer still possessed enough armor and mobility to be useful in space. There were 2 downsides that Ves and Juliet weren't effectively able to address. The sarin rounds were so big and massive that the Giant Killer wasn't capable of carrying a lot of ammunition. It also cost a lot of energy to accelerate these rounds at very high speeds. The other downside was its range constraints. Kinetic weapons generally fared worse at longer ranges, and this was especially the case in space. Each additional millisecond it took for a round to travel from the barrel of a gun to its intended target lowered the chance that it would actually hit the mark. When this interval increased to 5 seconds or longer, the chance of hitting any somewhat agile mechs in space was practically minimal. This meant that the Giant Killer did not excel at long-range sniping. It might do okay against huge capital ships, but there was no way it could realistically hit an enemy mech that was aware of the threat. This mech isn't so stellar up close either. As a cannoneer mech, it did not possess any inherent melee combat capabilities. While Ves could supply it with a backup sword and a modest buckler, its fighting capabilities at point-blank range simply couldn't match that of a melee mech that was 5 times cheaper. Therefore, the Giant Killer had to be deployed in combination with other mechs in order to prevent enemies from getting too close. In particular, cannoneer mechs such as the Giant Killer were known to perform exceptionally poorly against light skirmishers. The Giant Killer works best against resilient, but relatively immobile targets, Juliet summed up. It is also a capable siege mech against starships and space stations. The Transcendent Punisher is even better at performing this role. True, sir, but the Giant Killer can be deployed in flanks and far away from our fleet. It can also be deployed in atmospheric conditions, though don't expect too much of its aerial capabilities. That was still better than the Transcendent Punisher, which was basically a turret that could move at crawling speeds. While atmospheric combat was not as important as space-borne combat to the Larkinson clan, Ves recognized the Giant Killer had a lot of potential if deployed on a planet. While the mech's underpowered legs meant that it moved slowly on land, as long as the local gravity wasn't strong enough, it was capable of flying in the air. Sure, the Giant Killer wouldn't win any races, but its powerful and expensive flight system was more than capable of lifting its heavy bulk for a decent amount of time. This was quite a challenge to Ves, but Juliet excelled in implementing these kinds of features. Her mobility-oriented design philosophy allowed her to propose solutions that made sure the Giant Killer was able to fly as fast and nimbly as possible in space and under atmospheric conditions. During one design session, Juliet revealed something important to Ves. I've been speaking with Commander Chansey and some other penitent sister mech pilots. They're not accustomed to piloting cannoneer mechs. Our ranged mech pilots will need to undergo additional training in order to pilot a mech like the Giant Killer. It will take months if not years to get used to its characteristics. Do you think this will be a problem? Ves asked. Not necessarily. Our mech pilots are very skilled and cannoneer mechs are pretty similar to rifleman mechs. The Giant Killer is relatively easy to learn but difficult to master. It's just that it is too unwieldy to fit in the penitent sister combat doctrine. Our mech pilots prefer to pilot mobile, assault-oriented mechs in battle. We like to be aggressive and want to punch our enemy hard. If we can outflank our enemy, then that is even better. The giant killer is not supposed to be a burden, Ves replied. I know its design is somewhat at odds with the mobile fighting style of the penitent sisters, but the firepower it possesses is more than worth it. As long as your mech pilots are able to gain the superior mother's help, then I can scarcely imagine the results. His body shook with anticipation. He couldn't wait to see the giant killer in action at its full strength. When the penitent sister battle network engaged with both the mech pilots along with their living mechs, the resulting amplification should not be as simple as 1 + 1. This will definitely produce a lot of synergy. In fact, Ves even believed that it would open an entirely new door with regards to empowering his mechs. Though the requirements were strict, as long as his mech pilots were cohesive enough, they should each be able to employ fully powered battle formations in battle. His ultimate ambition was to provide a signature mech to every mech force aside from the living sentinels. The giant killer was just the first of its kind. Hopefully, Kedis will advance to journeyman soon. As long as she solidifies her design philosophy, she's qualified to design a swordsman mech that will massively empower the sword maidens. It was enough to design one signature mech for each mech force. While Ves could design additional mechs that synergized well with battle networks, he was a bit reluctant to do so. The biggest downside to employing battle formations was that they rapidly drained the mental endurance of mech pilots. Once the penitent sisters or the sword maidens unleashed their power, they became too weak to continue the fight. This was why the Larkinson clan had to make sure the battle formations were used at the right time. If the enemy wasn't finished off by the time the battle formations lost steam, then a lot of Larkinson mechs would turn into sitting ducks. As Ves devoted much of his remaining time on his mech design projects, he also paid enough attention to some other developments. One of the most important issues facing the Larkinson clan was how it intended to expand its fleet. For now, the Larkinsons were done with acquiring sub-capital ships. It possessed enough combat carriers to cross through multiple star clusters. What truly mattered to Ves and his clansmen was acquiring additional capital ships. So far, the clan hadn't made any solid moves in this regard, but this was not the wisest decision. As Ves entered a compartment that was claimed by the Larkinson clan's new naval design department, he entered a smaller office occupied by its department head. Vivian Tsai had adjusted well to her new job. She had joined the Larkinson clan without issue and had even hired a bunch of shipwrights and naval engineers to form a design team of her own. Her desk lit up with various projections of design schematics. As Ves passed through the entrance and took his seat, the chief ship designer looked up from her schematics. Welcome to the Naval Design Department, Patriarch, she greeted. We've been hard at work trying to come up with some viable ship design concepts in the past few months. We have explored enough ideas now that we could use your input on which of them we should flesh out. The sooner we complete a design, the sooner we can place an order at a shipyard that is along our route. Do take into account that it typically takes a year to build a decent-sized capital ship. You need to plan ahead in order to prevent our fleet from lingering in a star system because we are forced to wait until we have received our order. Ves nodded in understanding. I'm aware of that. This is also why it's important for us to obtain our capital ships as soon as possible. If we wait too long, we might have to delay our passage through the Beyonder Gate. I want to avoid this outcome. Anyway, let's proceed with the ship concepts. Introduce them to me. Start with what you think is the most essential capital ship we need to add to our fleet. The former majestic Teeler took a deep breath. Ever since she accepted the officer to become the highest-ranking shipwright of the Larkinson clan, she assumed a lot of responsibility. Her work would define the Larkinson fleet for decades and centuries to come. Each capital ship, she realized, would play a very important role. They determined how the Larkinsons lived, fought, and moved in space. She waved her hand, causing all of her incomplete schematics to disappear. Instead, a different and more presentable ship design appeared in view. As Ves studied the schematics, he immediately realized that they depicted a large and bulky capital ship. The proposed vessel was clad with an abundant amount of armor, and also incorporated some very unusual elements that he had never seen in a starship design. "What am I looking at, exactly?" Vivian smiled. "I think that both of us agree that the first capital ship we should acquire is a fleet carrier. We need a solid combat-oriented capital ship that can not only carry mechs, but also offer solid cover in areas where there is no cover in sight. The Gorgon Inn is designed to meet the Larkinson clan's most acute combat needs." Ves rubbed his smooth-shaven chin as he tried to glean more details from the Gorgon Inn's draft design. "If I'm reading it correctly, this fleet carrier has a lot of mass." "That's correct, sir." Vivian nodded. "The Gorgon Inn is explicitly designed to resist damage. In her normal configuration, she boasts decent all-round damage resistance." "She has another configuration?" "Yes. See here." Vivian pointed at the strange sections that contained a lot of huge mechanical parts. These parts allowed the Gorgon Inn to unfold her exterior and form a solid, directional barrier in space. The simplest way to describe this function is that the Gorgon Inn is able to transform from a moving ship into an immobile wall or fortification. This sounds quite intriguing. I can see how that can be useful, but what makes this wall configuration worth the trouble? Right now, our fleet is fairly mobile, but we don't have a ship that can offer defenses comparable to the Gorgon Inn. With this fleet carrier, we have an answer against enemies that are faster than us and determined to lock us in battle. She tapped the projection. The depiction of the Gorgon Inn shifted in form as her armor plating shifted in place. In some areas, the heavy plating left their original positions. In other areas, nearby plating layered on top of each other in order to beef up their sections. What was particularly notable to Ves was that all of the shifting resulted in a wall that was anything but simple. Their transformed Gorgon Inn not only featured a good amount of bunkers, but also featured small gaps that served as gun ports. These clever holes in the wall allowed a lot of ranged mechs to fire their weapons behind almost complete cover. Ves was very impressed by the thoughtfulness of this configuration. "This looks quite impressive. I can see that there are some downsides to this wall configuration. It offers some defense against attacks from the side, but it doesn't offer any protection against attacks from the rear." "That is unfortunately the case. It is better not to engage the wall configuration if we are attacked from multiple sides. The Gorgon Inn in this mode fares best if the enemy attacks from a single direction." Ves grimaced a bit. "Once our enemies are aware of the characteristics of the Gorgon Inn, they will make sure to attack us from multiple angles." "That is possible, but the fact that the Gorgon Inn is able to increase the difficulty of attacking our fleet is already valuable in itself." You have a point. How many mechs does she carry?" Chapter 2602, City Wall in Space. One of the most dangerous aspects about space battles was the lack of cover. Unlike on the surface of a planet where hills, valleys, urban structures, and man-made fortifications could easily provide combatants protection against attacks, in most parts of space there was nothing but vacuum. These empty pockets of spacetime contained nothing aside from errant space dust and background radiation. Suffice to say, it was impossible for mechs and ships to take cover behind infinitesimally small bits of matter and incorporeal light. Aside from battles that took place in the orbit of a satellite or in the middle of an asteroid belt, a lot of battles devolved into straightforward slugfests. With an extremely simple three-dimensional battlefield, there were only so many tactics that enemies could deploy. One of the most problematic threats that a fleet could face was getting sieged by an onslaught of long-ranged attacks. While kinetic weapons and other physical weapons tended to be horribly inaccurate due to the enormous ranges involved, the same did not necessarily apply to directed energy weapons. Positron weapons fired destructive beams of antimatter particles at relativistic speeds, which was pretty fast. Laser weapons were even more ridiculous, as their damage output traveled at the speed of light. When a laser beam traversed 300 million meters a second, it became viable to snipe at distant targets at such ranges. In practice, the effective range of laser weapons and positron weapons was not that extreme. The inherent manufacturing and design flaws of laser weapons and the instability of mechs as a firing platform meant that accuracy at such ranges simply couldn't be guaranteed. Just a minute jerk or vibration could easily cause a laser beam to miss a target by several kilometers or even more. The ever-present threat of getting attacked from extreme ranges also led to a vigorous development of ECM and interference technology. Perhaps they weren't very effective at fooling the sensors of attackers up close, but their effect was quite good at such extreme distances. Therefore, the effective range of distant sieging attacks was a lot shorter than everyone initially thought. Yet even if all of these complicated factors basically made it impossible to snipe small and difficult to hit mechs from an extreme distance, ships were not as fortunate. Ves thought about all of the non-combat subcapital ships the Larkinson clan had acquired. These ranged from cargo haulers, logistical support vessels, and even a handful of civilian passenger vessels that provided some of the comforts of ARC ships to the clan's civilian population. While they were cheap and fairly mobile, they were much larger than mechs. That made them very easy targets to snipe from afar. No matter how fast they could accelerate in space, their lumbering forms and the difficulty for ships to overcome their own inertia in order to change direction meant that they were relatively easy targets. How could the Larkinson clan defend against this kind of threat? This was what Vivian Tsai wanted to solve. When we look at our current fleet composition, it is very much split in two, she explained as she summoned the familiar projection of their ship roster. As you can see, we boast a good amount of combat carriers that can take a hefty beating, especially if they rotate their hulls in order to disperse incoming attacks over a wider surface area. Our civilian ships are not as well endowed. Their relatively thin hulls mean that they can easily be carved apart even if they employ the same trick. Ves sat back as he silently summoned Beigel and stroked the electronic cat's back. The virtual avatar responded just like a real cat and squinted his eyes in pleasure. I do admit that our civilian vessels are horribly vulnerable against sieging attacks, Ves remarked. We'll probably try to obtain more robust vessels once we reach the Red Ocean, but that is years away. That is one of the reasons why my team and I came up with the Gorgon Inn concept. Her wall configuration can form an oval-shaped curved wall that stretches at least 3 kilometers wide. While this defensive configuration cannot provide complete protection for over 100 ships, it is still good enough to provide critical cover for our most vulnerable and crucial starships. In fact, you can even hide the spirit of Bentheim behind the Gorgon Inn. Ves chuckled as he tickled Beigel's chin. That won't be necessary. Back when I ordered the ship, I specifically chose a ship class that possessed adequate defensive capabilities. With her resilient structure, adequate hull armor, and powerful shield generators, she can take care of herself. It's best to let a ship like the Gorgon Inn cover the more vulnerable ships of our fleet. My thoughts exactly. Vivian gleamed with pride. Adding the Gorgon Inn to our fleet presents us with additional options that we did not have before. While we can rely on the defenses of our combat carriers and the spirit of Bentheim to withstand damage in battle, the value provided by the Gorgon Inn in many battle situations is incomparable. The Gorgon Inn was but the first of many ship concepts she came up with that she had always dreamed of realizing. Now that she had joined the Larkinson clan, she eagerly wished to shape its fleet according to her own vision. Ves did not mind Vivian's ambition. As long as her ship designs were good enough, he had no qualms about adopting her work. They still needed to make sense, though. Setting up a giant wall in space is not enough, missed Sai. The enemies the Gorgonin is designed to face will not cease their attacks just because they have to drill through a giant wall. We need to hit back at them. What kind of facilities can this ship provide to our mechs? Well, just like the Spirit of Bentheim, the Gorgonin boasts 80 bunkers when she is in her normal travel configuration. I know it doesn't sound very impressive, but that is the limit of what I can add to her exterior without compromising her transformation capabilities. The complex hull and internal layout needed to make the Gorgonin transformable took up a lot of space that could have been devoted to additional bunkers. To Ves, this was a shame because it meant that the Gorgonin didn't possess as much teeth during ordinary travel. The shipwright pointed at the projection of the wall configuration, causing over 100 dots to light up in green. Don't worry though. The story is different when she is in her wall configuration. Through some clever mechanical shifts, the Gorgonin is able to deploy additional bunkers, thereby offering excellent protection to up to 160 artillery mechs. That sounds better. Ves could scarcely imagine the sight of 160 transcendent Punishers hunkered inside protective bunkers scattered across the surface of the wall. The heavy artillery mechs outputted at least 6 times as much damage as a typical rifleman mech. In practice, the actual damage output was even higher as the high firing rates and heavy caliber of heavy artillery mechs led to a qualitative improvement, especially if they were deployed in larger numbers. That's not all. Vivian grinned and pointed at the openings or gun ports spread throughout the wall. There are 400 gun ports where ranged mechs can fire their weapons while exposing just a fraction of their relatively fragile frames. If that is not enough, you can place more than 1,000 mechs at the crenellations at the edge of the wall configuration. Due to the curved shape of the wall, these edge positions are best suited to deal against flanking attackers. All in all, the Gorgonin offered much better cover and firing positions to ranged mechs than the Spirit of Bentheim ever could. This made sense since the former was a ship built for combat, while the latter was just a factory ship with some self-defense capabilities. Their roles were completely different. The various benefits provided by the Gorgonin already convinced Ves of the idea. There were just a couple of caveats that caused him to pause. How good is her mobility exactly? He asked. The Gorgonin is a fleet carrier with a distinct emphasis towards defense. In her travel configuration, her acceleration is a touch weaker than that of the Spirit of Bentheim. While she actually possesses more powerful thrusters and such, her mass is significantly greater due to her greater tonnage. However, I have made sure to keep her small enough to make sure her mobility is still adequate enough to keep up with the fleet. While Ves was not entirely satisfied with that, he supposed there was little other choice for a ship of this kind. The Gorgonin was very different from the Antonio Cross. The former was able to take a beating while the latter excelled at moving rapidly through space. And her FTL capabilities? She has room for 2 FTL drives. I'm sorry to say that she cannot fit any third drive. At a total length of 2.5 kilometers in her travel configuration, much of her internal volume is already taken up by her hull armor, her transformation components, her mech bays, and so on. Adding a third FTL drive into the mix will excessively reduce the other functions of the fleet carrier. I doubt you want to reduce her mech capacity any further. Yes. For a fleet carrier that is 2.5 kilometers long, a total capacity of just 500 mechs is on the lower end, I think. Vivian did not look ashamed at this. To be fair, the Gorgonin is not a pure fleet carrier like the Hemington Cross. She also performs the role of a defensive bulwark, and I think that our fleet could use that more than carrying a couple of 100 extra mechs. You're right. Ves reluctantly nodded. I'm just disappointed that we won't be able to bring as much of our existing mechs from the Milky Way to the Red Ocean. With fewer mechs at the start of our exploration in the Dwarf Galaxy, we will have to waste additional time, resources, and effort to rebuild our mech lineup. The shipwright tapped at the cargo holds of the Gorgon Inn. It's not as bad as you think, sir. The mech capacity of the Gorgon Inn is not exact. You can squeeze a couple of dozen more mechs if you are willing to sacrifice some space elsewhere. More importantly, mech capacity in this case refers to how many combat-ready machines the fleet carrier is able to carry. If you don't care about making sure her mechs are able to deploy in a short amount of time, you can pack up all of the mechs and fill her mech stables, hangar bays, and even cargo bays with containers filled with disassembled and compacted mechs. If we do this, the Gorgon Inn can hold up to double the amount of mechs. That sounded a lot better. Ves softened up a little. It didn't matter if the mechs needed to be reassembled first before they were ready for battle. He just wanted to bring as many mechs as possible to the Red Ocean. Since the star systems that held the Beyonder gates were heavily guarded by the Big Two, security was not an issue. Neither the MTA nor the CFA allowed any dangerous elements to threaten the incredibly expensive Beyonder gates. As a result, the Larkinson clan could safely pack up all of their mechs in order to make room for more. This not only applied to the Gorgon Inn, but also the Spirit of Bentheim and any other capital ship with cargo space. I approve of the Gorgon Inn. Ves smiled as Beigel turned his body around to present his belly for a rub. I'd like for you to flesh out this concept into a complete design. Make sure to regularly consult Major Verl and some of the other stakeholders in the clan. Adding a capital ship to our fleet is a big decision, so you need to make sure that you are able to sell the Gorgon Inn to your fellow Larkinsons. The final decision rests with me, but it would be nice if you have obtained broad support from the Larkinson Assembly. Understood. I believe in the Gorgon Inn design. I will make sure the others will believe in her as well. I have a suggestion for that. Right now, the sketches of the Gorgon Inn look a little plain. You should spice up her appearance in order to increase her marketability. You can do a lot with the surface of the Gorgon Inn when she is in her wall configuration. Vivian looked thoughtful. You may be onto something, sir. Oh, I almost forgot to ask. How much does the Gorgon Inn cost? It depends. If you want to equip her with 2 FTL drives at the start and equip her with adequate hull plating, then we will probably have to spend at least 3.2 trillion credits to commission a shipbuilding company to construct the Gorgon Inn. What? Chapter 2603, Diligent Ovenbird. As a mech designer, I'm sure you are aware of the saying that you get what you paid for. Vivian explained while maintaining her confidence. This rule applies for mechs as well as starships. Do not be alarmed at the high price of the Gorgon Inn. She is more than worth her initial cost. Protective hull plating doesn't come cheap, but you will be grateful for having lots of it during battle. While Vivian Tsai was much worse off than Ves in terms of reputation, prestige, wealth, and accomplishments, she believed in her work. When it came to discussing her ship designs, she was able to speak to the clan patriarch with authority. That was exactly what Ves wanted to see in the clan's new chief ship designer. If Vivian did not have the confidence to back up her own work, then what was the point of putting her in charge? It was just that Ves was a bit shocked at the price of the Gorgon Inn. If I recall, I specified a considerably lower maximum price for a proposal. I am aware of that, sir, but I think you don't want to go too cheap when it comes to one of your most important defensive assets of your expeditionary fleet. Back when you have set this limitation, the LMC was only just starting to put the ferocious piranha on sale. A couple of months have gone by now, and it is very clear that your new product is enriching our clan. With such good conditions, there shouldn't be any problems with financing this order. It was impossible for the Larkinson clan to pay 3.2 trillion hex credits all at once to a shipbuilding company. The clan's growing expenditures and investments, along with the need to build up a war chest reserved for other strategic purposes, meant that it would take a while to accumulate that much money in the form of cash. Nonetheless, as long as the Larkinson clan was able to prove its earning prowess, it shouldn't be too difficult to obtain a loan. Shipbuilding companies could also be persuaded to receive payment in installments, or after they finished constructing the ships in question. In general, most shipbuilding companies demand half or full payment upfront before they are willing to accept a commission to build a ship that is not in their product catalog. Vivian explained. Too many incidents took place in the past where the client canceled the order or died all of a sudden, leaving the shipyard with a very strange ship that can't be sold. Does that mean we have to have all of the financing in order before we place our order? Ves asked. Not necessarily. As long as the client develops a good relationship with a shipbuilding company, they can obtain better deals. It takes decades and at least several major transactions to establish this kind of trust, though. Unless we are able to negotiate a good deal by offering other concessions, we won't have much of a chance of getting our order accepted. Don't forget that shipbuilding companies, especially those that are capable of making capital ships, are never short of clients and orders. Even though capital ships were incredibly costly to obtain, demand still exceeded supply. The Larkinson clan would be at a disadvantage no matter which shipbuilding company it approached. Only by showing willingness to pay a hefty premium upfront would a shipyard be willing to build a massive ship like the Gorgonin. Ves shrugged as he rubbed Beigel's belly. The electronic cat wasn't able to provide the tactile sensation of fur, but the sensation of touching him was still pleasantly soft. Mew mew. We can leave the financing issue to the finance experts of our clan. I'm sure they can whip something together. You just focus on completing the ship design and making sure the Gorgonin is viable and useful. We'll take care of the rest. Understood? She nodded. I get it, sir. I am still getting accustomed to my new position. All right. Now, do you have any other ship designs that you are ready to present today? There is one other proposal that I think you should consider at an early stage. She waved her hand a few times, causing all of the projections related to the Gorgonin to disappear. In their place came a new set of projections that depicted a different ship concept. What immediately stood out to Ves was that the new vessel did not look as if she was remotely suited for combat. Her expansive shape offered a lot of targets for enemies to shoot at. What was worse was that her hull featured distressingly little armor. This was definitely a support ship. No doubt about it. This was a vessel that was mostly useful outside of a combat situation. If she ever found herself in the middle of a crisis, then the Larkinson fleet would have to devote a lot of assets to keep her out of harm's way. What am I looking at, Vivian? This is the Diligent Ovenbird. It's not a completely original design. In truth, I've adapted it from the Daedalus class of fleet repair and upgrade vessels developed by the shipyard that my father is still working at. This Type C variant is a special iteration that I have developed in order to meet the defensive requirements that you have set. While her hull armor is admittedly not very impressive, she is actually a lot more robust than the older Type U, Type K, and Type H variants. Ves grimaced. That is all relative. No matter what letter you use to describe this Diligent Ovenbird, there is no changing the fact that she is a burden in combat. You can say that about any non-combat vessel, sir. To be honest, part of the reason why I proposed the Gorgonin first is to increase the viability of acquiring more fragile vessels such as this one. The Diligent Ovenbird provides an essential service that is of paramount importance to our growing fleet. The chief ship designer flicked at one of the projections, causing it to highlight the fleet repair vessel's primary functional parts. As you can see, the Ovenbird is not as massive as she looks. 60% of her internal volume is devoted to her internal dry dock. This dry dock not only offers enough space to service a sub-capital ship in dry dock conditions, but also contains all of the heavy assembly machinery that is required to repair a vessel at a reasonable time frame. The best part about this is that any ship that is parked within her dry dock can be worked upon while the Ovenbird has entered FTL travel. The Ovenbird's features sounded very impressive. Obtaining a capital ship that was geared towards servicing starships was one of the most important acquisitions on his list. After all, a space-borne clan that relied heavily on its fleet must definitely have a way to repair and perform maintenance on its crucial starships. It was not enough to rely on external shipyards owned by other companies. They were not available in many star systems, and they were especially scarce in frontier environments such as the Red Ocean. Besides, it wasn't his style to depend too much on the services of other parties. When it came to essential services such as keeping the Larkinson fleet afloat, it was vital that the Larkinson clan could perform deep or urgent repairs in the field. With a fleet repair ship like the diligent Ovenbird, the Larkinsons would be able to maintain all of their subcapital ships no matter where they traveled or how far they veered away from human space. As Ves studied the Ovenbird's schematics, he noted that her internal dry dock could easily fit any subcapital ship as long as their hull structure wasn't too weird. The dry dock section could even fit multiple smaller vessels such as corvettes and frigates. I see that the internal dry dock is not the extent of the Ovenbird's functions. That's correct. I'm sure you have noticed the C-shaped hull section on the opposite side. Vivian pointed her finger at the odd hemisphere-shaped side of the ship. This is the external dock, and it is configured in a way that allows it to service capital ships. That caught his attention. Truly? Don't get too excited. She quickly raised her palm. Unlike the internal dry dock, the external dock is only capable of performing moderate repairs on capital ships. Don't underestimate this capability. If you attempt to perform surface repairs with smaller fleet service vessels, you'll only be able to perform surface repairs at a much lower efficiency. Also, the Ovenbird cannot move under these conditions, and she will also expose some vulnerable internal parts. Still, the convenience provided by the external dock is incomparable. It is fully capable of repairing any battle damage inflicted on our capital ships as long as it doesn't go too deep. This makes the Ovenbird an excellent addition to long-duration campaigns. He could easily imagine how useful that would be. One of the strongest aspects of capital ships was the benefits bestowed by their immense scale. They were more productive and offered more services due to their size. However, that also made them at least 10 times more troublesome to repair if they incurred damage. Performing repairs in open space simply couldn't be done without involving a lot of manpower, machinery, and transportation. The diligent Ovenbird offered the Larkinson clan an effective solution to this problem. While Ves found it a shame that it wasn't capable of replicating all of the features of a capital-class dry dock, it was more than enough to perform surface repairs or handle the regular maintenance of capital ships. As long as the Larkinson fleet obtained these capabilities, it could range a lot further away from civilized space. The fleet would not have to return to human-occupied space whenever the Gorgon Inn or the Spirit of Bentheim incurred a few hull breaches after going through a battle. Of course, Vivian had made it very clear that the diligent Ovenbird was not capable of repairing serious battle damage that cut deep into the interior of capital ships. That was something of a missed opportunity, but she provided him with some hope. The diligent Ovenbird is not an inflexible capital ship. She smiled. As long as you are willing to invest more money and gain access to better tech, you can always choose to upgrade her capabilities. Capital ships are never static and unchanging. They always evolve over time depending on the whims of their owners. Tell me more about how you would possibly upgrade the diligent Ovenbird. Broadly speaking, there are 2 potential upgrade paths, sir. If you want to accelerate the time it takes for the Ovenbird to service a capital ship, then you should upgrade her external dock. However, I recommend you upgrade the internal dry dock instead. The benefits of doing so are much greater. How so? Vivian looked more eager. With an improved dry dock with better facilities that occupy less space, the diligent Ovenbird will be capable of building starships from scratch. As long as we can obtain or fabricate the ship parts beforehand, We can assemble them together into a cohesive vessel that is not any weaker than a starship built by a regular dry dock. This was a fantastic feature. The capability to build new starships from scratch was one of his most important desires. Is the Ovenbird capable of building capital ships? Vivian's enthusiasm dropped a bit. It's possible, but difficult. We will have to invest in major upgrades that are very prohibitive in cost. Do keep in mind that even if the Ovenbird gains this capability, it's impossible for the vessel to move while she is occupied with such an immense project. That was disappointing. While Ves still considered it worthwhile for the Larkinson clan to gain the capability to build capital ships on its own, the entire process basically transformed the diligent Ovenbird into a stationary dock for a very long time. If that was the case, the Larkinson clan might as well invest in a proper capital-class dry dock instead. Chapter 2604 False Sky. The difference between a closed dry dock and an open space dock was massive. The former offered a completely closed environment. Shipbuilding crews gained access to a lot of conveniences. The entire point of building a ship in an enclosed space was to exert as much control as possible. A dry dock also offered plenty of privacy, which was important for building or assembling strategically important vessels. The Ovenbird's internal dry dock was incredibly valuable to the Larkinson clan. Being able to service starships at the start was already valuable enough, but that was not the extent of her capabilities. As long as she received some comprehensive upgrades to her dry dock facilities, the Larkinson clan gained the ability to build its own starships. Unfortunately, the latter was only convenient when the Ovenbird was used to build a sub-capital ship. If the Larkinsons wanted to build a much larger capital ship, then the Larkinson clan had no choice but to park the Ovenbird in a fixed position for many months until she completed her job. This was not very practical. Ves wasn't sure if his expeditionary fleet would stay for an extended amount of time in any star system, but he wasn't really a fan of that. At this moment, Ves and many Larkinsons were already sick and tired of staying any further in the hisneck system. Still, this was just a possible upgrade option. Vivian had already detailed how difficult it was to transform the Ovenbird to this extent. Ves and the Larkinson clan did not need to consider this aspect in the short term. Ves calmed himself down. He patted Beigull's head before dismissing the electronic cat. Let's return to the starting point. How much does it cost to procure the diligent Ovenbird? The chief ship designer paused for a moment. The starting configuration of the diligent Ovenbird is relatively affordable as far as ships like these are concerned. We will probably have to spend at least 1.7 trillion hex credits to procure this fleet repair ship. There is not much point to implementing upgrades straight away as they are not readily available in this part of space. Wait until we reach the Red Ocean. The tech level there is significantly better due to all of the pioneers arriving from the more developed parts of human space. It's not going to be cheap. That's true. She shrugged. I wouldn't be surprised that we would have to invest over 10 trillion hex credits in order to turn the Ovenbird into a vessel that is capable of building a capital ship. That was an excessively high sum. Yet Ves knew that this was only the most basic condition. There was no reason for Ves to consider something so extravagant in the early stages of his expedition. For now, Ves wanted to assemble his corps of capital ships as soon as possible so that he filled the rest of his quota. He did not want to waste any of his ship slots. Ves and Vivian discussed some other aspects about the diligent Ovenbird. There were many distinct quirks and nuances to this ship concept. For example, the diligent Ovenbird may not be capable of withstanding a lot of hits, but as long as she was buttoned down, her ability to resist damage was almost as good as a typical combat carrier. It was only when Ves compared her to other capital ships that her defensive capabilities looked inadequate. If we have the Gorgon in, we can place the Ovenbird behind the wall. That will ensure that our most essential vessel will not sustain crippling damage during a battle," the shipwright noted. "That works, but the Ovenbird will not be the only non-combat capital ship that we will add to our fleet. In a couple of years, I hope to obtain 7 capital ships in total. We can't hide all of them behind the Gorgon Inn unless the enemy is stupid enough to attack from one direction." The Gorgon Inn was only effective if the enemy attacked from the front. If the attackers were smart enough to split up their offensive elements and order them to circle around, then it would become very difficult for the expeditionary fleet to block attacks coming from opposite directions. Vivian did not look discouraged. "We'll just have to rely on other vessels to cover this shortcoming. We'll have plenty of combat carriers to form additional barriers. We can even acquire an additional fleet carrier or employ other capital ships with solid defenses." She was right. While a single defense-oriented fleet carrier was able to provide a lot of defensive help, a single ship was still a single ship. The Larkinson clan needed to form a balanced and diverse roster of starships in order to cover as many aspects as possible. After they completed their discussion, Ves was ready to leave. "I'm very satisfied with your work this far," Ves complimented her. "I don't regret hiring you. While your ship design concepts have certain shortcomings, they are all viable and practical." Vivian beamed. "I have been developing these ideas for years. I have many more ship concepts in my head, but our clan doesn't require them at the moment. I couldn't have progressed the Gorgon Inn and the Diligent Ovenbird concepts so quickly without the help of my team, though. The staff I've put together will play a vital role in fleshing out the ship designs." Ship design teams did not suffer from the same constraints as mech design teams. Scientists, researchers, and engineers from other disciplines were only able to play a marginal role in the development of a mech design. The real work had to be done by those who excelled at this work, which was other mech designers. The process of designing a mech was also very different. The smaller size and limited amount of parts that made up a mech made it much easier for smaller teams to design them in a reasonable amount of time. In contrast, ship designs were so huge and complex that not even Vivian dared to design one from the ground up by relying on her own capabilities. Starships possessed so many more parts and systems that she had to rely on a lot of knowledgeable specialists to flesh out specific portions of a starship. Fortunately, the process of ship design did not evolve any esoteric powers. To humanity, a starship was simply a very big puzzle that people could easily put together as long as they knew how the puzzle pieces worked. Ves briefly wondered whether it was possible to design a ship in a similar fashion to designing a mech. Perhaps only star designers were capable of doing so. That was too far away to Ves, though strictly speaking he was already capable of imparting spirituality to the other products he made. There had to be more to star designers than Ves could currently guess. They weren't considered as one of the most impressive figures in human civilization if this was the extent of their capabilities. Once Ves bid goodbye to the Naval Design Department, he strolled through the expansive hallways of the Spirit of Bentheim. He wasn't in a hurry to return to the main design lab. As he walked from deck to deck, he walked past many crew members who were preoccupied with their own tasks. Preparing the Spirit of Bentheim for her long journey to the Red Ocean was not something that could be done in a couple of days. Ves made his way to the 12th deck, which was largely configured as a city within a ship. As he stepped onto the streets, he briefly looked up his head. The ceiling wasn't visible anymore. Instead, it simulated the appearance of an open sky. Supposedly, the sky the 12th deck simulated was supposed to be a very accurate replica of the sky above Durham, the former capital city of Bentheim. At night, the sky even provided an augmented view of the stars and constellations from the once prosperous planet. Bentheim at night never displayed so many stars. There was way too much light pollution to make the dimmer stars visible. It was daytime right now. Larkinsons had already begun to set up the shops, restaurants, and other services. The city deck was already starting to come alive. In fact, the people around him were already starting to call the city Durham. VS wasn't sure whether that was the best choice. Durham was a lot busier, denser, and more congested than this false version. He would have chosen to call it Ansel instead, but it didn't really matter to him. If his clansmen insisted on naming this deck after the capital city of Bentheim, then that was their choice. As VS strolled through the avenues, receiving plenty of greetings and odd stares from the Larkinsons around him, he briefly paused as he stopped before the campus of a school that had just ended its classes. Hee hee hee! I'm free now! Mommy! I want to go home! Hundreds of preteens poured out of the gates of the school. They either met their parents, walked home by themselves, or hung out with their friends. Each of them were Larkinsons. Each of them were connected to the Larkinson network. VS knew that his recruiters did not deliberately recruit them into the clan. The kids came after the recruiters reeled in their parents. Despite this, VS considered each and every juvenile Larkinson to be an asset. As the patriarch of the clan, he had to think about the long-term development of his clan. Many of his thoughts stretched across decades or generations. Some of them wouldn't even come to fruition until at least a century later. No matter what, he made sure that he did not neglect the offspring of his clansmen. As the future backbone and heroes of his clan, VS wanted to make sure they were taken care of. The Larkinsons not only had to raise the younger generations, but also shape their perspectives so that they grew up into loyal clansmen who embodied the culture and traditions of the clan. What are you doing here, VS? He turned around to see Venerable Janzi of all people coming around the corner of a nearby street. As she approached, her vigilant and protective force of will swept over VS, his bodyguards, and everyone else in the vicinity. I'm just touring my own ship. Do you have a problem with that? No. I'm just afraid you are harboring nefarious thoughts towards those cute kids. You aren't thinking about turning them into your soldiers, are you? VS huffed. So what if I do? Our clan cannot exist if we don't replace the soldiers who are protecting us in the present. We need mech pilots, infantry soldiers, starship crew members, mech technicians, and more in order to ensure our clan remains strong in the future. Though Janzi disliked his attitude, he couldn't argue with her words. The two awkwardly walked past the school and stiffly spoke with each other. We may have our disagreements, but we both want our clan to succeed. I'm trying my best to elevate our strength and prepare us for the challenges we will face in the Red Ocean. Why must you oppose my initiative so much? Venerable Janzi scowled. I'm not opposed to your goal, but I don't agree with your methods. You are pushing our clansmen way too hard. The Nixian Gap campaign is already an indication of how far you are willing to go in order to gain power. You're far too greedy and selfish to be a responsible patriarch. Any other Larkinson would do a better job in your position. I doubt that. VS smirked. You'll probably want me back if Vincent Ricklin or Gloriana ever manages to succeed my position. Don't joke around. You know what I mean. You may have founded the clan and set it up for success, but your extreme agenda is simply too reckless. I don't know why the Larkinson Assembly tolerates you after all of the Larkinsons you have driven to their deaths. Her criticism started to grate on VS. Well, it's a good thing that you have no say in the matter. No matter what you think, the rest of the clan thinks better of me. They are realists who fully recognize that we cannot afford to be weak in order to maintain our independence. They're wrong. Just because they have different opinions doesn't necessarily mean they are wrong. Look, I'm not your enemy, Janzi. We can still work together. As you have just stated earlier, both of us want to achieve the same goal. Can you just put down your grievances and be more cooperative? I'm sure Kalangso doesn't want to see us at odds. That made her angry. Do not bring her into this conversation. Chapter 2605 True Protection. Two important Larkinsons sat down on a park bench. The simulated sky projected on the ceiling of the 12th deck displayed a few puffy white clouds. Various cats with collars lazily lounged on tree branches while some birds twittered around while flying out of reach. Mrow! Mrow! Maw-maw! Twit twit twit! Chirp! The introduction of pets in the Larkinson clan had certainly livened up the Larkinson clan. The spirit of Bentheim was no exception as countless pets mingled together with their human owners. Due to the high intelligence of each sentient pet, they didn't require strict supervision. The animals liked to run off on their own sometimes and hang out with their own kind in parks like these. The monitoring system of the spirit of Bentheim continuously tracked the activities of each pet and made sure they did not hunt each other or touch something important. Of course, nothing was perfect. The pets were still willful, and their intelligence did not always override their instincts. They also made a lot of noise, demanded attention at the strangest times, and got in the way of work sometimes. The Larkinson Assembly had already passed a proposal that limited the presence of pets at work. Hence why New Durham was currently filled with pets. The animals were too bored to sit around in the quarters of their owners. Ves smiled as he took in the liveliness of all of the pets hanging around in the park. Giggling children approached a bunch of cats and began to pet the ones that allowed themselves to be touched. Retired veterans took their dogs out for a walk and threw powered frisbees that soared far enough away that their companions would have a good workout. Mothers proudly held their cute rabbits and tried to compete over which one was the cutest. All of the happiness around Ves invigorated him. He felt a sense of peace and satisfaction that was difficult to describe. As the leader of the Larkinson clan, it was he who largely pushed for the integration of pets in the daily lives of his fellow clansmen. It was a whimsical decision that wasn't backed up by any solid reasoning, but now that he saw the results, he felt it was one of the best decisions he made. As someone who possessed a strong interest in life, he never wanted to transform the Larkinson clan into a rigid, military organization that no longer knew how to have fun. Where was the fun in being part of an organization that only lived to serve and obey? Life revolved around more than service. If there was one trait that Ves admired the old Larkinsons, it was that they prized family and the importance of providing a good life for their relatives. They were not completely lost in their obsession to serve the bright Republic. Perhaps it was not just his mother alone that pushed him to develop a life domain. While she possessed an abundance of power, his mother's spiritual attributes were strongly slanted towards predation and the crueler side of nature. Whenever Ves sensed her spirituality, he felt as if he was facing an apex predator that swallowed everything that did not kill her. Despite her affection towards Ves, her true nature was not as gentle and kind as she appeared back when he was a young child. This was why he prized his Larkinson heritage even more. The Larkinson family approached life from a civilized and more humble angle. His relatives never thought about becoming the top predator in the jungle. They thought of themselves as humans who defended the bright Republic out of duty and to build a better life for their descendants. Certainly, Ves thought that the Larkinsons back then were too naive and servile. They had become so tamed by the government that they no longer knew how to hunt and provide for themselves. So what did that make Ves, who inherited the traits of both? Was he a ferocious, solitary tiger or a communal house cat? As Ves mused about this question, the expert pilot sitting next to him flared her force of will as she became enthralled by her own thoughts. "I won't let you ruin this happiness," she grunted. Her remark threw Ves off guard. "I built this paradise in the first place, Janzi. My work is pivotal to propelling the Larkinson clan into prosperity. Do you think it's easy for us to get our hands on a factory ship worth 2 trillion hex credits by designing some average mechs? I worked harder and took more risks than many other mech designers to build our clan up to this point. While I admit that I have made some mistakes, that is the price to leap past our peers. I have never kept this truth from our fellow clansmen, though in hindsight I should have placed more emphasis on the dangers. Venerable Janzi sneered. I hate it when you talk like that, Ves. You sound like you're admitting your mistakes, but I have been with you long enough to know that you are still the same person as before. You just think about your own interests, and never pay much attention to the tragedies you've inflicted on the helpers who entrusted you with their lives. I'm not driving them to their deaths, Janzi. From the founding of our clan, I have always said that we are swimming against the current. If living well is our only goal, then I would have taken it easy and developed like any normal journeyman. That's not what I want, and that's not what the Larkinson clan is about either. Many of the people who joined our clan are the same as I. None of us are content with living an average life. That doesn't mean you had to push us deep into the Nixian gap. Venerable Janzi pushed back. You don't have any credibility in my eyes, Ves. Ever since I advanced to expert pilot, I have become incredibly attuned to any potential threat to our fellow Larkinsons. Do you know what my senses are telling me now? You are still as bad as before. Throwing away the lives of thousands of Larkinsons who believed in your rotten plan wasn't enough to turn you around. I'm afraid you're about to pull us into another vortex. Ves tried to remain calm. The entire multiverse is filled with vortices. The bright republic we used to live in was just a smaller one. Now that we have jumped into a bigger vortex, we need to strengthen ourselves quickly or risk capsizing. Look, I don't expect you to understand the pressure we are all facing. I just don't like it when you judge my decisions without taking in the entire context. What is there to think about? Janzi frowned. It's really simple to me. You are driving us way too hard. As a mech designer, you could have just quietly accumulated wealth and settled for training us steadily. Sure, training without actual combat is not as effective in raising the best soldiers, but we don't need that. As long as our methods are solid and our soldiers are disciplined enough, we will be more than capable of defending ourselves against threats. Whatever shortcomings you think our mech pilots have can easily be compensated by providing us with better mechs. You still don't understand, Janzi. The strength of a combat force does not entirely revolve around obtaining the best hardware. The strongest mech is a piece of scrap in the hands of a weak-minded mech pilot. I have been focusing a lot of effort into maturing our mech pilots because that is the right way to make us strong. Only when both our mechs and mech pilots are strong will we be able to match or exceed the likes of the Friday Coalition or the Cross Clan. Both of them held different stances. No matter how much they argued, they simply couldn't reconcile their views. Ves didn't even know why he was arguing against an expert pilot in the first place. Earlier you became pissed because I brought up Kilangso, right? Ves spoke again after a moment of silence. The expert pilot narrowed her eyes. And I told you that you had no right to mention her. Kilangso is far more noble than yours. She is a mother and cares for all of her family, unlike you. She's a far better than the superior mother because she doesn't care about gender. She lives to protect, while you live to destroy. Don't deny it. You make war machines that are solely designed to kill people and destroy objects. You founded the Larkinson clan, but not to improve the lives of your fellow relatives, but to raise them up as your soldiers and lackeys. I don't like the direction you are heading into. It goes against everything that Kilangso stands for. Preserving the lives of your relatives doesn't even rank in your top 10 priorities. Her accusations went too far. Ves grew angry for a moment. Instead of yelling back at her, he did something else. He concentrated his mind and attempted to borrow some of Kilangso's presence. The powerful spiritual entity reacted with surprise, but she did not resist his move on account of their trust and friendship. She generously cooperated and allowed Ves to borrow some of her strength. The change was immediate. Ves turned from a human into an avatar of a sacred god. Janzi's eyes widened and her force of will rippled as she detected the same welcoming presence that she constantly felt when she piloted the shield of Samar. Ves was expending some of his spiritual energy while he maintained this state. He did not dare to channel Kalankso too much. He just borrowed enough of her presence to drive home his point. As a protective glow radiated from his body, Ves stared straight into Janzi's eyes. I don't think you know who Kalankso truly is. She is a protector, but she is also a warrior. She is the matriarch of her kind and has fought alongside her brutal husband for centuries. As a mother, she is far more ruthless to her offspring than you think. From what I recall of her species, she probably had lots of children, but only a fraction of them lived to adulthood. The rest turned into rotten bones or ended up as meals to other beasts. Even when we killed her husband and took her into captivity, she soon turned into our friend without feeling much guilt or remorse. Venerable Janzi looked shocked. She may have developed a close bond with Kalankso, but she had never shared much of her past. Even if that's the case, aren't you going too far with this? We are humans, not animals. Humans and exobeasts are more alike than you think. Ves smirked as he continued to channel Kalankso without any problem. That signified that he was still in sync with the design spirit. Both of us are struggling to survive amidst a cruel and savage environment. The savage ecosystem of Aeon Corona 7 may be different from the galaxy, but the rules of the jungle still apply. You're wrong. We live in a society, Ves. The time where we need to fight against each other in order to feed our stomachs is long over. It's completely unnecessary to push your fellow Larkinsons to this extent. Ves shook his head. I disagree. There are too many predators and not enough resources to keep them fed. The weak will not be able to feed themselves. In fact, they might end up as prey as well. Now that we are on our own and have to rely on ourselves, the last thing we want to do is to bury our heads in the sand. True safety and prosperity can only be attained by becoming stronger and more ferocious than our competitors. This is what it truly means to protect. He spoke with so much authority when he channeled the sacred god that Venerable Janzi simply could not refute his arguments. Every word he spoke resonated with Kalankso's being. The truth was undeniable. The expert pilot's image of her patron's spirit had shattered. Janzi looked empty for a moment as a storm raged in her mind. Chapter 2606 Going Her Own Way. After Ves taught Venerable Janzi his lesson, he soon retracted Kalankso's presence. It was too costly in terms of spiritual energy to channel her powerful might. Now that he lost the Grand Dynamo, he had to become much more careful about depleting his mind. Fortunately, he didn't have to persuade an entire crowd this time. The loss he suffered was small enough to minimize the impact on his mentality. He carefully watched Janzi's expression to see whether his words hit home. He had become tired of Janzi's constant accusations and attempts to tear him down. If he wanted to work together with her to protect the Larkinson clan, then he needed to do something about her distorted views of reality. What better way to correct her mindset than attempting to change those views? Even though Ves knew that his attempt amounted to another distortion, he hoped his attempt might be able to nudge her towards normality. As the tense silence stretched, Ves began to harbor some doubts. Had his attempt worked? Had his description of Kalankso hit home? Eventually, the expert pilot calmed down. She no longer looked as conflicted. Her force of will had shifted, but it still retained much of its original character. That was not an optimistic sign. She let out a deep breath. I don't know Kalankso as well as I thought. Thank you for pointing that out to me. I'll be sure to commune with her and get to know her better. However, don't think that you've won. I respect Kalankso and I am grateful for all of the help she has provided, but I am a Larkinson, not an Ilvanan. I do not worship gods, and I never viewed her as one. There is no rule that states I have to take over all of her values. I will hold to my own ideas. I believe that Kalankso is open-minded enough to allow me to disagree with her. If it turns out that I am wrong, then I have no qualms about going it alone." As she spoke, her force of will calmed down. She had ceased the turbulence that had swept over her mind. In fact, Ves even suspected that he may have pushed her will forward. "While I agree with you that Kalankso isn't a god, she is the root of your strength. She has not only played an indispensable role in your breakthroughs, but has also helped with turning the shield of Samar into the fantastic mech it is today. She made you just like I did. In fact, you should consider us your parents." Janzi indignantly crossed her arms. "Should I call you Daddy then?" He coughed. "You don't have to go that far. My point is that we aren't your enemies, Janzi. We might not be of one mind, but we don't have conflicting goals. All three of us want the Larkinson clan to prosper. Sure, we also have our own agendas, but the best part about our clan is that it embraces ambition. There is room for Larkinsons and relatives who don't want to take too many risks. However, don't force everyone else to turn into herbivores. Some of us just want to eat more meat. Let me tell you that Kalankso is a carnivore as well. For all of her yearning to protect her family, she's a meat eater like other predators." The conversation ended soon after that. Janzi still stuck to her stubborn stance that Ves was not suited to be the patriarch of the Larkinson clan. She even voiced her willingness to turn her back to Kalankso if the sacred god prevented her from pushing her own agenda. What an obstinate expert pilot! Ves had seen his fair share of stubborn demigods, but Venerable Janzi's willingness to burn everything in order to accomplish her goals. Well, maybe Venerable Ganso came close. The two expert pilots were so similar that Ves felt unnerved. As he watched the expert pilot march away, he wondered whether Janzi would follow in the footsteps of his hateful cousin. Had his conversation with her pushed her further upon this path? Ves wasn't sure. He did not possess a sufficient understanding of expert pilots and how they progressed. He had too little exposure to older expert pilots to know what it took for them to ascend to the rank of ace pilot. All he knew was that this road was long and difficult to traverse. Far too many expert pilots died or declined in strength before they came close to reaching the next rank. Of every expert pilot that Ves had ever met, only Patriarch Reginald Cross gave him the feeling of someone that was very close to becoming a saint. Ves continued to wonder about expert pilots for the remainder of the day. When Ves finally returned to his grand stateroom, he laid down on one of his couches and idly hugged and cuddled with Beagle. Mew, the electronic cat cutely purred. Hee hee. You're so well behaved. Lucky doesn't even come close to you. It's too bad you aren't alive. Despite this shortcoming, Ves still came to like his new pet. It was just like embracing a new plushy animal. Even if it was nothing like a real animal, it still provided him with joy. It was at this time a hatch slid open. Gloriana, Clixie, and Lucky tiredly entered into the living room. I'm home, Ves! Welcome back, Gloriana! As Ves was about to suggest they eat dinner, a certain cat became indigant. Meow! Before Ves and Gloriana could blink, Lucky zipped forward and clawed Beagle's projected body. The glowing blue cat instantly disappeared as the physical projectors were no longer capable of maintaining his form. The Astra AI Core's avatar popped like a balloon. Meow! Lucky exultingly cried as he managed to destroy his competitor. The gem cat then proceeded to lick and rub all over Ves, as if he wanted to mark his territory. Ves belonged to him. No other cat was allowed to take his favorite meal dispenser away. Hi! Gloriana giggled at the sight. It looks like Lucky doesn't want you to cheat either. I'm not cheating. I was just playing with my new toy. It's not as if I'm getting rid of Lucky. Meow. I'm telling the truth. Meow meow. Why don't you believe me? It took half an hour to placate his jealous and possessive cat. Later that evening, Ves and Gloriana just finished their meals and cuddled against each other. They tuned into a news program while their cats rested atop their bodies. Ves enjoyed embracing his wife. She was not only warm and lovely, but also smelled nice. He enjoyed her lavender scent. As Ves talked about the capital ship designs that Vivian presented to him, Gloriana shared her own thoughts. Those ships do sound useful. While the Glory Seekers already possess their own fleet carrier, there is no harm with getting more. However, I don't want you to turn us into another version of the Cross Clan. There is more to us than fighting. The Gorgonin and the silly Ovenbird are both geared towards improving our combat strength. I'm not saying that you're wrong to pursue these ships, but we need to balance out our fleet with other capital ship types. Ves raised his eyebrow. What do you have in mind? Think about the production side of our fleet. I happen to agree with your priority in making our clan self-sufficient to an extent. The spirit of Bentheim allows us to produce mechs and other machines without needing to borrow someone else's production facilities. If we obtain this Ovenbird ship, then we can also lessen our dependence on shipbuilding companies. However, these two capital ships only address a portion of the supply chain. If we want to obtain greater independence, then we should go even further. What ships do you have in mind? She raised a finger. First, we need a mining ship. While it is too troublesome for us to mine every resource we need to fabricate our mechs, it is still useful to mine the most valuable deposits that we can find in a star system. Aren't we entering the Red Ocean in order to take advantage of all of the riches it contains? How can we not bring a powerful mining ship on our own? If we have a capital-grade mining vessel, we can excavate a lot of valuable exotics at an industrial pace. With a mining ship, we can also supply a lot of valuable materials to the production halls of our factory ship. Ves hesitated for a moment. He had thought about obtaining a mining ship as well. He hesitated because it was a bit extravagant to go for a capital-class mining ship when a smaller mining vessel sufficed. If the Larkinson clan obtained a large-sized mining vessel, then it had to make good use of it. That meant that his expeditionary fleet would linger more in star systems with an abundant amount of mineral wealth. The focus of his clan would shift from pure production to a mix of resource extraction and production. Nonetheless, Gloriana might have a good point. Right now, Ves and the LMC had grown far too used to purchasing readily available materials from the open market. While that was fine in a relatively stable region within human space, he could not assume that the resource market was just as developed in the Red Ocean. She was also right about the purpose of heading into the Red Ocean. Ves never thought about relying entirely on designing and producing unique mechs to develop the Larkinson clan. Extracting unique and highly valuable resources like phase water was definitely on his agenda. Okay, Gloriana. He nodded. You've convinced me. I'll tell Vivian that she should devote more attention on developing a mining ship concept. I'll take care of that for you. I've been on several mining ships in my early career. I know how they work. Just trust me. The mining ship of our clan will not disappoint. Gloriana grinned. Do you have any more capital ships in mind? Of course. A mining ship is not enough, you know. We need to process some of the minerals as well. Even though a fully equipped mining ship is capable of processing ore into refined metals, that doesn't cover everything. We need to obtain a refinery ship in order to supplement our resource extraction and processing capabilities. A refinery ship? Do you want us to make our own fuel? That's exactly what I am suggesting. Why not? You told me once that the spirit of Bentham makes use of very high-grade reactor fuel that is not that easy to obtain. If that's the case, why not make this fuel ourselves? With a refinery ship, we can harvest the substances of gas giants and process them along with other substances to form all sorts of refined materials. Refineries were able to make fuel along with all sorts of other gases, liquids, and even solids. Depending on their refinery equipment, refinery ships could single-handedly meet all of the fuel requirements of his expeditionary fleet and supply a considerable amount of input to his factory ship. Ves hesitated a bit more on this suggestion. I'll think about it. A refinery ship is useful, but it's a huge commitment to invest in a capital ship that is fully invested in this role. A part of me feels we could use an additional fleet carrier instead. You don't have to choose, you know. You can obtain both. Perhaps for now, we are limited by the amount of capital ships we can pass through the Beyonder Gate, but once we reach the Red Ocean, we no longer have to abide by any quota. As long as we reach the other side, we can invest in as many capital ships we wish. It'll be expensive. There is too much demand and not enough supply on the other side of the Beyonder Gate. I don't want to pay 10 times as much and wait at least 5 years before I'm able to obtain a new capital ship. Then why are you hesitating? Gloriana tilted his head. As long as we establish an independent supply chain, we can build our own ships, including capital ships. It's perfect. Chapter 2607, Hour of Departure. A month went by as the Larkinson clan slowly completed its preparations. The new crew members of the Spirit of Bentham and the other second-class vessels supplied by the Hegemony had worked hard during this period. While they were far away from attaining mastery over their vessels, they gained a sufficient amount of control to embark on a normal journey. A lot of supplies, mechs, and goods had poured into the hisneck system. Not all of these goods ended up in the hands of the Larkinson clan. The Glory Seekers and the Cross clan were making their own preparations. In just a single month, the Golden Skull Alliance had become more formidable. The Glory Seekers received more Valkyrie interceptors. The former mech pilots of the Woden Warriors had adjusted well to the Valkyrie mech that was optimized for space battles. The female mech pilots cherished the opportunity to get closer to the superior mother while their male counterparts made do with other Hexer mech models. As for the Cross clan, the activity that took place in their fleet almost rivaled that of the Larkinson clan. A lot of ships underwent emergency repairs. The Crossers also got rid of their damaged and broken mechs and obtained replacements from other sources. Some of the mechs were commercial second-class mechs, but many more appeared to be derived from new designs. When Ves studied the new mechs, he recognized the distinctive emphasis on efficiency. As someone who had worked directly on the Skull Architect's mech designs, he instantly concluded that the Cross clan's new guest designer was hard at work. Overall, Ves was happy to see the Cross clan recover some of its might. As long as the Crossers were allies, their strength was crucial to fending off enemies. After an entire month, the time had finally come. Even as the design department calmly progressed its 6 design projects, the other Larkinsons had finished their preparations in time. Some Larkinsons grew more reluctant to leave. As the day of departure came closer, the natives of the Komodo Star sector felt scared of abandoning everything they knew in favor of plunging straight into the unknown. Ves did not tolerate any second-guessers. He had issued orders to monitor these problematic people. The clan had to do everything in their power to keep every Larkinson on board with the upcoming journey. As Ves greeted the morning of this historic day, he calmly went through his morning routine. After cleansing his body and shaving his stubble, he met with his wife in the dining room. Both of them began to enjoy sumptuous breakfast while their cats partook in their own meal. Meow. Clixie's tail joyfully wagged as her head dove into a bowl of highly nutritious fortified meat. Meow. As for Lucky, his teeth effortlessly crunched the nuggets of medium-grade exotics that Ves had especially reserved for this day. If not for the fact that Ves was too stingy, he would have pampered his gem cat with high-grade exotics instead. "Damn, you're such a glutton, Lucky," Ves muttered as he gulped his coffee. "Have you forgotten your true job again? It's been months since you've last given me a surprise." Meow. The complaints did not spoil Lucky's mood. The mechanical cat paid no regard to Ves and steadily enjoyed his rare delicacy. A hesitant expression appeared on Gloriana's face. The exquisite croissant she bit hardly brought her any enjoyment. "Ves." "Yes, honey? Are we doing the right thing?" He stopped and looked in her eyes. He sensed her ambivalent mood. "We already talked about this. The grand expedition will happen no matter what. The gun is already loaded. We just have to pull the trigger. It's way too late to reconsider." "I know that, Ves. It's just, I feel guilty for leaving my dynasty and state behind. The Komodo War has deteriorated even further, you know. With the Friday men beating back the Hex army, the enemy has almost reached the border." That worried Ves at well, but mostly because his mother's well-being was at stake. "We don't have to stay in this star sector in order to influence the Komodo War," he gently replied. "We are already doing the best we can by designing new Hexer Mechs. Our 3 projects have smoothly entered into the later stages. Aside from handling a couple of thorny issues, the hegemony will soon obtain a lot more tools. The blinding mech alone is enough to change the current trend. That is if it is able to do its job. We haven't proven its effectiveness yet. There is still a chance it will turn into a dud. I'm afraid we might ruin Hex Army because of our failure." Gloriana continued to twitter her worries. Her nerves seemed to be getting to her, as she struggled to reconcile her departure with the setbacks suffered by the Hexers. Unlike his wife, Ves was not as conflicted. If it truly came down to it, the death of the hegemony did not necessarily spell the end of the Hexer people. He had no doubt that the Woden dynasty and plenty of other wealthy Hexers would be able to flee from the Komodo Star sector with their ships. Just like the Cross clan, these Hexer dynasties and organizations must have prepared some evacuation plans. They may have even dispatched some Hexers elsewhere beforehand as a precaution. This meant that as long as enough Hexers lived, the Superior Mother would always be able to maintain her existence. Some of his design spirits were doing fine despite receiving very little spiritual feedback. For example, up until now, Brevo was only being fed by Vincent Ricklin. Goldie also sustained herself with less than 1,000 Larkinsons in the early days of the Larkinson clan. If the Hexadric hegemony was ever on the verge of defeat, Ves could easily imagine millions of Hexers fleeing the state in droves. Many of them should definitely worship the Superior Mother. In fact, in desperate circumstances like these, the frightened Hexers should be pleading to the Supreme for protection even more. Even if all of these fleeing Hexers abandoned the Superior Mother, then Ves could still rely on the Glory Seekers and the Penitent Sisters to keep the faith alive. The biggest downside to this was that the Superior Mother would probably be forced to take on a starvation diet. Ves could not predict how much damage that would deal to a design spirit that previously enjoyed an abundance of spiritual feedback. Therefore, Ves was still on the side of the hegemony. As long as the Superior Mother could harvest the spiritual feedback of trillions of Hexers and a considerable amount of expert pilots and ace pilots, a significant portion of those benefits would eventually pass on to his real mother. This was the key to keeping Cynthia Larkinson alive and well. Ves would not be able to leave the Komodo Star sector in peace if his mother's life came under risk again. He took a deep breath. "Look, a part of me is afraid as well. I'm not letting that stop me, though. There are too many reasons why we should step into the greater cosmos and venture into a new frontier. If you truly care about your mother and the Woden dynasty, you should embrace our new opportunities. Just think about it. Who can help your state more? A timid girl who stayed home all the time and steadily advanced to master before exhausting her potential, or a courageous woman who boldly explores new phenomena and advanced to star designer in record time? There was no way that Gloriana would be able to become a star designer in record time. The polymath had already set such a ridiculously fast record that hardly every mech designer in human space gave up on surpassing her glorious achievement. Even so, his flattery seemed to have an effect. Gloriana's eyes lit up as she became more caught up in her delusions. Ves had no doubt that she was imagining that she had become a star designer before celebrating her 100th birthday. Her fantasies stoked her passion, and her yearning for success had pushed away her doubts. You're right, Ves. I'll just become another average mech designer if I stay in this region. There is nothing remarkable here that can propel me to the ultimate height. As far as I know, not a single star designer reached their rank through steady development. From the very start, they pushed their boundaries and pursued bolder dreams. If I want to surpass the polymath, I cannot be inferior to her in any aspect. Though Ves wanted to temper her expectations, he knew it was useless. At the very least, he managed to wipe away her doubts. That was what he was aiming for in the first place. As they finished their breakfasts, they readied themselves for the busy day. Both of them wore fancier clothes than usual. Ves looked quite heroic in the formal version of his clan patriarch uniform. Gloriana meanwhile looked lovelier than usual due to the multi-layered blue dress she wore. She looked like a blooming rose to Ves. She smelled like one as well. They approached each other and shared a loving kiss. She smiled as she leaned her head against his shoulder. We are finally starting our journey. Once we depart, it might take centuries before we go back. Do you ever want to go back, Ves? Hell no. This rotten star sector had given Ves plenty of grief. Aside from helping his parents, there was no reason for him to return. Of course, he couldn't be so blunt. He carefully composed his reply. We have outgrown the Komodo star sector. It's in one of the furthest reaches of the galactic rim. If we want to reach the apex of the mech industry, we need to move to the regions that are right at the heart of it. The galactic heartland, the galactic center, and the red ocean are much more developed. We can design much more exciting mechs and reach a much greater market if we enter the more prosperous parts of human space. Who knows, we might even be able to uplift ourselves into first-raters. Gloriana shared his dream. She wouldn't have supported his grand expedition if she did not have ambitions of her own. Her desire to keep her relatives company did not exceed her desire to become a star designer. Let's head out, Ves. Very well. The pair left their grand stateroom. Together with their cats and bodyguards, they steadily moved to the bridge of the Spirit of Bentheim. They arrived early. The grand expedition wouldn't depart until noon, but the combined fleet had already moved to the nearest Lagrange point in the Hisneck system. As long as any ship wanted to depart, they could instantly slip into FTL travel. Gloriana wandered off to a nearby communication station in order to check up on the glory seekers. Ves approached the opulent chair at the rear of the bridge and took his place. His personal chair was located in the back in order to provide him with a clear overview of the bridge while preventing him from getting in the way. Grand Captain Daria Maria Vraken already noticed his arrival. She rose up from the throne-like captain's seat placed in the center of the bridge and marched over until she reached his side. How is the fleet, Captain? We are performing our final checks, though they are largely redundant. We have already double-checked our ships, mechs, cargo, and other assets. While we have detected a number of inconsistencies, they are not serious enough to justify a delay. We have also counted all of our Larkin sons. All of our clansmen are accounted for. Anticipation is high, but so is everyone's nerves. I know. I feel nervous and excited as well. Both of them looked ahead. A giant projection depicted the hundreds of ships that comprised the Larkinson fleet. With the spirit of Bentheim at the center, the fleet resembled an army that was about to march off to the battlefield. Chapter 2608 Home. The Larkinson fleet had assembled in full as Ves was about to hold his last speech in the Hisneck system. Everyone knew that this would be another historic moment in the short but growing history of the Larkinson clan. Though the clan had only existed for a short time, its historical record had already turned into a mythical saga to the tens of thousands of Larkinsons who joined later. None of the newcomers felt as if they had joined an organization that was still in its infancy and was still in the process of setting up its foundation. Instead, they felt as if they joined a flourishing castle that was still in the process of building taller walls and more majestic fortifications. The founding of the Larkinson clan, the Battle of Kesseling 8, the flight from the Ilvain Protectorate to the Sentinel Kingdom, the Nixian Gap campaign, and the legendary marriage of the miracle couple all enriched the Larkinson clan's heritage and elevated its history to a living myth. Now, one of the most important chapters of the Larkinson clan's history had come, and many more clansmen would be taking part for the very first time. An energy built up among the clansmen as they assumed their stations or huddled together with their friends and family in the communal compartments of their ships. The temporary base the Larkinsons had rented on the surface of Hisneck 6 had been completely emptied. Not a single Larkinson or anything of value remained. The transfer was permanent. Not a single fully fledged member of the clan was supposed to live on a planet after this day. If Ves had his way, every clansman should consider their fleet their only home. His dream was coming true. Unlike the Larkinson family that had become bound to the Bright Republic, the Larkinson clan would not be following its predecessors' footsteps. Of course, he knew that not everyone shared his paranoia against betrayal and his dislike towards settling down on solid ground. Humans were too accustomed to living in fixed locations. Much of human civilization still abided by a model of living that regarded planets as homes rather than resource production sites. To Ves, this was an outmoded way of thinking. Now that humanity had gained the ability to live in space indefinitely on a very comfortable basis, why shouldn't people like him switch over? Aside from certain problems such as higher costs and lack of living space that prevented everyone from following his footsteps, the advantages were too compelling. All of the grumbling within the clan about missing the open air and being able to visit a diverse set of locales such as beaches, cities, snow mountains, and so on did not move his heart at all. None of that was useful to him when his life, freedom, and prosperity could all be taken away at any time if the state he was living in betrayed him yet again. This was why he vigorously overruled all objections. He did not want anyone spoiling his plan when it was about to go into fruition. In the final weeks, Ves even spent less time in the design lab in order to push, persuade, plead, coerce, and lie to the stakeholders of the clan. He worked hard to make sure that every high-ranking Larkinson either supported the grand expedition or shut their mouths about it if their opinions differed. It worked. Showing how much he cared about the grand expedition not only brought most of the leading figures of the clan in line, but also built up the hype among the rank-and-file members. With role models and authoritative figures such as Ves, Venerable Joshua, Raymond Billingsley Larkinson, and Commander Casella Ingvar leading the way, the members at the middle and bottom of the pyramid all followed suit. In any case, the vast majority of people who joined the Larkinson clan already heard about the grand expedition. They signed up knowing that they would be leaving their old lives behind in order to venture into a completely new region of space. The hesitation and pushback that Ves was afraid of never materialized. Certainly, thousands of clansmen must be having second thoughts. But without a leading figure rising up to unify their voice, the doubters were as weak as scattered sand. Before the onset of noon, the clansmen were reflecting on the life they were about to leave behind. No matter what, the Komodo Star sector used to be their home. While they wouldn't instantly cross over the border once the fleet transitioned into FTL, they knew that once the expeditionary fleet set off, it would not stop until it had reached another star sector. At this time, Calabast entered the bridge and quietly approached Ves as he was making himself comfortable in his grand new seat. As she approached, she picked up Lucky and scratched his chin. The cat squinted in pleasure and melted in her grasp. Meow. Hee hee. Good boy. She complimented as she dug out a lump of mineral from her uniform pocket and effortlessly slid it into Lucky's maw. Who's the deadly little commando cat? Meow. Ves turned his attention away from the status readouts of the fleet. Are you enjoying yourself? How can I not? Lucky has been an excellent sniffer under my command. We've already managed to clean up a couple of spy bugs and suspicious programming I've encountered with his help. I bet that diva must be quite upset. Are they serious? No. She shook her head. While our team has only combed through a couple of compartments, we did not find any critical threats to this ship. All we have detected so far are a number of incidental monitoring hacks and extra spying equipment. I don't expect this to change as our sweep continues. The hegemony just wants to keep an eye on you and your clan. The intelligence agencies dare not go too far. Since I'm around, they should know that I am on guard against their usual repertoire of tricks. Well, thanks. Do you have something else to say, or did you just visit the bridge in order to pamper Lucky? The spy master continued to pet and massage his cat as if Lucky was her personal squeeze toy. Hee hee, can't I just drop by in order to see how you're faring? You could have observed me through the monitoring system, Calabast. Monitoring systems are unreliable and not personal enough. It's better to see something with your own two eyes rather than rely on some impersonal projections. Do you know what I am looking at right now, Ves? A proud leader who is about to kick off one of the grandest initiatives of his clan. No. She shook her head. To me, you resemble a kid who is eager to go on a holiday. This is not a holiday. Maybe you're right. She shrugged. Don't count out the possibility that you'll be returning here someday. Nothing is impossible. We humans have a fuzzy and complex view of home. What is home to people? Is it the house where your parents lived and where you were raised? Is it the apartment you moved to when you entered adulthood? Or is it the quaint little home that you and your spouse had bought in order to start a new family? Her words took him aback. Home is a place of comfort, he slowly replied as he formulated his thought. Home is where you feel safe and where you go back to after you have faced the perils of the galaxy. Home is the most solid sanctuary that you can think of. People must feel completely at home when they are in their dwelling. If for some reason they feel unsafe, then they are not living in a qualified home at all. Not everyone has the luxury of living in such a place, but I will make damn sure I will provide this sanctuary to our Larkin sons. Calabast offered him a brilliant smile. Well said, Ves. The exact definition of home is not important. Whether your home is Cloudy Curtain or the Spirit of Bentheim, what matters the most is that it is able to make you feel safe and secure. However, not everyone abides by this view. There will be many Larkin sons who will have difficulty treating their starships as their new homes. These people will always view the planets of their births or where they had spent their best years before joining our clan as their true homes. We can't do much about that. He nonchalantly shrugged. Their memories of home will probably fade once they spend a few decades in our fleet. I have hope that their nostalgia will just remain flights of fancy. After all, compared to the rest of human space, the Komodo star sector is really backward. Mr. Larkin's son. Miss Arnland. Another voice greeted the two. "It is good to see the two of you here." Grand Captain Daria Maria Vraken approached and stopped a short distance away from Calabast. Her ramrod straight back caused the captain of the Spirit of Bentheim to peer straight into the younger woman's eyes. An invisible tension sparked between the two. Not just Ves, but also Lucky sensed some of the undercurrent taking place between the two women. Both of them were Hexers. Both of them shared the same heritage. Though they belonged to two different branches and two different generations, that did not stop Ves from recognizing the similarities between the two Vrakens. Meow! Lucky, who was used to sensing danger, felt so uncomfortable that he squirmed out of Calabast's arms and dove into Ves. Getting stuck between two forceful women was too frightening for the gem cat. Even Ves would give way in order to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Calabast. Is that what you are calling yourself these days? That is quite a good choice. It's sophisticated, elegant, and not too long. However, no matter how much you change your name, you cannot beat the name that your mother has bestowed to you. She still misses you, you know. The resplendently uniformed older woman spoke to the other woman. Anyway, how are you doing in the Larkinson clan? I am doing well, Auntie. I am doing 10 times better than before. I have no regrets with jumping ship. Calabast grinned in an obviously unauthentic fashion. That's amusing to hear. You just happen to end up on the same ship that I am captaining at this very moment. There's no need for you to play these word games, Daria. You know very well what I mean. I don't miss the Vraken matriarchal dynasty at all. I have cut my ties to the hegemony without feeling any regret. To be honest, I can't wait to set off. Your mother misses you, do you know that? The Grand Captain suddenly brought up. She tries to call you or pass on messages to you every week. You haven't replied to her despite leaving years ago. It has gotten so bad that I am receiving her complaints instead. Is this who you are now? Even if you have joined the Larkinson clan, your mother is still your mother. Why must you be so obstinate? Calabast burst out. Don't you lecture me about mothers! My mother doesn't love me. Hardly any female Vraken truly loves their daughters. We are just investments to you. From the moment you designed the genes of your babies, you put them through a meticulous training program from birth. Every single day of my life, I had to pass a test. My mother never showed me any unconditional love. Instead, she trained me to perform well in order to receive her affection. If I ever failed to meet her expectations, all the love in her eyes would drain away and I would gain nothing but disappointment from her. Is this the kind of life that I am supposed to be grateful for? I despise my mother. I despise the Vraken dynasty for pushing us too hard. Her dramatic outburst did not spread throughout the entire bridge. The Grand Captain had instantly activated a privacy screen around Ves, Calabast, and herself once Calabast got going. Nonetheless, the bridge personnel tried their best to look as busy as possible. They all pretended to miss the unfolding drama. Chapter 2609 Struggle for Excellence. Faced with Calabast's tirade, Captain Daria Maria did not respond with heated emotion. Instead, she remained as cool as a reptile and let a few seconds pass by in silence in order to cool the heated atmosphere. Ves and Lucky were both completely floored. Man and cat both lowered their jaw in shock. Neither of them knew much about Calabast's origins. While Ves knew that Calabast used to be a Vraken, he had not been able to extract any further details from her. When a spy did not want to reveal more information, it was impossible for Ves to get her to open her mouth. Yet in the span of a single heated outburst, Ves had a sense that he was learning about the true Calabast. From what he heard, Calabast lived a pretty tough life. Even though she was born in one of the most powerful dynasties in the Komodo star sector, the Vrakens set insanely high standards to their descendants. Due to the unwillingness of the Vrakins to retain any descendants that were less than excellent, every parent within the matriarchal dynasty hoped that their daughters would grow up into future leaders, heroes, researchers, and other illustrious figures. Yet how many Vrakins would succeed the test set by their parents and other authority figures within their dynasty? Do you know how many sisters have failed the lifelong training program set by the Vrakins? Calabas turned to Ves. I don't have access to the full figures. The higher-ups don't want us to know how many Vrakins drop out. Still, there are plenty of estimates. From what I have observed, the failure rate is likely around 70%. Only 3 out of 10 descendants will retain the right to call themselves a Vrakin. Everyone else will fail to keep up. Once the dynasty deems them failures, they'll be booted out, but not before shoving a lot of debt on their shoulders. Many failed Vrakins have to work for the rest of their lives in order to repay the millions or even billions of hex credits spent to train them and augment them into superwomen. This was a shocking approach to raising the next generation of Vrakins. Ves could not imagine what it would be like to live in a dynasty filled with taskmasters. It sounded as if every Vrakin acted like Gloriana when it came to raising their daughters. He turned his gaze to Captain Daria Maria. As an unabashed member of the Vrakin matriarchal dynasty, she had a duty to defend its policies. We Vrakins are more powerful, more influential, and more prosperous than any other hexer in our state. Do you think our supremacy can be sustained if we take it easy? It's impossible. The other matriarchal dynasties aren't vegetables. If we allow them to surpass us, our control over the hegemony and the Hex army will diminish. Who knows what kind of insane policies they will push? Only intelligence and rationality can save us against the Friday coalition. In order to ensure that we are at our peak, we must be willing to sacrifice a portion of our happiness in order to preserve our state. Is this too much to ask? Calabas let out a sarcastic laugh. Ha ha! Do you hear that, Ves? She's vastly understating how much happiness we Vrakins have to give up in order to rank at the top of our class. We not only have to compete against other hexers, but also against our own sisters. No matter which Vrakin wins the competition, many more Vrakins will lie broken beneath our feet. Even though my mother and other Vrakins forced us to spend time with each other, we were never able to forge any actual friendships. From the moment we were smart enough to count numbers, our mothers taught us how to scheme against each other. In public, we were all smiles, but in private, we were so lonely. The more Ves heard about how the Vrakins raised their offspring, the more he felt repelled by their conduct. The practices sounded more and more inhumane by the second. Captain Vrakin, I don't mean to pry, but if Calabas isn't lying, then growing up as a Vrakin must be pretty miserable. It depends, Daria Maria calmly replied. Most Vrakins understand the need for excellence. We do our best to educate them once they are old enough to understand what is at stake. The other matriarchal dynasties may be deluded, but they aren't stupid. The Friday men are pretty formidable as well despite their many faults. If we want to continue our dominance, we must be better than anyone else. There is no other choice. There is always a choice. You just don't want to give us one. None of us had any say in how we were being raised. Calabas aggressively shot back. Calabas, why must you be so angry? Without spending so many hex credits in designing your genes, fortifying your growing body with customized nutrients, providing you with the best teachers of their craft, and implanting you with the latest implants developed by our labs, how could you ever grow up in such an excellent intelligence operative? Our dynasty may be wealthy, but it is impossible to provide main branch or side branch descendants with our most luxurious treatment. Compared to the Friday men, we Vrakins are unquestionably superior. The resentful ex-Vrakin gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. She was not happy at all with what she heard. You don't understand. You claim that every descendant receives the same care, but everyone knows that you main branch members get more benefits and privileges from your parents. How can side branch members such as myself possibly keep up with your standards while receiving only a fraction of the resources? It's insane! The rate of failure of main branch descendants is much lower than that of side branch descendants. The Vrakins treated you like a princess while treating the rest of us as your foot soldiers. Her grudge ran deep. So much so that Captain Daria Maria saw that it was pointless to continue this argument. Let's not air any of our dirty laundry any further. She took a step back. What is done is done. You seem to have found your own happiness in the Larkinson clan. As long as you do not waste your training and avoid spilling our secrets to your new family, I have no problem with your decision. I do recommend you get in touch with your mother, however. No matter what you thought about her, she genuinely loves you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have worked so hard to raise you into a successful Vrakin. The captain nodded to Ves before she marched back to the captain's seat. Ves continued to hug his frightened cat as Calabast slowly regained her composure. He didn't know whether Calabast had shown her true self this time. When she ranted about her indignities, her emotions were riled up. Her grievances appeared to be genuine. Should he believe her, though? What if it was all an act? He could never tell whether Calabast was truly genuine. He did not dare to trust his eyes, ears, judgment, instincts, and spiritual perception. Calabast had already demonstrated several times that she could completely present a different image from herself. This was why he still reserved a bit of judgment. Calabast was a grown woman who was incredibly astute, and not a person who allowed her emotions to get the better of her. There was no way her grievances against the Vrakins would ever cause her to lose control so easily. She was almost certainly pretending. To what extent did she amplify her resentment? What was her objective? Sorry about that, Ves. Calabast brushed her stylish black uniform. I showed you my ugly side today. I doubt you want to be confronted by two arguing women on your big day. I don't mind. I like to see who you really are behind your mask. I just think it's a pity that it takes another Vrakin to pry open your mouth about your past. She gave him a rueful smile. I'm not a Vrakin anymore. Don't lump me in the same group as the good captain. One of the greatest failings of the Vrakin matriarchal dynasty is that it treats every descendant the same. To put it in more familiar terms to you, we are investments. We either have value to them or not. This is not necessarily wrong, but the Vrakins set the bar way too high. Those who cannot meet their expectations are ruthlessly discarded. Not even their mothers will treat them with more than a passing regard once their daughters fail. That is heartless? Cruel? Inhumane? You'd be right if you mention any of those words. What is worse is that many Vrakins don't even question this practice. Not even I knew that the way we were raised is horribly wrong. It was only once I became an intelligence operative and went on assignment in other states that I have learned how the rest of the galaxy raises its children. I see. That must have been quite a revelation to you. The Hexer way of life is too strict. Exactly. Calabast sighed. Well, now you know what I had to go through. I won't say anything more about it. I don't have any desire to revisit all of the tests that I had to pass. I just hope that you will never adopt this awful model in the Larkinson clan. Our children deserve better. Hey, you don't need to persuade me. I fully agree with your stance. I would never want to treat the younger generation as investment vehicles. They're children. They should have fun and receive lots of love from their parents. I believe you, Ves, but that does not mean our clan will be as you say. Don't you realize that the incentive structure that you have erected is already inching towards the Vrakin approach? What? That's not true. Kinship and family is of utmost importance to us. I have personally witnessed some of the schools that our fellow clansmen have set up on the 12th deck. All of the children attending them are filled with happiness. Perhaps in the start, that is the case, she said. What about the future? The Larkinson clan is a meritocracy. There are many channels to obtain resources and promote up the ladder. I believe you have good intentions when you set up programs like the Larkinson Merit Exchange. However, have you ever thought about how much competition you will stoke among your clansmen? Once parents learn that if their children are able to obtain more resources if they perform better, the poor kids will certainly come under a lot of pressure. I think you're exaggerating, Calabast. That won't happen, especially now that you have pointed out this possible outcome. I do not want our future clansmen to grow up into useless bums, so it is impossible for me to strip all of the incentive systems. All I can tell you is that we are open to your suggestions. If you want us to go down a different path from the Vraken matriarchal dynasty, then you should share your personal insights to the Larkinson Assembly. Let your personal struggles be a lesson to those who are responsible for shaping our policies. Are you willing to share your story? Maybe. I am a very private person by nature. I'm not asking you to spill all of your childhood secrets, he reassured her. You're my intelligence chief. You hold a lot of weight in the clan. People will listen to you if you speak on this subject. If that's not enough, I will put my own weight behind your testimony. This is the best way to prevent your fears from coming true. Calabast clearly looked reluctant. I will share my warning to the others, but it is up to them to implement reforms. All I can tell you now is that if the clan continues its current trend, it is very doubtful if I can ever consider it my home. Chapter 2610 Safety Concerns. As noon came closer, plenty of other people were awaiting the pivotal moment. Aboard the Hemington Cross, the patriarch of the Cross clan along with his new guest designer were holding a quick meeting before they addressed their own men. They gathered in a small conference room situated next to the bridge of the large fleet carrier. Professor Cortez, what do you think of the Larkinsons? The former skull architect hummed as he tapped his palm in a peculiar fashion. They are young and tender, but bold and daring. Whether they will crash headlong in a wall is still a question. Their clan is too young and their leaders lack too much experience. They have no idea what the rest of human space is really like. I don't want the Larkinsons to meet their doom. Their patriarch still has to help with designing my expert mech. A project as great as this can't be rushed, Reginald. I am aware of your burning impatience, but we still lack too much supplementary materials to build an expert mech that meets all of your standards. Mr. Ves Larkinson must also accrue some experience in designing expert mechs. You should not allow a first-timer to touch your ultimate expert mech. Just wait for a year before he has the necessary experience under his belt. I can promise you that the wait will be worth it, sir. A strong force of will radiated from the Cross Patriarch's body. It better be. Even if we cannot take revenge against the slayers of our saint, I can spite our enemies by succeeding my father. Your time will definitely come. Professor Benedict flattered his nominal superior. With your resonant strength, it only takes a modest push to reach the next rank. It is of utmost importance for you to remain stable. Do not allow yourself to get swept up by your emotions. That will only delay your ascension even more. I can't calm down, the Crosser leader growled. Whenever I think of the defeat we have suffered at the hands of the Ballard tribe and the Chardon tribe, I can only see the broken bodies of my fellow Crossers. When I think back on the betrayal of the other clans in our Becker tribe, my fury rages as hot as the surface of a star. We were forced to flee our home while it was collapsing all around us while the Planet Clan and the Preter Clan feasted on our remains. His desire to spoil their plans to destroy the Cross clan had become his driving reason to advance. His attempt to advance to ace pilot had become inseparable from the great calamity the Crossers had barely survived. As an experienced senior, Professor Benedict did not get affected by Reginald's powerful will. He calmly evaluated the patriarch's mental state and made his own calculations. Once the leader of the Cross clan calmed down, his force of will no longer rampaged throughout the conference room. The revival of the Cross clan rests on our shoulders and the shoulders of a Larkinson. He spoke. While I am not prepared to sacrifice the remainder of our clan to defend Patriarch, we cannot allow him to die on our watch. Whether he is crucial to my ascension or not, we must make sure he lives to fulfill his promise. The former Skull architect concurred. You are not the only person who feels that way. His design philosophy is very unorthodox but incredibly useful. I have made no secret of the fact that his specialty may be the missing key to realizing my design philosophy. As long as we collaborate on some products, I will be able to deliver even better mech designs than what I have already handed over to our clan. Both ambitious men were eagerly observing the projection that displayed the hundreds of ships that formed the massive fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance. Elsewhere, Venerable Brutus Woden spoke to his sister via his comm. He wore a dashing but relatively plain uniform while he sat on a crate in the hangar bay. The Star Dancer, his expert mech, was ready to deploy at any time. Though none of the Glory Seekers expected to encounter any threats at this sensitive time, they could not rule out the possibility of foul play. FTL transitions were very delicate. If any gravitic disturbance took place, certain ships might fail to enter the higher dimensions while the rest of the fleet had left. This would be the perfect time to isolate a crucial ship like the Spirit of Bentheim in order to decapitate the Larkinson clan. For this reason, the Indigo Tremor will be leaving this star system last. Brutus told the physical projection of his sister. We will not leave until we have confirmed that every other ship in this fleet has safely departed. What if our enemies targeted your ship to begin with? Gloriana asked. It is our job to shield you and stop your enemies in their tracks. That said, I don't expect any incidents to take place. We have swept the entire area around this Lagrange point and have found nothing suspicious. We have even taken the liberty of cleaning up all of the space junk around us to minimize every possible risk. It took some time for him to soothe Gloriana's worries. For some reason, she was a bit more concerned than usual. Brutus had to approach his sister's projection and pull her into a hug in order to calm her down. Come now, sis. You're married now. You are on your way to live your perfect life. Will you let yourself get spooked by a little journey? She chuckled. The grand expedition is more than a little journey. What worries me is that everyone knows we are departing today. What if the Friday men attempt to stop us from leaving? Have you detected any signs that the Friday men are targeting our fleet? We have not received any indication that the Friday men are up to something. Then again, our intelligence sources aren't comprehensive. Do not put too much stock in what I have just said. Brutus shrugged. The troublesome aspect about our journey is that our most direct routes to Majestic Teal are situated deep in the territory of the Friday Coalition. It is suicide to travel in a straight line. In order to remain in hegemony-aligned space, we need to take a short detour through Vicious Mountain before crossing over into Majestic Teal. Will the Friday men dare to enter into hegemony-aligned space? It's not likely. Brutus shook his head. Ever since the Komodo War commenced, the hegemony has expanded its early warning network. If the Friday men ever show up on our turf, we will be notified. Gloriana gained more confidence in his reassurance. What if the Friday men attempt to stop us in Vicious Mountain or Majestic Teal? It's possible, but it's too difficult, sister. There are at least hundreds of thousands star systems in every star sector. We have an endless choice of routes. The Friday men will constantly have to spread their hunters across many different star systems in the hopes of catching our shadow. If they miss us once, it is highly unlikely they will ever catch up to our tail. She nodded. That's right. Our combined fleet is highly mobile. The ships of our Glory Seekers are state-of-the-art. Most of the ships of the Larkinson clan are not that well off, but my husband has deliberately prioritized the acquisition of vessels with shorter FTL drive cycling times. As for the Cross clan, The only ships that survived their flight from Vicious Mountain are their best and fastest assets to begin with. Even their lumbering Hemington Cross is not that bad as long as her two heavy-duty FTL drives remain functional. The fleet composition of the Golden Skull Alliance was very suited for travel. Most second-class organizations wouldn't even be able to catch up to the combined fleet as long as it made the longest FTL hops possible. The two Woden siblings soon moved on to another topic. Are the Glory Seekers truly prepared to leave this star sector? Gloriana asked. We won't turn back even if the hegemony is losing the Komodo War. We are doing okay, sis. Don't worry about our condition. Even if we turn around right now and fight on the front lines, a few thousand mechs and mech pilots won't make much of a difference. The Woden warriors are already enough for our dynasty to make a contribution. In fact, if the hegemony truly falls, we will need to keep our culture and customs alive. The two looked grave for a time. The prospect of a Friday Man victory became more and more likely. Several months into their furious counteroffensive, the Hex army still hadn't managed to come up with a solution against the disparity of expert pilots. As long as the Friday Coalition deployed more expert pilots than the Hexadric hegemony, the fundamental trend of the Komodo War was unlikely to shift. Though the design department had achieved a lot of progress in the Blinding Mech project, Gloriana did not dare to place her hopes on this auxiliary mech. It was too strange and unconventional for her to wrap her head around. Sometimes, VS came up with the oddest mech concepts. How is your Star Dancer? Gloriana asked. My expert mech still runs smoothly, Brutus confidently replied. It will be difficult to keep her in shape as the years go by, though. I have been told that the seniors who developed the Star Dancer have ceased further development. I'm sure you know what that means. Gloriana looked sad. I do. The honored mech designers must be busy with trying to come up with a mech that can turn the war around. They have no time to tinker with the Star Dancer. Ceasing active development meant that Brutus' expert mech would not be able to keep up with the times. There were very few possibilities for other mech designers to take over active development. VS and Gloriana and the other mech designers of the Larkinson clan were completely incapable of doing so. Perhaps Professor Benedict of the Cross clan might be able to perform some surface modifications and upgrades, but even he would have difficulty improving the work of other highly skilled mech designers. Brutus smiled. It's not a big deal. Didn't you want to replace my Star Dancer with an expert mech of your own design? I am confident that this opportunity will come. You're right. I already have the perfect expert mech in mind for you. As long as my husband and I have successfully designed some expert mech designs for his clan, we will definitely work with someone to provide you with a brand new machine that is blessed by the Superior Mother. There are plenty of good boys who are piloting mechs under the auspices of the Supreme, but none of them are as good as you. I will tell VS to make sure her mother recognizes you. If I have my way, the Superior Mother will recognize you as her second son. I do not dare to dream of this, Gloriana. The Superior Mother is the parent to every Hexer son and daughter. We cannot ask her to play favorites. I will do fine as long as I receive as much support as any well-meaning Hexer mech pilot. Oh, Brutus. You don't have to worry about that. VS is such a mama's boy that he has the ear of the Superior Mother. I won't let this opportunity pass. It would take a long time until Brutus gained a new expert mech, so this was not an acute issue. Before Gloriana ended the call, she asked one more question. How are the Glory Seekers adjusting to their new Valkyrie interceptors? Our mech pilots are doing fantastic, Venerable Brutus replied with a smile. Piloting a Valkyrie mech is a dream come true for them. Their glows are incomparable. Each of us, including me, have begun to pray in front of them in the mech stables and hangar bay. Even our commanding officer, Colonel Ariadne Woden, has begun to lead the prayer sessions. As devout followers of Hexism, How could the Woden personnel not worship the Superior Mother? Chapter 26:11, Made to Overcome. Noon had almost come. According to the standard clock, this was the time when the patriarchs of the Larkinson clan and the Cross clan addressed their own people. While Patriarch Reginald Cross already began to hold a domineering and impassioned speech in front of his subjects, Ves adopted a calmer approach at the beginning. Every Larkinson in the fleet stopped what they were doing and tuned into the broadcast. The entire spirit of Bentheim slowed down. Aside from allowing essential, automated processes to continue operating, everything else fell silent. On the sixth deck, Calabas stood in the center of the new observation department that was responsible for analyzing sensor readings and gathering intelligence. The spymaster had completely shed the heated emotions that she showed before. Her body and expression did not show an inkling of fury or resentment. She crossed her arms and smirked as she observed the projection of Ves standing generously on the bridge of his new flagship. "I did not bet on the wrong horse," she whispered. "Let's see how much further I can ride you, Ves." Aboard another ship called the Jason, the combat carrier that belonged exclusively to the Hall of Heroes became unprecedentedly calm as the expert pilots assigned to the vessel gathered their attendants. The bright companions, lost soldiers, and the radiant hoplites made for a mixed bunch. The bright companions stood rigidly behind Venerable Joshua Larkinson. The golden boy of the Larkinson clan exuded a vivid sense of life that made everyone want to become his friend. The members of the bright companions mostly consisted of avatar mech pilots who showed promise. Each of them were disciplined and well-behaved. "Our journey finally begins," Venerable Joshua excitingly spoke. "I will miss my home, but exploring the greater cosmos is too good to pass up. The Patriarch will definitely be able to bring us to the Red Ocean." The lost soldiers presented a very different impression. Venerable Devia Stark, the guest expert pilot of the Larkinson clan, applied different standards when selecting her own retainers. The mech pilots who caught her attention all originated from the living sentinels. While their skill and discipline may be lacking, each rifleman mech pilot unquestionably respected the woman who brought them into her squad. Venerable Devia glanced at the younger expert pilot with a vigilant expression. "That patriarch of yours isn't bringing us all to the Red Ocean out of the goodness of his heart. Let alone his motives, the dwarf galaxy itself is a place of peril. Have you even followed the news there? Fleets that are much stronger than ours vanish every day. Pioneers who have made much more preparation than us have died or fallen into ruin. We can't be afraid of taking chances." Another female voice rang throughout the compartment. "We are fighters. We shoot, smash, cut, and demolish any obstacle in our way. As long as we are strong enough, the Red Ocean will never take us down." Venerable Devia's strong but constrained force of will ceded ground as the third speaker's triumphant will expanded outward. The radiant hoplites all raised their fists to echo their leading figure. Venerable Rosa Orphan exuded plenty of confidence as she taunted Devia with her eyes. "You're not a Larkinson, so you don't fully understand what we're capable of. Our clan is special. Ves has continually pulled out one rabbit after another from his hat. If you fought alongside us in the Nixian Gap, you wouldn't say those words." Devia contemptuously raised her eyebrow. "You mean the string of battles where only 20% of the living Sentinel mech pilots made it back alive? Not everyone is cut out to be a soldier." The thoughtless remark instantly riled up the lost soldiers. Each of them were among the surviving Sentinel mech pilots who had managed to survive the Battle of Yulamos Citadel and the battle against the Abyss. They may have been part of the worst performing mech force in the campaign, but they could not tolerate this insult. Before the lost soldiers and the radiant hoplites descended into a brawl, a single elderly voice called everyone out. "Stop!" The mech pilots each backed down as Commandant Christoph Larkinson entered the compartment. Though the man was just a retired mech officer of the Mech Corps, the presence and authority he exuded surpassed the wills of the three expert pilots. In front of this old soldier, the younger and brasher mech pilots did not dare to stick their necks out anymore. The Commandant's eyes swept over everyone's face. He did not even spare the expert pilots from his judging gaze. Each of you are mech pilots. You have trained at least 12 years to become professionals that can be trusted to pilot immensely destructive war machines. I expect each of you to exercise better control over yourselves. You are not rambunctious children anymore. If you cannot rein in your impulses, then what gives you the right to pilot a mech? The head of the Hall of Heroes instantly shut everyone up. Even venerable Orphan lost her momentum. As the old man calmly walked up to the center of the hall, he crossed his arms behind his back and faced the broadcast projection with a stoic face. We are Larkinsons, he said. We are the successors of a line of honorable soldiers and mech pilots. Never forget where we came from. Even if we are leaving behind our ancestral home, we are still the same honorable warriors in our hearts. Direct your ire towards the enemies who wish to tear us down instead of your fellow comrades who may be saving your lives one day. His words completely extinguished any animosity between the lost soldiers and the radiant hoplites. Though they were very different mech pilots who shared very different ideas, at the end of the day they were supposed to fight together. Venerable Joshua looked particularly impressed at how the old commandant diffused the tension between the mech pilots. As a young expert pilot, he never succeeded in commanding the respect of the older expert pilots. Can I do that one day? He wondered. Elsewhere, Commander Casella Ingvar stood proudly in the command center of the steadfast vigil. The living sentinels each stood up from their stations as well and silently faced the projection of the broadcast without any irregularities. The expert candidate was very satisfied with what she saw. The sentinels had cleaned themselves up under her command. She instilled more discipline and order among the ranks in order to instill more pride in their identity. Chirp! Chirp! A yellow bird perched on her shoulder. Casella idly fed her pet with a seed. Hush, Mary. You can fly off later. Elsewhere, aboard one of the civilian ships of the Larkinson fleet, a group of sloppy and undisciplined-looking mech pilots along with mech technicians and other personnel gathered in a crowd. Director Riella Larkinson and Captain Vincent Ricklin stood at the front. When is this speech supposed to start? Vincent impatiently asked. His girlfriend smacked his arm. Shut up. It's starting right now. Hey, don't hit me. I am the preseason finalist of the Larkinson Dueling League. Is this how you treat a champion? You're not a champion. You got your butt hooped by a sore maiden, Riella sneered. I'm a gentleman, babe. I couldn't bring myself to hurt a girl. Excuses, excuses. Your Adonis Colossus simply can't handle an opposing mech that is more maneuverable and more ferocious than yours. I told you that it's not a proper dueling mech. Hey, look! The big boss is finally speaking now. Back on the bridge of the Spirit of Bentheim, Ves looked at the projection that depicted hundreds of second-class ships. The power he had at his beck and call far surpassed what he controlled just half a year ago. The task force he brought into the Nixian Gap would probably collapse after a single blow if it directly squared off against his current assets. Anyone who made this realization would feel confident. Ves was no different. He had the illusion that he could defeat the entire galaxy as long as his forces kept growing stronger. Though his mind told him that this growth could not be sustained, his imagination couldn't stop conjuring more ridiculous fantasies. He took a deep breath. He gripped the Larkinson mandate in his hand. Some of his delusions faded away as he drew strength from Goldie's warm and friendly presence. My fellow Larkinsons, he began as he took a few steps forward. We are on the cusp of embarking on the journey of our lives. Only a couple of years after the founding of our clan, we are ready to fulfill our first great endeavor. Lucky silently trailed after him as he paced, attracting attention from many people and pets. Each of you must be aware of how Task Force Predator fared in the Nixian Gap. While the losses we have suffered are regrettable, the sacrifices we have made are not in vain. We have learned from some very valuable lessons from the battles we have fought. Our mechs and ships are stronger, more modern and more capable of withstanding the perils of intergalactic travel. While it may not be the best decision to mention an old wound in the clan, Ves had a very good reason to bring up the recent tragedy. The Red Ocean is dangerous, he stated. So is the Milky Way, in fact. No matter where we venture, we are constantly at risk of getting attacked for one reason or another. This is especially the case when our clan and alliance are independent. There is no state or huge organization backing us up. While this affords us the freedom to travel wherever we want, we also have to accept the possibility of being surrounded by enemies. His grave words dampened the enthusiasm among the Larkinsons. The clansmen did not expect to hear such a solemn speech today. Don't you think that sounds familiar? Ves coyly smiled. The Nixian Gap is very similar to the Red Ocean. Think about it. Both regions are filled with dangerous elements. The authorities are largely absent, and the humans who roam this region are opportunistic robbers who won't hesitate to attack you if you show any weakness. Do not think that I am exaggerating. Remnant alien survivors are the least of our worries in the Red Ocean. The true danger comes from other humans. Too much publicity from the Red Ocean centered around the success stories. The news portals constantly gushed over lucky pioneers who managed to stumble upon a rich phase water deposit or a cache of alien tech. Hardly any journalist investigated the thousands of pioneers and fleets that had gone missing. Ves, who always regarded the Red Ocean with wariness, wanted to make sure his fellow clansmen didn't have the wrong idea. The Nixian Gap has allowed us to witness the worst of humanity. Do not think that the Nixian pirates are unique. I have seen the same kind of lawless bastards in the frontier beyond the border of human space. The dwarf galaxy we are heading towards is called another frontier, so do not think that the rules of civilized space apply to this uncontrollable region of space. A strong desire flowed through his body. Ves raised the book in his hands. That does not mean we will shy away from this challenge. Where there is danger, there is riches. Each frontier offers an abundance of opportunities to those who are brave enough to venture in it. Even if 9 out of 10 explorers may die in pursuit of these opportunities, I am confident that our Larkinson clan will be among the winners. The Larkinson mandate seemed to glow as Goldie resonated with his boundless confidence. Every clansman watching the broadcast felt a stirring in their hearts that could not be suppressed. Do you know why? Because we are Larkinsons! Ves exclaimed. This is all the answer you need. If you believe in our clan, then you must believe in our strength. No matter what adversity we face, we are made to overcome challenges. For the clan! For the clan! The clansmen roared throughout the fleet. Chapter 26:12 Goodbye, Hisneck. The Larkinson fleet adopted a standard formation as it rested in one of the long-range points close to Hisneck 6. Mechs that used to be on patrol began to fly back to their respective carriers now that the fleet was about to depart. The former Hexer combat carriers formed an oval formation around the fleet. Their relatively tough exteriors made them suitable for these positions. While the combat carriers weren't designed to serve as shields, they could play the role in an emergency. This was necessary in order to protect the more fragile vessels clustered in the interior of the formation. Various logistical ships, cargo ships, and civilian ships could not withstand as much damage as the combat carriers. Even though the second-class vessels were more than capable of withstanding attacks from third-class mechs, it was a different story if second-class enemies emerged. The Spirit of Bentheim occupied the center of the huge formation. Even though her defenses were far more comprehensive than that of the combat carriers, she was the heart and soul of the expeditionary fleet. The clan did not wish to risk any of her precious crew and production equipment. In the past month, the Spirit of Bentheim underwent a profound transformation. From the inside, many temporary Hexer crew members traveled back to the Hexadric hegemony. Thousands of Larkinson spacers took their place. Since the Spirit of Bentheim was the most crucial ship in the Larkinson fleet, only the most talented, experienced, and knowledgeable ship officers and ratings received the honor of serving aboard her. Fleet Coordinator Ophelia Cronin even transferred a number of experienced specialists from other vessels in order to make sure the ship would fall under the control of the Larkinsons. From the outside, the capital ship underwent a more drastic transformation. The port and starboard side of the vessel proudly displayed her name in huge, white letters. Anyone who observed the red-coated vessel would not be able to mistake her identity. Yet this was not the most drastic addition. The huge, six-sided capital ship used to feature a rather standard-looking prow. The Hexer shipyard that built the Spirit of Bentheim did not deviate from the customized ship design that the Larkinsons and Hexers had agreed upon. The prow of the factory's ship used to resemble a normal-looking wedge. It was as if the shipbuilders affixed a giant ram on the front of the vessel. Of course, the ram was absolutely not supposed to crash into other vessels. Even if the Spirit of Bentheim speared through the hull of another vessel, her internal structure simply couldn't withstand the enormous stresses unleashed upon impact. The only instance where ramming was a valid battle tactic was if the initiating side was prepared to sacrifice a ship. For these reasons, the prows of starships did not have to be optimized for ramming. Many subcapital ships adopted an aerodynamic profile in order to facilitate atmospheric flight. Of course, the ships did not need to be perfectly streamlined, as their immense propulsion and levitation power played a much greater role than any lift they could possibly generate. This was why most starships eschewed wings. In any case, the Spirit of Bentheim was not designed to land on a gravity well, so there was even less of a demand to make her aerodynamic. This allowed the Larkinson clan to spruce up the appearance of their first and only capital ship. The glory seekers, crossers, and the other natives and observers in the Synnax system witnessed an astonishing sight. A number of logistical vessels parked next to the Spirit of Bentheim and began to work on her prow. Precious, pre-processed alloy appeared from the bellies of various cargo vessels. The installation crews took these giants' blocks and support struts, and carefully affixed them onto the front of the factory ship. The true purpose of the V-shaped prow became evident now. The shape presented a very convenient platform for the alloys that the Larkinsons were piling up on the front of their flagship. In the span of several weeks, more and more dazzling alloys surrounded the original prow. Not a hint of the red-shaped wedge was visible as the Larkinsons slowly formed a very distinct shape with the gold-coated alloy blocks. It was only in the final days when the Spirit of Bentheim revealed her new prow. Tons and tons of gold-coated briar alloy stood out starkly against the red-coated hull. Hardly anyone who observed the new vessel could believe that the Larkinsons were extravagant enough to employ so many tons of valuable alloy to decorate the front of their factory ship. Briar alloy was more resilient than the bulk plating that armored the rest of the capital ship's hull. The Larkinson clan pretty much emptied its entire reserve of this valuable and precious alloy in order to complete this vanity project. The effect was obvious. Both Larkinsons and outsiders couldn't help but be impressed at the transformation. The Spirit of Bentheim gained a ferocious air as her prow displayed a magnificent representation of the golden cat's head. "Is that a lion?" "It's supposed to be a cat." "What?" A house cat? Are you sure? Most outside observers mistakenly thought they were looking at a lion. Only the Larkinsons and those who were familiar with them knew that it was actually a cat. No one understood the Larkinson clan's obsession with cats. Even its own allies considered it to be an eccentric quirk. Only the Larkinsons themselves knew better. The golden cat was more than just their symbol and mascot. The ancestral spirit actually existed, and she was present in every Larkinson's heart. As Ves had concluded his speech, he gazed at a projection that showed off the spirit of Benthime's gleaming golden prow. He felt inordinately pleased his flagship gained such a unique and eye-catching appearance. "It's too bad it's not alive," he muttered. If he had his way, he would have turned the immense cat head into a giant totem dedicated to Goldie. However, there was no way to accomplish this unless Ves manually fabricated all of the alloy blocks by hand. As far as he was aware of, only he possessed the capability to make spiritual energy-infused objects, or totems. Unlike mechs which drew strength from his mech designs, totems did not enjoy this convenience. Due to lack of time, he only fabricated a couple of alloy blocks in person. Their faint spiritual foundation wasn't enough to support Goldie's presence across the entire prow, but Ves hoped that might change one day. The sound of heels approaching broke him from his reverie. A pleasant scent began to tickle his nose. He did not even have to turn around to recognize who walked up to his side. "Humph." Gloriana adopted a skeptical expression. "I don't know where you got so much briar alloy. If I knew you could obtain such quantities with ease, I would have insisted on using them on our mechs. Do you realize how many Valkyrie mechs we could have upgraded with this stellar material? The effect of this prow is at least 10 times more shocking than fielding 100 briar alloy-clad mechs," Ves retorted. "Don't worry, Gloriana. I've already reserved enough briar alloy to clad the mechs of our expert pilots and expert candidates. That is sufficient for our purposes. Also, it is not as if the Benthime's upgraded prow is useless. Any mech who attacks our factory ship from the front will have a very hard time getting through all of that alloy." The two continued to argue a bit while their cats sat silently next to each other. "Meow." Lucky licked Clixie's ear. "Meow." The organic cat patted away the gem cat. After a short time, a new projection appeared in front of the miracle couple. Major Vril saluted to Ves before issuing his report. "Every ship in our expeditionary fleet is prepared to transition into FTL. We have just received word that the Glory Seeker fleet and the Crosser fleet are also prepared. The Barracuda and a number of other scout ships have already ventured ahead of us in order to give us advance warning of any irregularities at our emergence point." It was quite dangerous for a huge fleet to travel to other destinations in a huge gathering. In order to be safe, the Golden Skull Alliance already dispatched a number of fast and agile starships beforehand so that they could relay their observations back to the main fleet over the galactic net. Of course, it was also dangerous for scout ships to travel too far ahead. As long as any enemies were watching out for a vessel like the Barracuda, then they could receive advance warning of where the main fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance would arrive next. For this reason, the scout vessels only departed a few hours ahead of time. Right now, they were nowhere close to the first stop of the journey. "Have we left anything important behind?" Ves asked. The Major shook his head. "All our clansmen are accounted for. We are ready to transition at your command." "Very well. Please commence our FTL drives. Our grand expedition starts here." Hundreds of starships began to spool their FTL drives. After several moments, they disappeared from the material realm at a predetermined order. Combat vessels went first. Non-combat vessels went next. When the powerful spirit of Benthime warmed up one of her 3 heavy-duty FTL drives, Ves felt as if a very strong vibration ran throughout his body. From the slightly discomfited expressions of the bridge operators, he wasn't the only person who felt this way. A sensation that felt similar to a pop ran through everyone's body as the immense capital ship finally transitioned into FTL. The projections that displayed different views of the synapse system instantly disappeared. Nothing came in its place as the visual appearance of higher dimensional space technically didn't make sense to human eyes. A sense of hope and wonder swept over everyone aboard the Spirit of Bentheim. After so many months of preparation, they were finally setting off for the Red Ocean. Ves and Gloriana left the bridge and returned to their grand stateroom. Both of them looked excited as they thought about what they might encounter. So, Gloriana began as she held her cat. Our first destination is the Life Research Association, right? Correct. We need to beef up our biotech capabilities. I hope to hire a lot of doctors, geneticists, implant surgeons, and exobiologists. We still need to provide the survivors of the Nixian Gap campaign with a free set of augmentations. It's not going to be easy to hire the best biotech experts, VS. The researchers of the LRA are very content with their state. Do you know how many organizations like ours are recruiting highly skilled personnel over there? VS momentarily winced. I know it's going to be difficult to attract some of the more arrogant scientists, but our clan is not a regular organization. I am confident that our prestige and our recent accomplishments will attract some ambitious lifers. There has to be plenty of them who are willing to explore the Red Ocean with us. There are adventurous souls in every state. You may be right, but my point still stands. We can probably convince a lot of average doctors, but the best the LRA has to offer will not be swayed by ordinary promises. These accomplished elites have already established themselves in the upper hierarchy of their states. We need to adopt a specific approach to poach some of these top-tier researchers. The sooner we prepare a plan, the higher our chances of getting a top expert. VS slowed down his steps. Why are you so insistent on getting the best? These are exactly the kind of people I don't want to recruit. These people have too many ties to the LRA. They're also older and very set in their ways. With their strong intellect and mental development, it's impossible to guarantee their loyalty to our clan. I would rather recruit a bunch of younger talents and develop them step by step. That's not enough, she retorted. We need the best straight away. If you don't want to bother with this issue, then leave the planning to me. I will make sure we can enjoy the best of care once we leave Majestic Teal. Fine then. Chapter 2613, Chief Fabricators Ziva Victrix. The Golden Skull Alliance had finally departed from the synapse system. After the excitement surrounding the official start of the grand expedition had passed, the Larkinsons slowly went back to work. In the preceding weeks, they had already moved into their respective berths. While there were plenty of people who were still unaccustomed to living on a starship, at the very least they already managed to get over the initial adjustment periods. The Larkinsons stationed on the larger ships enjoyed more comfort compared to those stationed aboard the smaller vessels. Subcapital ships such as combat carriers and logistical ships devoted most of their room towards essential functions. While they offered at least some comfort in the form of decently sized crew quarters, they did not come close to the amenities offered by larger vessels. The crew and dependents assigned to the Spirit of Bentheim all felt lucky for being assigned to this great factory ship. The 1st and 12th decks became the favorite destinations of many off-duty clansmen. Those who sought peace and open space ventured into the gardens situated on the 1st deck. The Larkinsons who wanted to hang out and enjoy some fun visited the city within a ship on the 12th deck. Of course, the Spirit of Bentheim did not center around these recreational facilities. They were merely added to the ship in order to increase the productivity of the crew. The main purpose of a factory ship was to produce goods. Even though the Spirit of Bentheim spent most of her time in FTL travel, her production hall steadily churned out one mech after another. Lately, Spirit of Bentheim produced less Valkyrie mechs and more transcendent Punishers. In fact, the main reason why the ship's production department bothered to make the Valkyrie mechs at all was because they were relatively easier to make. Once more and more production crews became used to operating the GIA production lines, the production of transcendent Punishers picked up speed. By now, the Spirit of Bentheim already boasted a full complement of transcendent Punishers. There was a heavy artillery mech for all 80 bunkers, but that only applied to the flagship of the Larkinson clan. There were many other vessels whose bunkers were still empty. The Hexer-built combat carriers each boasted 3 to 6 bunkers depending on their ship class model. While this didn't sound very impressive, it was a very good way to increase the firepower of the Larkinson clan. The LMC had already stocked up an abundant amount of raw materials beforehand, so there was absolutely no worry of running out anytime soon. Many of the cargo ships traveling with the fleet were stuffed with expensive exotics and bulk materials. As VS dropped by the production decks one day, he became impressed by the immense amount of activity taking place within the halls. The GIA production lines consisted of a cluster of huge mech-sized production machines. Each of them generated an immense amount of heat as they performed various energy-intensive processes. Fortunately, the Spirit of Bentheim was a state-of-the-art Hexer factory ship. Some of the best Hexer shipwrights optimized the power supply and heat management systems of the capital ship. The highly regulated temperature did not rise above the most optimal level for the human physique. In the event of an accident, a large number of bots and automated disaster suppression systems would automatically kick in to contain any fires, lethal radiation, and other threats. VS met with the person in charge of all of the production halls. Just like Grand Captain Daria Maria Vrakin, there was no way an average person could possibly run such an immense operation. Every GIA production line cost billions of hex credits. Every production machine, from the 3D printer to the alloy compressor, was so insanely complex that some mech technicians would have to spend a lifetime to master all of their operations. Aside from VS and maybe Gloriana, there was no one else in the Larkinson clan who was qualified to oversee so many production operations. For this reason, the position was occupied by another Hexer trainer. Interim Chief Fabricator Ziva Victrix looked like a normal middle-aged woman. Yet behind this 70-ish-year-old woman's facade was a former mech designer who improved her fabrication and assembly skills to a level that the miracle couple could not even match. Despite being just an apprentice mech designer who failed to advance to journeyman, Ziva once accomplished the supreme honor of fabricating a masterwork mech. Such cases were rare but not unheard of. Each fabricator who earned a masterwork certificate was practically a national treasure to every state. VS had no idea why the Council of Matriarchs appointed such an accomplished fabricator as a humble trainer aboard the Spirit of Bentheim. The only reason why he didn't question this mystery any further was because he was very happy with Ziva Victrix's results. If not for her considerable expertise, the Spirit of Bentheim would have never been able to occupy all of her bunkers before the start of the grand expedition. Even so, there were limits to her abilities. Theoretically, a full crew of mech technicians, engineers, and low-ranking mech designers should be capable of outputting a transcendent Punisher within 48 hours. The older woman calmly explained. The GIA production line is one of the fastest and most efficient sets of production equipment of its kind in the hegemony. It is very good at putting together light mechs and heavy mechs alike. That said, the sequential production process that you insist on adopting means that it will take at least 72 hours to make a transcendent Punisher. In order to preserve as much spiritual foundation as possible, the production crews have to piece together the mechs one by one. The production halls were already set up for this approach, but the lack of intersection ruled out the use of more efficient approaches. As the two toured the production halls, VS remained nonchalant. I already explained to you why we cannot switch to batch processing. Every LMC mech is alive. You can think of it as a child. The production crew are effectively its parents. If you want the mech to possess a strong and vigorous life, then the production crews must care for it like a true baby. I'm not arguing against your approach. I have felt the difference myself, Ziva responded. You just have to be aware that we are wasting precious production capacity due to keeping most of our production machines idle. Right now, the average production times of the Transcendent Punisher model range from 4 to 5 days. There are some underperforming production crews that occasionally take even longer, but these are exceptions. How much time will it take to reduce that down to 3 days? Ves asked. Months. Years. Probably the latter, Ziva answered. I know you are impatient, but don't expect any quick results. Now that the production crews have gained some basic proficiency, it will take a lot more practice and study to achieve further gains. Every mech technician must devote a lot of time on self-study and constant repetition in order to develop a better feel for the production machines. He knew that she was right. While he wanted to fill up the bunkers of his combat carriers with as many Transcendent Punishers as possible, the Spirit of Bentheim had to churn out at least 350 mechs. This meant it would take about 3 months to complete this job. Hopefully, the Larkinson fleet wouldn't bump into any troublemakers during this time. Ves did not entirely feel comfortable leaving so many bunkers empty. Theoretically, the Larkinson clan could fill up the bunkers with rifleman mechs or other ranged mechs instead. However, the effect was marginal compared to inserting a heavy artillery mech that was specifically designed to leverage this form of protection. As Ves questioned Ziva about the various issues related to producing the Larkinson clan's exclusive heavy artillery mech, she mentioned a strange phenomenon. As these mechs get put together, their glows become increasingly more evident, she mentioned. Is there a problem with that, Chief? Our production crews should have received training on how to deal with glows. If any of the personnel cannot adjust to them, they are free to request reassignment. It's not that, sir. The truth is that some of the mech technicians have become enamored with the glow of this mech model. They have converted to the Ovanan faith. How much? Only a couple of dozen so far, Ziva replied. This is not a large amount considering that the production department consists of thousands of workers. I have examined the converted believers in question. They are all easily influenced and seek reassure, so it should not be surprising that they have embraced a new faith. Other Larkinsons should not be easily swayed. Ves grimaced. The effect is still there though. If our production lines are preoccupied with putting together Transcendent Punishers for 3 months straight, then I can easily imagine hundreds of workers following suit. Do you wish to alter our production schedule? If we start producing Valkyrie mechs again, the production crews will not be exposed to a singular glow. Will that entail slowing down the production of Transcendent Punishers? That will inevitably be the case. Ves sighed. Forget about it then. The Transcendent Punishers come first. Aside from our custom mechs, the Transcendent Punishers are our most powerful mechs. I don't feel comfortable with slowing down their production. The more Punishers we have, the better. As for converting more Larkinsons to the Ovanan faith, Ves didn't care too much about this problem. If these people were so gullible to fall for James' scam within 3 months of exposure, then they would have turned into a believer eventually. There was no saving these people. He carefully glanced at Ziva's expression as he made his decision. Do you disapprove, Chief? The Hexer fabricator did not reveal much emotion behind her professional mask. It is not my place to judge. I thought you Victrix Hexers looked down on boys the most in the hegemony. She coughed. Properly speaking, I have never aligned myself with the Victrix matriarchal dynasty. I am disgusted at the conduct of my fellow sisters. I have no part in it. Only mechs and machines interest me. Whether they are male or female, it doesn't matter. Ves blinked. You're the first hexer I've met that recognizes that mechs aren't divided by gender. Not even Gloriana is able to divorce herself from this assumption. Did you expect something different from me because of my last name? Well, the matriarchs are wiser than you think, Mr. Larkinson. They wouldn't have put me in charge of the production halls of this ship if I was unable to accept taking orders from a man. The Victrix matriarchal dynasty was one of the most distasteful factions in the hegemony. From what Ves heard about it, there were 7 women for every 3 boys among the Victrixes. All female couples were very common there. In fact, the family trees of a lot of hexers living in the territories of the Victrix dynasty did not mention a single boy over a stretch of several centuries. The less a family tree was tainted by boys, the more pure it was in the eyes of the Victrix dynasty. However, the poorer and more average hexers couldn't always afford the expensive medical procedures needed to develop a designer baby that inherited the genes of 2 female parents. Boys still played a role in their society, though their lot was very cruel. They received some of the heaviest repression imaginable in the hegemony. One of the most ridiculous ones by far was the fact that they were universally castrated before they hit puberty. Not a single boy living under the heel of the Victrixes was capable of reproducing naturally. Fortunately, this process was still reversible. As long as a female hexer submitted an application, the Victrix dynasty was willing to restore the reproductive function of a boy for a limited amount of time. It was too bad it never lasted. Chapter 2614, Hotel Bentheim. As the reality of the grand expedition settled in, a lot of Larkinsons became annoyed at the inconveniences of space travel. The time it took for the slowest FTL drive in the fleet to complete its cycle time determined how long the Golden Skull Alliance lingered in real space. Since none of the ships in the Pioneering Alliance was slow, that amounted to a wait time of just 6 hours. Once this break time was over, the fleet transitioned into FTL travel yet again, isolating each and individual starship from each other. As far as humanity was concerned, there was no way to transfer energy and matter from one starship to another in FTL. Even if they shifted into FTL travel while flying right next to each other, the workings of the higher dimensions was still a mystery to most people in the galaxy. There were rumors that the CFA and perhaps the MTA had managed to crack the secret to breaking this isolation phenomenon through the use of phase water. There were whispers of CFA war fleets forming some kind of bubble that allowed entire fleets to shelter under the protection of a battleship. There were even claims that these CFA war fleets were able to fight against other starships in FTL travel. Such possibilities were mind-boggling to space peasants. Ves did not believe he had any chance of accessing such incredible high technology. Most humans had to make do with regular FTL travel and all of the constraints that came with it. Still, what if phase water become more ubiquitous? What if this substance's amazing phasing properties lowered the barrier of waging warfare in other dimensions? Warfare might change forever. The Red Ocean might become more exciting and dangerous than Ves initially realized if this was the case. For now, Ves and the Larkinson clan did not concern themselves with these risks. They became much more occupied with dealing with the issues of extended isolation. Every starship turned into a solitary prison the moment they transitioned into FTL travel. Aside from being able to transmit and receive data over the galactic net, no physical transfer was possible. This annoyed a lot of Larkinsons at first. Many of the new recruits used to be planet-bound citizens who were accustomed to being able to travel wherever they liked. They may have signed up to the grand expedition, but they didn't actually expect the restrictions would be so bad. There is nothing fun to be had on this ship. Am I supposed to lie down in my cabin and play virtual games in my free hours? There's no room for sports on this cramped ship. The complaints rapidly flooded the clan administration. Those who served aboard smaller and more limited starships expressed much more dissatisfaction than those who were assigned to larger vessels. There are remarkably few crew members who are dissatisfied with serving aboard the Spirit of Bentheim, Gavin reported as he held his data pad. The larger the ship, the more livable she is, though there are many other variables as well. The point is that most of our starships aside from the Bentheim aren't really geared for permanent residency. The Hexer-built vessels were meant to be crewed by professionals on a short to medium-term basis. Ves held his daily briefing at his main office on the second deck. He had fallen in love with it soon after settling in. The interior looked stately, dignified and classy without going overboard. Though the decorations were rather bare for now, he had plenty of time to personalize his office further. For now, his main office did the job of making him feel powerful while impressive every guest he invited. We won't have these subcapital ships for long, Benny. We won't be making this oversight again. After a couple of years, we'll reach the Beyonder Gate and get rid of the Hexer castoffs. We'll invest in more livable starships once we reach the Red Ocean. Gavin looked a bit concerned. That sounds great, boss, but that doesn't address our short-term problems. Let's face it. Over half of our 50,000 clansmen are way in over their heads. They went directly from living on a normal planet to being forced to live inside a metal box that is flinging through space. It's starting to make people crazy, and this is just the first week. That sounded quite concerning. I'm just a mech designer. How am I supposed to solve this complex sociological problem? Just throw the problem at the Larkinson Assembly or the relevant experts in our clan. I don't care what they do. Just make sure our clansmen are able to acclimatize to their new living conditions. Gavin briefly looked at his data pad. The Larkinson Assembly has already begun to debate on this issue. The Assembly members came up with several proposals. One of them is to treat the Spirit of Bentheim as an ARC ship, at least until we get the genuine article. What? ARC ships are excellent living environments in space. That's why they are built. They are the best solution that people have come up with to solve the livability problems we are talking about. The issue is that ARC ships aren't very productive in itself. You still need people crewing your combat carriers, logistical ships, and so on. What usually happens is that the fleet sets up a rotation. A crew member must serve on a functional starship for 3 weeks straight before being allowed to relax on an ARC ship for a single week. Something like that. If the crew member has a family, then the spouse and kids may be permanently living aboard the ARC ship as well. Ves was not unfamiliar with this rotating schedule. While it had its issues, it was a proven way to de-stress crew members serving aboard smaller vessels. There was a problem, though. We don't have an ARC ship. We may have New Durham aboard the Spirit of Bentheim, but that is just a single deck. The city erected on the 12th deck had become more and more popular. Even Ves liked to drop by every now and then due to its dynamic scene. A single deck on a capital ship is enough, boss. Gavin shook his head. If you are willing to add more berths to the 39th and 40th decks, we can accommodate a lot more off-duty personnel. It would be like turning a small portion of our factory ship into a cruise ship or a secondary home. One of the problems we are facing is that the families of the crew members assigned to other ships don't have it easy over there. It's a lot better if we allow the kids to live on an ARC ship or the closest alternative so they can socialize with each other and enjoy a more normal upbringing. Ves did not like this suggestion. This is a huge security risk. If tens of thousands of Larkinsons start rotating in and out of our very important and very strategic factory ship, the possibility that someone or something will sneak into our production halls or design labs becomes a lot higher. While I trust our clansmen not to do anything stupid, it's very hard to ensure compliance. The monitoring system on the spirit of Bentheim was comprehensive, but not infallible. Even VS could pull off a couple of tricks to fool some of its sensors. Lucky could practically run rings around it if he wished. Gavin insisted on this option, though. I highly recommend you keep an open mind. Our fleet simply doesn't have another ship aside from the Bentheim that can fill this void. If you truly trust your clansmen, then please allow them to move over their families if they have any and let them rotate here on a monthly basis. This is the best option we have to maintain everyone's quality of living. You care quite a lot about this issue, it seems. I haven't heard you advocate for something this strong in quite some time, Benny. The assistant looked indignant. Hey, just because I enjoy the privilege of working and living on the Bentheim doesn't mean I am blind to what is taking place on other ships. I get in touch with a lot of different people due to my job. I get told a lot of stuff. From what I am hearing, we truly need to address this issue. VS thought about it, and felt that Gavin may have a point. Let me just say that I am open to solutions. I don't want the spirit of Bentheim into a hotel or a holiday retreat, though. I will allow rotations to take place as long as there aren't too many movements. I'll tell the Larkinson Assembly the good news. You do that. Is there any other item on the agenda? Yes, boss. Do you remember the female Larkinson seeds you sent off to study in the hegemony? Oh, you mean Rennie and Maisie and Larkinson? Yeah. The two young ladies were supposed to return to Hisneck before we began our journey, but they met with some delays. The deteriorating war conditions along with some navigational issues caused them to arrive a bit too late. The courier vessel that has brought them to the Sentinel Kingdom will catch up with us at our destination. Oh. Okay then. Now that the Larkinson clan was leaving for the Red Ocean, it didn't make much sense to leave Rennie and Maisie in behind. While VS wanted them to enjoy an orthodox, systematic education, it was impossible for the pair of aspiring mech designers to return to the clan once the expeditionary fleet passed through a Beyonder gate. In addition, the latest developments of the Komodo War meant that the Hexers weren't so confident in winning anymore. In the event they lost, Hippolyta War College and every other Hexer university would lose their foundations. The two female Larkinson seeds might not be able to finish their studies and earn their diplomas if the Friday men achieved a breakthrough. VS simply couldn't let the two young women run for their lives like a pair of homeless dogs. It's a shame for them to interrupt their schooling. Gavin sympathized with the two women. Even though I only studied at a rural university on Cloudy Curtain, I enjoyed my college days. In hindsight, I shouldn't have sent the girls out. I never expected the Nixian Gap campaign to deliver so many Larkinson merits in my pockets at once, allowing me to accelerate my schedule. Oh well. I'll just take them back and teach them just like Michael and Xanther. He didn't expect too many problems with this. While he didn't spend a lot of time tutoring his male students, they didn't need any hand-holding. They were smart and motivated enough to work towards the goals that VS had set. Don't expect the returning pair of students to be the same, Gavin cautiously warned. Rennie and Maisie attended Hippolyta War College for 2 full semesters. From what I have heard, they had difficulties integrating in the strict Hexer school in the beginning, but that soon changed once you released the Blessed Squire and the Valkyrie Redeemer. Are you saying? I don't know, boss, but you know how Hexers are. Just take into account that they might prefer to study under Gloriana instead. Great. Well, the Larkinson seeds were no longer as important to VS and the clan as before. Previously, the 4 represented the best and brightest mech students the old Larkinson family could muster. Now, the Larkinson clan could easily foist hundreds of mech design seeds on his lap. VS didn't want to work himself to death, though. He only wanted to mentor the most promising and worthwhile students. For now, the Larkinson clan was still in the process of sorting out its schooling system. With all of the kids and teenagers running around across the fleet, it was imperative to set up internal schools and mech academies. It was also vital to set up a proper university of higher education in order to raise the clan's future engineers, mech designers, managers, and starship captains. This was an immense endeavor that could not be rushed. Chapter 26:15 Education Plan. The Larkinson Assembly was the primary legislative body of the Larkinson clan. There was no way they neglected the issues of educating the next generations of Larkinsons. Instead of reading through some boring acts and proposals that were filled with incomprehensible legalese, Ves decided to call the Speaker of the Assembly. The physical projection of Owen Larkinson appeared in the clan patriarch's main office. Nice office. It looks quite imposing. Thanks. It's supposed to have that effect. They chatted a bit. Speaker Owen Larkinson didn't have it easy. His workload constantly increased as the clan continued to expand. He had to delegate more and more work to committees led by committee chairmen. While this meant that the latter gained a lot more power and influence, it was the only way to keep up with the expanding scope of the clan. The committee chairmen are all oldsters like myself. For now, we are all on the same page, so don't worry about any of them running wild. Owen reassured Ves. I can't say this will remain the same over time. Once we are too old to exercise our duties, our successors may harbor some different ideas on how to run our affairs. As our clan continues to grow bigger, the interests get bigger as well. The Larkinson Assembly won't be as cordial and tranquil as before. Ves briefly frowned. Are you saying that the Assembly will be split up into factions? That is already the case from day one, Ves. It just wasn't very obvious because we used to be too small to argue about anything important. Your influence was too great as well. Now, the clan has grown a lot bigger. Benjamin Larkinson's brother nodded. Indeed. The direct control that you or any other Larkinson can exert over the clan has dropped as the clan kept growing. While you can still change the course of the clan, I doubt you are willing or able to sort out the growing number of dossiers. That's fine with me. There is no need for me to be in charge of everything. I just wanted to check up on the Assembly's plans with regards to schooling. We can't keep recruiting capable mech designers, engineers, and other professions. We need to bring them up from within. Owen immediately knew what Ves wanted to know. Let me send you some documents. Ves quickly received some proposals. For now, the Larkinsons only managed to establish some primary schools. The clan was still in the process of setting up some secondary schools, the first of which would be founding in New Durham. How are the teenagers in our clan getting by if we haven't set up a single high school? The kids are not slacking off at home if that is what you're afraid of. For now, we have enrolled them into renowned virtual schools. While the boys and girls are getting quality second-class education, their curriculum is very neutral. Virtual schooling was not any worse than physical schooling these days. Projection technology was so advanced that it was easy to give students the illusion of attending a physical school. Advanced testing, monitoring, and progress trackers ensured that each student kept up their studies and achieved the expected results. A lot of good virtual schools were especially geared to educating kids stuck on starships. However, virtual schools weren't perfect. We need to set up the remaining educational institutions as soon as possible, Ves urged. Socialization is important, so it is best to force the younger generation to gather at physical schools. We also need to exert greater control over the curriculum in order to shape their ideologies. That is what the proposals are for. Depending on the budget, we can set up a range of different institutions. Ves took another look at the documents that Speaker Owen sent. The main proposal called for the formation of multiple primary and secondary schools on every capital ship. He had no problem with this. While the Larkinson clan currently didn't have a lot of children, that would definitely change. What was more noteworthy was the intention to set up multiple universities. Why do we need more universities? Ves grew confused. It's not a priority in the beginning, but it will make sense in the future, Overin confidently replied. In short, we want to set up universities on several different capital ships in order to establish superior work and learning environments. For example, the Larkinson University of Technology that is supposed to be based inside the Spirit of Bentheim should offer programs related to technical professions. Ves widened his eyes. I see now. Our future engineers and mech designers can easily drop by the production halls in order to gain some practical experience. Once they graduate, they can immediately get going without requiring too much training. The Spirit of Bentheim offers so many different technical facilities that it is practically a dream to set up a technical university on this ship. There is another benefit, Overin added. The technical university can make use of the mech designers, engineers, chief technicians and other skilled personnel as part-time professors or lecturers. Since this is all taking place on the same ship, the barriers aren't significant. This was a compelling idea. Ves could already imagine the Larkinson University of Technology once it got going. He could easily assign any assistant mech designer to teach some courses over there. Perhaps Ves might hold some classes himself in order to shape the next generation of mech designers in the clan. The students would also be able to gain plenty of practical experience by interning at the design labs or the production halls. And this was just the case for mech designers. There were lots of other vital professions that would also benefit from these synergies. The speaker of the Larkinson Assembly continued speaking. Once we obtain other capital ships, we can establish other specialized institutions. For example, a fleet carrier is a good site for a naval academy to supply more spacers to our fleet. We can also set up our mech academy here to provide more opportunities for our mech cadets to pilot physical mechs. The proposal mentioned other possibilities. For example, a research ship was the perfect location for a science and biotech university. Future doctors, exobiologists, physicists, and so on would be able to learn from and work alongside the established researchers working on the research vessel. An ARC ship, on the other hand, was a good site for a humanities and arts-focused institution. The Larkinson clan did not entirely consist of mech designers and spacers. Ves wanted his clan to become more rounded, so it was essential to raise a lot of managers, economists, musicians, artists, and other miscellaneous personnel. Naturally, setting up all of these universities couldn't be accomplished in a single month or year. The Larkinson clan still needed to acquire the necessary capital ship. The universities also had to be staffed with professors, managers, counselors, and other necessary personnel. This wasn't something that Ves could handle. For someone who possessed no significant education background at all of these plans went right over his head. He believed the rest of the clan would be able to get this done. I support this initiative. Ves voiced his approval. While it is a bit overboard to set up so many universities so quickly, it is best to prepare the infrastructure as soon as possible. Once we have 5 times as many clansmen in our fleet, we need to accommodate a lot of students. He was very happy with this comprehensive plan. While the Larkinson Assembly still needed to hammer out the details, now that Ves offered his support, he was certain the Assembly members would deliver something soon. They continued to talk about other serious matters before the conversation turned personal. The two were family. While they weren't particularly close, Overin was still V's great-uncle. You look older, Ves remarked. Heh. Everyone grows older, Ves. I'm not that young to begin with. You don't need to be concerned about my health. Even though I'm a former mech pilot, I still have enough years left to leave behind a good foundation for our clan. It's the least I can do. If I can't do it, then the other old fogies in the assembly will pick up my work. What if there aren't any old fogies left? Then the next generation takes over, Ovrin answered without any concern. This is an inevitability. While we old fogies are largely in charge right now, the future rests in the hands of you younger folk. Ves frowned. I'm concerned the next generation won't be as restrained. The original Larkinson elders adopted a restrained and cautious approach. They set up the necessary institutions and passed the necessary bills, but did not try to redefine the clan. The Larkinson elders weren't politicians by nature, so they did not pursue any extreme or controversial agendas. Ovrin explained the overall objective of the oldsters in the assembly. We try to maintain as much stability as possible. We are already growing very quickly. The last thing we need is to destabilize the clan even further by passing controversial initiatives that will please one half of the clan while completely riling up the other half of the clan. Instead of tearing the clan apart, we need to unify it even further. Some clansmen think that we aren't doing enough, but we don't think that is bad. By doing nothing, we aren't rocking the boat. We are trying to buy enough time to allow our institutions to grow up and turn into the supporting pillars of the clan. If we implement too many changes, those vital institutions won't be able to stand up for themselves. The Larkinson clan was turning more and more into a state. That meant that Ves and the other leaders had to make sure its institutions became strong enough to support the functions of a state. This meant that once the next generation of assembly members came into power, they could pursue bolder agendas without tearing the clan apart. Ves could also foresee the rise of factions. As long as any group of people gathered together, disagreements always followed. When one group of people with similar opinions gathered together, it was natural for them to gather around a leader and present a strong front in order to push their demands. If one group could do so, others could do so as well. For now, the political divisions within the Larkinson clan were still too murky to determine what kind of factions might arise. Ves wasn't really interested in these squabbling tribes. He was only interested in pursuing his own agenda. How is the Larkinson family? Ves asked. I've been too busy with clan affairs and mech design projects lately. They're doing well enough. It's a pity that they have traveled deeper into Vicious Mountain. Our detour through the star sector will only cause our fleet to pass through the periphery. There is no possibility of intersection between our two fleets. That's a shame. What is Uncle Ark up to these days? Ovrin shrugged. I'm not sure. He has been in retreat as of late. For now, Benjamin and other Larkinson elders are handling the daily affairs of the family. We have heard that they are in the process of negotiating with a number of the tribes and clans of the Garland Empire. The Garlanders appear to be very interested in sheltering or integrating the Larkinson family. I believe the success of our clan has a lot to do with that. I hope we can continue to do well. Perhaps one day, the Larkinson family will be the ones to support our clan. Ha! That's funny, granduncle, but that will never happen. Ves amusingly chuckled. He had already written off the Larkinson family. Though Ark was a good man and an inspirational leader, he didn't have much ambition. The family just wanted to serve another state like before. Chapter 26:16 Returning Girls. The Golden Skull Alliance had already left the Sentinel Kingdom. The combined fleet passed through a number of random star systems in other states, as it slowly made its way to the Komodo-Vicious Mountain border. At one of these stops, the ships of the Glory Seekers, Larkinson Clan and Cross Clan just transitioned out of FTL travel. Thousands of mechs quickly emerged from the carriers in order to set up patrols. The starships all converged together in order to correct for the drift that occurred during their traversal. A corvette that was already parked in the star system instantly approached the arriving fleet. The unknown vessel initially aroused a lot of vigilance from the fleet, but soon it became evident that the corvette belonged to Hexers. After some quick communication, the Larkinson fleet invited the corvette to approach the Spirit of Bentheim. The vessel was only 100 meters long. Along with her narrow hull, practically every other starship in the Larkinson fleet looked like a giant in comparison to this tiny courier vessel. The Hexer corvette was not allowed to dock with the Spirit of Bentheim. Who knew if the ship was secretly packed with explosives or something? Instead, the factory ship dispatched a shuttle that briefly mated with the Hexer vessel's passenger hatch. Soon enough, the shuttle returned to the Spirit of Bentheim. Once the vehicle docked in the hangar bay, a number of Larkinsons dropped by in order to meet some returning people. Meow. Lucky curiously looked at the shuttle as Michael held the cat in his arms. Are you looking forward to seeing Maisie and Rennie again? Michael asked. Meow. I wonder if they have become smarter than us. Xantha wondered. We need to show them that our teacher has taught us well. As Michael and Xantha shared their guesses, Ves calmly waited for the other two Larkinson seeds to emerge from the shuttle. Even though the Larkinson seeds weren't as important anymore, Ves had still accepted the responsibility of turning them into qualified mech designers. Every mech designer had a responsibility to teach the next generation. This custom was so ingrained in the mech industry that not even Ves wanted to defy this tradition. While teaching others took up precious time, he gained plenty of benefits along the way. In the future, he would definitely step up his teaching. He might even get involved in the Larkinson University of Technology in order to disseminate some of his ideas. That was not going to happen anytime soon, though. For now, it was already sufficient to provide one-on-one teaching or just make use of virtual schools. They're coming! The hatch finally slid open. Two women floated out and landed on the deck of the hangar bay. A strange silence swept in the area. The two young men studied the women carefully. Due to the latter's strict learning environment, Maisie and Rennie weren't able to correspond very often with their families. All four Larkinson seeds had changed over the course of a year. The men had grown taller, though they still hadn't shed all of the traces of their youth. The main change lay in their demeanor. Ever since Ves guided Michael into discovering his main passion, the young man had become more driven. Michael spent a lot of time brushing up his knowledge on programming and artificial intelligences. While he hadn't accrued enough expertise to speak with authority on these subjects, he seemed less like a mech design student and more like an actual mech designer, as of late. Xantha's transformation was not as drastic. His interest in heavy firepower was not as unique and exciting. Nonetheless, his studies had definitely kept a pace. No matter if it was kinetic weapons, energy weapons, or missiles, Xantha had gained a lot of insight in heavy guns. What particularly helped his progress was the release of the Transcendent Punishers. The heavy artillery mech was practically perfect for Xantha. The student frequently visited the mech stables where the Transcendent Punishers were stowed. Ves didn't actually know what he actually did over there, but it was fine as long as Xantha kept up his progress. Hello, boys. Maisie greeted. The two girls seemed to have enjoyed a growth spurt. They had grown significantly taller, so much so that Ves actually suspected they had undergone a Hexer procedure to raise their height. That was not the extent of their physical changes. Though their sharp and militaristic Hippolyta uniforms did not show off their physique, Ves could tell that they were a lot more athletic than before. It appeared the two girls also went through a lot of physical training, which was not typical for a mech design program. Yet the biggest change was not how they looked, but how they acted. Even though Maisie and Rennie hadn't spoken any other words, their stiff postures, confident body language, and judging stares reminded Ves uncomfortably of his wife and other Hexers. Was he greeting a pair of Larkinsons or a pair Hexers today? As Michael and Xantha lost their voices, Ves stepped in to take over the greeting. Welcome back to the Larkinson clan, girls. I wish you would have been able to attend Hippolyta longer, but. Both girls instantly loosened up a bit and bowed in front of Ves. It's okay, sir, Mazian said. Our professors recommended us to go back as well. If the Friday man ever manages to cross over into the hegemony, our safety can't be guaranteed. Your mech models inflicted so much damage on our enemies that they might aim to kidnap us. It was better for us to leave. Have you made any plans or arrangements with regards to your future studies? Rennie nodded. Hippolyta already placed us into a virtual class. Our professors also got in touch with Miss Gloriana. She promised to supplement our program with practical lessons and hands-on learning. Ves did not expect to hear that. While he and his wife didn't discuss everything, she should have told him about this beforehand. Oh, I see, he replied. I guess that is the best way to ensure continuity in your studies. It's too abrupt for the two of you to quit your orthodox education when you are already immersed in it for a year. We're happy to continue our studies with the professors at Hippolyta. Gloriana has also earned their approval to take over some of their lessons. We don't need any other arrangements. That's good to hear, Ves awkwardly replied. His plan to take over their study programs died in his mind. It seemed that Ves didn't get to raise them into qualified mech designers anymore. Well, it wasn't a big deal. If others already took care of Mazian and Rennie, Ves wouldn't have to split up his teaching time among too many students. Well, Xanther and Michael can bring you to your new quarters. Since you are still students, you have been assigned to the lower accommodation decks. It's enough, Rennie spoke. Since it didn't appear that Ves would become their mentors, he figured that he wasn't needed here anymore. Well, I have to get back to the design lab. I hope you enjoy your stay aboard this ship. As Ves turned around and left, the four Larkinson seeds awkwardly faced each other. Lead the way. Okay. This way, please. A bot carrying luggage floated out of the shuttle and followed behind the two girls. After Mazian and Rennie made sure they hadn't left anything behind, they prodded the boys to move. As the foursome exited the hangar bay and slowly made their way down the lower accommodation decks, the boys began to ask some questions. How is Hippolyta? It's strict but fair. Our professors pushed us as hard as we could, but we never let them down. Was it hard being a foreigner over there? It was at first. As I've already said, it got easier once our clan patriarch helped the Hex army. Our classmates had begun to admire us in our second semester. It didn't matter that we used to be third-raters. Rennie strode closer to Michael and patted his shoulder. Hand him over. Huh! Lucky. Hand him over. It would have been one thing if Rennie asked politely, but Michael was affronted by her commanding tone. I'm in charge of him right now. Meow? Lucky looked confused. Instead of arguing with him further, Rennie swept forward and wrenched apart his arms. As soon as Michael's grip loosened, the female mech design student instantly swept Lucky's body and dragged him away. Hey! He's mine! Not anymore. Rennie harumphed as she cuddled the befuddled gem cat against her chest. Lucky is too cute to leave in your brutish hands. Who are you calling brute? Did those hexers brainwash you or something? Don't talk nonsense, Michael. We're still Larkinsons. We just gained more confidence as women. Attitudes quickly worsened. Michael and Xanther quickly learned that Mazian and Rennie were very different women now. Hippolyta had taught them more than how to design mechs. Give Lucky back! Haha! No way! You're too weak! The Larkinson seeds didn't even make it to the lower accommodation decks. they descended into a chaotic wrestling match. By the time the security officers responded to an alert, they had to pry Maisie, Anne, and Rennie from the beaten boys. Throughout the tussle, Lucky phased out of Rennie's shoulders and floated to the side. His tail aimlessly flicked back and forth as he looked at the impromptu wrestle match in confusion. Meow! As this small incident took place, Ves did not return to the design lab immediately. Instead, he veered off to his personal workshop, otherwise known as his man cave. When Ves entered his personal working space, he lamented the lack of personalization. Due to his design work, he hadn't been able to spend much time in his workshop as he liked. He hadn't even touched his Alkyne 3D printer. Hopefully, that was about to change. As Ves looked around, he already planned to bring in some additions. For now, he had more immediate concerns to deal with. As he strode forward to the assembly system, he viewed the mech that had just been brought into place. The Quint was one of his most spiritually developed mechs. Only the Devil Tiger and the Shield of Samar topped it in terms of spiritual development. Soon enough, Ves felt a very harmonious force of will approaching from the other side. Venerable Joshua Larkinson walked up to Ves and opened his arms for a friendly hug. Patriarch! You've come! Good! As the two men shared a brief hug, they separated and directed their gaze to the Quint. Sir, if I may ask, why did you order us to transfer the Quint to this workshop? I'd like to perform an experiment. Maybe several, Ves answered. Venerable Joshua looked uncertain. Is it necessary to experiment on the Quint? It's working fine so far. While it is not entirely a second-class mech, its upgrades have made it quite competitive. The armor is especially good. It had better be, considering that it was made out of unending alloy. Ves sighed. The Quint is one of the toughest mechs we have, but its offensive strength is too weak. Unless we replace its entire internal architecture, it won't be able to keep up against other second-class mechs. I think it's time to repurpose the Quint. I intend to reassign this mech and hand it over to another expert candidate. Oh. Joshua's mood lowered. That makes sense. I will miss piloting the Quint, but if it will help another clansman, then I guess it's for the best. Cheer up, Joshua. Ves patted his shoulder. I've designed several second-class mechs that you might be interested in piloting. Joshua looked up in realization. Will you allow me to pilot the Transcendent Punisher? That's not exactly what I have in mind. A mech pilot as talented as you will fare much better with a mobile mech. I'd like to perform another experiment. Tell me, are you interested in piloting a Hexer mech? Chapter 26:17 Augmentation Contract. Aside from designing mechs, Ves could strengthen the Larkinson clan in other ways. While his recent priorities left him too busy to spend his time on other priorities, his mech design projects had finally reached an advanced stage. Ves, Gloriana, and Juliet had already settled all of the difficult design choices. All 6 mech designs currently under development became functionally complete to the point where it became viable to fabricate some prototypes. At this stage, the role of journeyman was not as crucial anymore. Ves could simply assign some design teams to borrow a production line to fabricate a prototype before testing it whenever the fleet transitioned out of FTL travel. Ves only needed to return to the design lab once the prototype testing sessions yielded the necessary hard data. That was when he needed to comb through all of the solid proof in order to derive solutions to the problems the simulations had overlooked. If his assistants became more competent, then Ves didn't even need to spend much time on optimizing a mech design through this method. He could simply set an overall direction and let the design teams perform lots of calculations and simulate a lot of different outcomes to obtain a solution. They weren't here yet, though, but Ves was hopeful his assistant mech designers would catch up once they obtained some augments. The Braves who took part in the Nixian Gap campaign could technically redeem a set of free second-class augments straight away, but each of them chose to keep this option in reserve. Not a single mech designer was stupid. They knew that the opportunity to upgrade their genes and to integrate their brains with cranial implants was an irreversible choice. While the gene mod templates and implant models offered by the Larkinson Biotech Institute were pretty decent, they were not considered high-end. Those who upgraded earlier gained an immediate boost in capabilities. This would allow them to upgrade their productivity by several times, thereby allowing them to earn much more Larkinson merits. However, in the future, their rash choice to settle for mediocre augments would likely bite them in the butt. Any colleague who waited patiently and obtained better augments would eventually overtake the early birds. Of course, mech designers shouldn't delay their augmentation too long. Once they turn middle age or older, they already passed through the time where they could have developed rapidly. They also had less time to make use of their augmented capabilities. What was even more important was that the design department wouldn't be able to squeeze as much work out of these slowpokes. Therefore, every mech designer working for the design department had to make their own judgment about the right time to augment themselves. Every assistant currently knew that the Golden Skull Alliance was heading for the Life Research Association to recruit some augmentation specialists. Therefore, choosing to augment themselves now was too premature. We should wait a couple of years until the new augmentation experts have settled down. A couple of years? We should wait at least a decade. Our clan will be much richer at that time. We'll also be in the Red Ocean where we have access to much better tech. A decade is too long. We'll be in our 40s and still be stuck as assistants. It's not as if extra genes and a brain chip can turn you into a journeyman. There is much more to it than that. The design team vigorously discussed this issue. More and more assistants became convinced they needed to wait until the Larkinson clan found its footing in the Red Ocean before they chose to augment themselves. Some were even willing to wait 15 or 20 years in order to ensure they obtained the very best the clan had to offer at that time. Suffice to say, this was a huge delay, not just to the mech designers in question, but also to the design department. Ves did not want to see his assistants remain stuck at their baseline human levels for 2 whole decades. He discussed the problem with Gloriana when they returned to their grand stateroom in the evening. Meow. Lucky, who had finished another shift as Calabas sniffer, plopped tiredly on Gloriana's lap. Meow. Clixie, who wanted to settle on Gloriana's lap as well, angrily pushed Lucky's body away before claiming the prized spot herself. Meow? Before Lucky could push Clixie out of the perch he claimed, a different cat squashed onto his back. Naya. Goldie knew that it wasn't proper for her to materialize in the view of others, but she had less qualms about showing up in Ves and Gloriana's personal home. The monitoring system here was completely closed, and the bodyguards such as Nita and the rest were all trustworthy. In fact, Ves didn't have to obfuscate Goldie's existence anymore. It was easy to mistake her as a personal avatar. Seeing that their cats were having fun, Ves summoned Beagle through his comm. The electronic cat instantly appeared into existence. Mew. The other 3 cats instantly froze and stared. Meow. Naya? Meow. Before a jealous Lucky could swipe his claws at the latest cat, Ves issued a warning. Stop that! Beagle is here to stay. Get along with him, or else! Now that Lucky, Clixie and Goldie became preoccupied with Beagle, Ves turned back to his wife and continued to explain his concerns. The majority of our braves and erudites lack meaningful augmentations. Their productivity is too low as a result. I want to encourage them to augment themselves as soon as possible. Each year that passes while they remain pure is another year that passes where they can only perform a tenth of the work they can accomplish if they are brought up to a better standard. Gloriana frowned a bit. You can't force our assistants to make this choice sooner. To us, it's not a big deal if they settle for cheaper and lower performing genes and implants. In a couple of decades, we can recruit another batch of assistants and foist higher performing augments on them. Yet the obvious disparity in performance will upset many of our older mech designers. They aren't objects, Ves. They're people. If they have a choice, they don't want to ruin their future prospects for an immediate boost. We're not ruining their future, Ves retorted. Newer gene mod templates and implants are released every day. Technology is constantly advancing forward. My Archimedes Rebel implant is in fact several centuries out of date compared to the implant models the CFA currently have access to. While I am upset about the fact that I missed out on those fancy toys, I simply don't have the qualifications to obtain them. I chose the lesser of two evils and improved my productivity to such a degree that I can design more mechs and progress my design philosophy much faster than before. This is a worthwhile result. His words did not manage to convince his wife. That's easy for you to say. You don't need to put yourself down. Even I envy your Archimedes Rebel sometimes. The amount of data you can store in your mind is ridiculous. While my Arresto 015 is much more geared towards mech design, it's already out of date. The Arresto 016 implant model has already come out a few months ago. Do you know how that makes me feel? Technology was inherently in flux. People always wanted more. Better and better products came out all the time. Ves was not surprised to hear about the release of the Arresto 016. If not for the fact that Tito Biosystems' current product catalog did not feature anything directly comparable to their ancient Archimedes Rebel model, even Ves would feel frustrated about the fact that a portion of him was becoming obsolete. They turned back to the issue regarding their assistants. After a bit of thinking, Gloriana came up with a suggestion. It's in our best interest if our assistants augment themselves quickly. While our design department will benefit if they obtain better augments, it's more important that they obtain them quickly. This had to do with the law of diminishing returns. When the performance of an implant was already good, a model that was only 20% better might cost at least 10 times as much. The ludicrous aspect about this phenomenon was that this pattern continued all the way to the top segment of the implant market. The implants utilized by the Big Two and the first-rate states were unimaginably huge, but their effective performance was not insanely better than second-class implants. Therefore, from the perspective of a state or organization, it was much more worthwhile to buy affordable products in bulk. Yet Gloriana recognized that individuals didn't see it that way. Our assistants don't care too much about achieving the best price-to-performance ratio. A good set of genes and implants directly affects their future accomplishments. To them, it is very much worth it to pay 100 times the price of a normal offering in order to obtain an augment that performs twice as good. As far as they are concerned, the benefits they receive as a result of their choice will definitely pay off in the later stages. That sounds good, but they can't afford it, Ves noted. They'll have to work at least a couple of decades before they can obtain these high-end augments, and that brings us back to our problem. Isn't the solution obvious, then? If our assistants can't afford better augments, why don't we subsidize them? It will be expensive for us, but it will pay off in the end considering the assistants will pass on the benefits back to us. It's no different from investing in better hardware. If you are concerned about getting taken advantage of, then offer them a deal, she continued. Back in the hegemony, this is not an unusual practice among some of the mech companies and design studios that I have gotten in touch with. Regular Hexer mech designers can't afford an implant like my Arresto 015, but they can obtain something that is almost just as good by signing a contract with their employers. That sounded interesting to VS. What do these contracts stipulate? Oh, the usual. The employer promises to invest in the mech designer. In return, the mech designer gives up some rights and agrees to work for the employer on a long-term basis. The mech designer herself may not be valuable when they sign a contract, but once she has improved, she can continually deliver a lot of benefits to her employer. In the end, the latter will earn a lot of profit from this transaction, but it's okay, because the mech designer has benefited as well. This was a win-win arrangement. While the employer was definitely taking advantage of the mech designer, it was not to the point where the weaker party would feel upset. After all, gaining a fantastic implant up front simply wasn't possible without forking a lot of capital. VS developed a new augmentation contract as a result of this discussion. The deal was simple. The Larkinson clan would invest in some expensive genetic treatments and implants to improve the capabilities of a mech designer. In exchange, the mech designer promised to work for the LMC for at least 50 years or longer depending on the prices of the augments. The mech designer also gave up a bunch of rights and privileges. This meant that they gave up a proportion of their future earnings and could not refuse certain jobs or assignments. What VS cared about the most was that the contract also stipulated that any mech designer who advanced to journeyman or higher would not be entitled to any shares in the LMC. Fortunately for them, VS hadn't made any changes to the exemplar plan. Regardless of whether they signed an augmentation contract, anyone who performed well enough would still have enough incentives to push themselves. Once VS unveiled this plan to the design department, it was as if a bomb had detonated. Pretty much every assistant mech designer, from Keddies to Duke and French, signed the contract shortly after they understood the terms. VS knew that as long as his clan reached the Red Ocean, his mech designers should quickly be able to augment themselves. At that time, the design capabilities of the design department would skyrocket. In fact, Major Verl and a number of other leaders took inspiration from the augmentation contract. They were already coming up with their own versions of it in order to upgrade their other personnel. The biggest downside to this development was that the Larkinson clan might not be able to afford all of these expensive augments. Chapter 26:18 Joshua's Next Steed. The sudden emergence of augmentation contracts excited the Larkinson clan. Not just mech designers, but also other professionals became interested in signing such a fantastic deal. Exobiologists, engineers, ship captains, mech pilots, and other people were already applying to sign this new contract. The storm that arose from this development was so disruptive that VS was forced to cease his personal experiments and leave his man cave. In order to avoid wasting too much time on pointless arguments, he decided to discuss this problem with his two closest confidants. Major Verl, Calabast, come in and take a seat, VS called as the two leaders entered his main office. Once they arrived in front of V's desk, they took their seats. You cooked up quite a huge problem for us, Major Verl began. You moved too rashly, VS. Calabast leaned back on her chair. The woman patted her lap with her palm, causing Lucky to wake up from his perch on the desk. Meow. The gem cat flew over. When Calabast stretched one of her legs, Lucky plopped his body over her sinuous shin. VS called up a document that estimated the total cost of augmentations if everyone requested a high-class implant. I never expected that word of this contract would spread beyond the design department. While it is incredibly expensive to sign this deal with a mech designer, our profession is very good at making money. That makes this agreement worthwhile. As long as the mech designer doesn't die in an accident or something, our design department will definitely earn a high return on investment. This isn't necessarily the case in other sectors. Major Verl sighed. You're right. Investing 100 billion hex credits to augment a mech designer is definitely worth it because there is the possibility of earning back multiple times this sum. The same cannot be said for a mech pilot. Perhaps in one battle, that pilot might die an ignominious death. That is 100 billion hex credits down the drain. Even if the mech pilot remains alive throughout his entire service, the actual benefit we get in return might not even be worth a billion credits. It makes a lot more sense to invest in a higher performing mech. You'll get much more bang for your buck in this instance. That was true. The fact of the matter was that the Larkinson clan simply couldn't provide so much welfare for every single clansman. Calabast raised another object. I don't like this contract, Ves. It has an element of exploitation in it. Have you forgotten what I said to you? What you've introduced will only bring the Larkinson clan closer to the Vraken dynasty. Treating your clansmen as investments and adopting a mentality that is largely centered around profit and loss will turn the entire clan into a hyper-competitive rat race. Larkinsons will be forced to outdo each other, or else they will be unable to pay off their debt in their lifetimes. She expressed a lot of ire. Ves realized that she had a point. While it wasn't wrong to improve the capabilities of his people, the wrong approach might do more harm than good. I don't want to sacrifice happiness for performance. That was never my intention, Ves quickly replied. Then figure something out. The three of them swapped ideas with each other. They discussed several options and solutions. With the help of Calabast's personal insights, they came up with a new and more cohesive plan. Augmentation contracts can improve the performance of our key personnel, so we can't give them up. Ves summed up his thoughts. However, there is no need to extend them to the general population. It's too excessive and puts too much strain on our finances. We will establish a very strict list of occupations that are eligible for this deal. For now, that includes mech designers, naval engineers, researchers, senior officers, expert candidates, expert pilots, and a bunch of other people. These professions all played an essential role to the clan. Boosting their capabilities either improved the profitability of the LMC or increased the survivability of the Larkinson fleet. Even if augmenting certain people wouldn't actually deliver a profit to the Larkinson clan, it was still worth it to do so for other reasons. One of the most important principles added to the augmentation contract was that it did not impose a debt on the signee. This was one of Calabast's main demands. If the Larkinson clan begins to operate like a business, your clansmen will behave in a way that aligns with that. This is not conducive to the happiness of your people. A bit of competition is good, but too much of it will warp our culture. We can still lose a lot of money, though. The augmentation contracts are bound to become a burden to the balance sheet, Major Vro pointed out. Calabast remained confident. We can handle it. As long as Ves is around, we'll always be able to make more money. It was very difficult to quantify the profits and losses with this new arrangement. Ves found it difficult to accept such a murky outcome. Still, the price was not too big. As long as we limit the eligibility of this contract, our clan won't have to pay too much money up front. Our finances will be able to bear it, though our spending on other assets will definitely be affected, Ves concluded. This was the end of the matter. After Ves introduced the added rules, the excitement throughout the clan had died down. There simply weren't enough people who were important enough to apply for this deal. Ves knew that in the future, the burden may even be less. As long as the clan grew more prosperous, the parents might be able to use their earnings to set their children up for success. Even regular clansmen might be able to earn enough Larkinson merits to obtain some decent augmentations early in their lives. Since most augmentations were irreplaceable, this meant that augmentation contracts lost effect to those who already improved their capabilities. All in all, The augmentation contract was tailored to poorer clansmen who managed to work their way up through a combination of hard work and talent. Augmenting their capabilities yielded the most drastic increase in benefits. When Ves returned to his personal workshop, he resumed one of his personal projects. Before he was ready to prepare the quint for another mech pilot, he had to put together a new mech for Venerable Joshua. While Ves could have assigned Joshua to one of the clan's many existing second-class mechs, this was a wasteful option. An expert pilot was capable of unleashing much greater performance if he piloted a better mech. It would have been best if Ves was able to deliver an expert mech to Venerable Joshua, but that was not an option in the short term. He had no choice but to take a step back and give the expert pilot the best possible LMC mech that he had ever designed up to this point. He actually had two mech models to choose from. The more unconventional one was fabricating another Devil Tiger to Joshua. These days, Asmas was no longer unaffordable to Ves. A basic batch of pure Asmas cost as much as 2 to 3 Hexer combat carriers. Gloriana probably had to make a lot of sacrifices in order to deliver a batch to him, but that was in the past. However, Asmas at this price range was quite limited in performance. In fact, it couldn't even process unending alloy. The only way to improve the capabilities of the initial batch of Asmas was to upgrade it. This was insanely expensive, so much so that it was better for Ves to buy a more expensive brand of Asmas right away. Ves did not do so. No matter how much he paid, the nanomaterial he had access to simply wasn't capable of processing first-class alloys. Besides, the Devil Tiger is an outdated design. With my current design ability, I can design a second-class iteration that performs a lot better right out of the gate. Even then, Ves rejected this option. The Devil Tiger was a one-off experiment in his mind. Ever since his mother snatched his first masterwork mech, it belonged solely to his father. It wasn't safe to revisit his Devil Tiger design. The risk of someone associating the original with any derivative mechs was too great. Ves had little choice but to switch his selection to one of the most powerful mobile mechs he designed. The Valkyrie Redeemer and its variants immediately came to mind. He crossed out the base model and the regular variants. While each of them had their strong points, their overall performance was too average. To be honest, he really wanted to build a Valkyrie Brunhild. Its production cost was around 1.6 billion credits. The Brunhild variant not only incorporated a shield generator, but also infused a modest quantity of Rorica's bone in its frame. The mech was incredibly suitable for Hexer expert candidates. The mech was powerful enough to protect the lives of future expert pilots, but not expensive enough to break the bank. It was too bad that Ves lacked one of the most crucial requirements to fabricate a Valkyrie Brunhild. While it was not a problem for him to purchase the materials required to fabricate a second-class mech-grade shield generator, he didn't have any way of obtaining Rorica's bone. He knew that the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric Hegemony harvested a lot of Rorica's bone during the Glowing Planet campaign. However, both states treated it as a strategic material, so they were very careful about using it up. For now, only expert mechs and other high-end mechs incorporated this incredibly useful material. Ves turned his eyes to the step-down version, the Valkyrie Avenger. The Avenger variant cost half as much as the Brunhild variant. It employed a cheaper and non-regenerating armor system while also leaving out the shield generator. This was sufficient for most elite Hexer mech pilots, but Ves found it rather tasteless. For an expert pilot like Joshua, the Valkyrie Avenger was too weak, while the Valkyrie Brunhild was unattainable. Since either of these options were viable, Ves decided on a third solution. He designed another variant. In order to save time, Ves did not design a proper variant. Instead, he used the Valkyrie Brunhild as a base and stripped it of every element that Ves wasn't able to deliver. He replaced the entire armor system with one based entirely out of unending alloy. Even though Ves wanted to save up this precious material for Venerable Joshua's actual expert mech, it was not a big deal to make use of it straight away. He could always recycle the unending alloy at a later date. While unending alloy possessed different properties than the mix of alloys employed by the armor system of the Brunhild, it was not very troublesome to perform a direct replacement. Beigel, please optimize the armor plating layout of the rear leg sections of this design, Ves commanded. Optimizing now. This process will take an estimated time of 5 minutes and 32 seconds, the electronic cat dutifully said in his clipped voice. Ves smirked. With the immense processing power of the Astra AI core at his disposal, this kind of work no longer took hours or days to complete. If he wanted to, he could customize his new Valkyrie mech even further. While that was an attractive prospect, it took too much time to tailor the mech to Venerable Joshua. Ves didn't want to spend weeks or months on what was supposed to be a temporary stopgap solution until Venerable Joshua obtained a proper expert mech. There was another reason why he didn't want to design a custom mech. He wanted to pass on the mech to an expert candidate once Venerable Joshua moved on to an expert mech. The Valkyrie mech had to be universal enough to accommodate other mech pilots. Besides, if I want to customize the mech even further for a specific mech pilot, I'll have to bring in Gloriana. That was not conducive to this little experiment. Chapter 2619, Valkyrie Prime. Though Ves already decided to make his next Valkyrie mech universal, he still brought in Venerable Joshua in order to keep the latter in the loop. While the expert pilot didn't know a thing about the technical side of mech design, it was enough for him to gain a good impression of the overall idea behind the mech. The Valkyrie Prime has the potential to surpass the Valkyrie Brunhild, Ves explained as he operated a very sophisticated forging machine. That said, it is not a certainty that it will deliver on its promise. It depends on whether my next experiment succeeds. What he was doing right now was very amazing. The forging machine and other machines in the Alkine production line were some of the most top-of-the-line workshop equipment the Hexers had ever made. Ves had no confidence in manipulating a material as hard as unending alloy with the GIA production line. Yet now that Ves had access to extremely powerful gear, he gained a lot of new options. Processing unending alloy was one of them. Even though the forging machine experienced a lot of difficulties right now, the fact that Ves was able to shape this wonder material without needing to borrow Lucky's teeth was already an incredible improvement. He no longer had to pretend to be a caveman in order to make use of unending alloy. The only downside was that the entire process took much more time than Ves expected. He had to spend days to complete a job that would have taken hours if he chose another material. That was not what he wanted. While he could have made the Valkyrie Prime out of briar alloy, Ves wanted to utilize something more interesting. Unending alloy possessed two invaluable properties. Aside from being incredibly hard, it was also capable of storing spiritual energy. He wanted to leverage both properties in order to elevate the Valkyrie Prime. Ever since Ves salvaged a lot of unending alloy from the Nixian Gap, he frequently tried to figure out how to utilize it better. While it was very simple to employ unending alloy as a regular first-class alloy, that wasn't good enough for him. A spiritually reactive material should be able to bring much more to the table. For this reason, Ves decided that the Valkyrie Prime project was a good opportunity to test out one of his hypotheses. If it didn't work, then no harm was done. This unending alloy of yours is very precious, right? Will you leave it behind in the Valkyrie Prime once I move on? Venerable Joshua curiously asked. Ves immediately laughed. Ha! No way. An expert candidate isn't worthy enough to pilot a mech that is clad by this alloy. What if an enemy recognizes its value and goes all out to capture the Valkyrie Prime? I'd be losing a priceless treasure. It's only because I'm not capable of delivering an expert mech yet that I'm using it on a non-expert mech. Don't think that this will happen again once our clan gains its first proper expert mechs. So you'll eventually strip the unending alloy from the Prime? Yup. Your expert mech needs it more than the Prime. I don't have enough of it to go around, you know. Don't worry. The Prime won't be scrapped once it loses its exterior. I'll just clad it with briar alloy instead so that it can continue to be passed on to other worthy mech pilots. Doesn't that sound cruel, sir? Joshua looked upset. Mechs are alive. What you plan to do sounds no different from skinning someone alive only to graft the skin of another person afterwards. Ves shook his head, though he made sure to keep a close eye on his current procedure. There are different forms of life, Joshua. Don't make the mistake of humanizing mechs. They are a different form of existence that operates by different rules. For one, mechs are made to serve a specific purpose. Second, their mechanical nature means that there is nothing wrong with handling them like they are composed of many building blocks. Swapping one block with another block doesn't change the essence of the mech. Their tolerance for change is quite high as long as the original character of the mech is preserved. This is why the mechs we have upgraded haven't lost their glows. I see. I think every mech has a purpose, Joshua. Contrast that to humans like you and me. We are products of nature and random chance. Our purpose is actually very vague. We are biological organisms that evolved to our current form out of an instinctual and deeply rooted desire to reproduce. So because mechs can't reproduce, they don't have as many rights as us? Joshua asked in puzzlement. Ves wanted to palm his face. No. That's not the point I'm trying to make. Look, all I am saying is that while I would like to treat a mech with as much respect as an actual human, it is not wrong to treat them as a machine whenever it is necessary. This is why they are built. You can rip off their arms and install a completely different one, and they'll be fine. Joshua finally comprehended what Ves was trying to say. His force of will fluctuated a bit as he internalized his latest lesson. Why do you call the mech you're making the Valkyrie Prime? Because it will be the best Valkyrie mech that I will probably make, at least when it comes to the current generation. If the Valkyrie Redeemer is the starting point, the Valkyrie Prime will probably be the ending point of this generation of this product line. While I cannot say whether the experiment I have in mind will make the Valkyrie Prime successful, as long as my experiment is partially successful, it is not wrong to put it above the Valkyrie Brunhild. This was quite a bold claim. The Valkyrie Brunhild was the favorite mech of many Hexer expert candidates. Some of them had even managed to undergo apotheosis with the help of this premier mech. As Ves slowly fabricated all of the armor plating for the Valkyrie Prime, he continued to chat with Venerable Joshua. He always wanted to exchange views with the remarkable expert pilot, but his heavy workload prevented him from doing so up until now. Both of them cherished the opportunity to learn from each other. Why are you working on the Valkyrie Prime by yourself? I intend this to be a personal project, Ves answered. While I collaborate with Gloriana all the time, I need to flex all of my muscles every once in a while. I'm also trying to do something different with Valkyrie Prime. My wife won't be able to provide any help. Besides, at least one of us should stay behind in the design lab in order to direct our design teams. Will the Valkyrie Prime be worse without your wife's involvement? I wouldn't necessarily say that. It will be different. The Valkyrie Prime did not undergo too many changes. Sure, there was room for optimization. Sure, Gloriana might be able to fabricate higher quality parts than Ves. Sure, she may be more precise when it came to assembling the parts. Yet bringing her in for what was supposed to be a relatively quick job. If Ves was being really honest, he wanted to exert total control over this project. He wanted to make a Valkyrie mech that conformed to his vision instead of their vision. The fabrication run continued. Once Ves finally processed all of the unending alloy into armor plating and structural components, he quickly moved on to fabricating the remaining parts of the mech. While the Valkyrie Prime utilized a lot of expensive exotics, it was no problem for Ves to obtain them as long as they were sold on the open market. During the fabrication process, Ves quickly familiarized himself with the advanced production equipment of the workshop. While the top-end hexer machines demanded a lot of skill and expertise to operate to their fullest, he was a quick learner. His experience with operating other hexer production equipment already provided him with a good foundation. He only had to slow down when it was time for him to fabricate the shield generator. While he had never built a mech-grade shield generator before, he knew the theory and principles behind them. He worked carefully in order to make sure the shield generator did not become misaligned and produce an unstable energy shield. Phew! It's finally done! Will you assemble the mech now, sir? Yup. This is not going to take as long. Both Ves and Venerable Joshua approached the assembly system, which soon became active. The powerful equipment lifted up and put the parts into place with so much ease and precision that it took a lot less time than expected to assemble the Valkyrie Prime. Once Ves installed the final part, the Medium Marauder mech had finally taken shape. Venerable Joshua looked up at the tall and feminine-shaped mech. I'm not sure whether I'm ready to pilot this mech. What's wrong? Isn't it a hexer mech? Now that it's complete, I feel it's disrespectful for me to pilot it. You should lend it to the Penitent Sisters or Glory Seekers instead. Ves frowned and turned around. He stepped closer to Venerable Joshua and completely ignored the expert pilot's wavering force of will. You once claimed to me that it is your desire to pilot every mech that I have ever designed, is that correct? I did have that aspiration, but this is different, Joshua nervously claimed. How can that be? You have never paid exclusivity in mind before. You successfully managed to pilot my Ovanan mechs. Even though you have only reluctantly bonded with the Holy Soldier, Deliverer, and Transcendent Punisher mechs, that is by far the best result that I have ever seen from a non-Ovanan. That's just because I respect the Ovanan faith, Joshua retorted. As a brighter, I don't believe in any religion, but that doesn't stop me from keeping an open mind. It's different when it comes to hexism and hexer traditions. We're both men. How can we possibly be okay with women oppressing our kind? That is just not okay. I've been tempted to pilot the Valkyrie Redeemer a few times, but whenever I get close, I feel uncomfortable. Normally, Ves agreed with Venerable Joshua, but this was a special situation. Describe what you mean by uncomfortable. Is the mech repelling you, or are you just squeamish about piloting a mech that is designed to be piloted by a woman? The latter, Venerable Joshua honestly admitted. Come over here, then. Ves held the expert pilot's arm and dragged him over to the foot of the Valkyrie Prime. At this distance, the dormant glow of the mech was already very strong. Since Ves personally designed and fabricated the mech, there was no way its glow and spiritual foundation was weak. The strong and imposing death-oriented glow did not discomfort Ves very much due to his intimate relationship with the Superior Mother. Joshua reacted differently. He didn't have much exposure to the Superior Mother's glow. While his powerful will allowed him to block the glow entirely, that was not conducive to bonding with the mech. When the expert pilot reluctantly lowered his guard, the Valkyrie Prime seemed to stare at his soul. He quickly solidified his will again. I don't think I'll be able to get along with this mech, Patriarch. It doesn't seem to like me. I don't think I can do anything about that. Nonsense. The two of you are strangers right now. It's not a surprise that the mech is not that friendly to you. I think I have a way of remedying this issue. This is also related to my next experiment. And what is that? Ves didn't answer the expert pilot directly. Instead, he turned back to the Valkyrie Prime and raised his arms. Mother! Are you there? Come meet my friend over here. Joshua looked confused. Didn't you lose your mother when you were— Wait, what is that? A giant, translucent hand seemed to materialize in existence. It quickly patted against V's back, causing him to lose his balance. Oof! You're too rough, Mom! You're way too strong. Can't you be gentler to your son? Chapter 2620, Revelation. The superior mother had descended. Normally, the spiritual product that Ves had made through a bizarre ritual directed her attention elsewhere. With the rapid rise in Hexer worshippers, the superior mother seemed to be preoccupied with attending her new flock. Ves also repeatedly admonished her for showing up out of the blue. He did not want to go about his day only for a giant ghostly hand to appear out of nowhere and smack his body down. It was fine if only his core bodyguard detail observed the superior mother's moves, but he did not want word of her existence to spread. Fortunately, the superior mother must have inherited some of Cynthia's caution. The design spirit no longer manifested herself willy-nilly anymore, though Ves still noticed her peeking at him at times. To be honest, Ves did not have a good understanding of the superior mother's personality. She seemed to embody his original vision of a Hexer ideal, but she might have inherited some of Cynthia's personality and abilities. At the very least, the superior mother truly treated him like he was her son sometimes. It made him feel quite exasperated. As her creator, Ves was supposed to be a father figure towards the ancestral spirit. Other spiritual products such as Goldie, Lufa, the Illustrious, and so on all looked up to him despite possessing more spiritual strength than him. Only the superior mother deviated from this pattern. It was unfortunate that Ves couldn't do anything about it. With trillions of Hexers providing her with spiritual feedback, she had rapidly grown to the point where Ves couldn't really do anything to deter her from doing anything. Despite her age, the superior mother already caught up and surpassed Kalankso, who was previously his strongest design spirit. If not for the fact that she bumped into a bottleneck, she would have been more insufferable. Still, no matter how much the superior mother changed, she was still affectionate towards him. As long as she believed he was her son, Ves was confident he could ask for help. After all, that was what a good mother should do for her child. In order to perform his experiment and strengthen the defenses of his clan, Ves threw away his pride. It didn't matter if the superior mother treated him like her son instead of her father. Ves would even be willing to wear a dog collar and crawl on all fours if that was what it took for the superior mother to lend him her power. Of course, just because Ves was accustomed to the superior mother didn't mean that others were accustomed to seeing a myth come to life. What is that, sir? Venerable Joshua reacted with shock. Expert pilots were known to be fearless. Joshua showed nothing of that. As soon as the giant hand patted Ves to the deck of his personal workshop, the expert pilot jumped back and adopted a defensive posture. His force of will became agitated as well. Calm down, Joshua. She's friendly. Are you sure? I am. There is no need to panic. Stay still and put down your guard. Let the superior mother get to know you no better. As long as you gain her approval, you'll be able to pilot the Valkyrie Prime and any other Hexer mech that I've designed with ease. The prospect of being able to pilot a Hexer mech without feeling rejection aroused Joshua's obsession. His trust and belief in Ves overruled her vigilance against seeing a giant hand coming into existence. Really? Ves nodded. Look, I can't explain who or what the superior mother truly is, but she is a friend, not an enemy. She is one of several entities who are responsible for helping us all. Have you ever wondered where glows truly come from? Now you know. The revelation shocked Joshua. As the expert pilot realized the truth behind glows, he clarified some of the mysteries he had been grappling with. Comprehension dawned in his mind. No wonder your glow mechs are so remarkable. Ever since you released the Crystal Lord, your mech designs became a lot different. It turns out that you've been partnering up with these gods? They are not gods, Ves immediately insisted. You can think of them as powerful, incorporeal entities. They are alive in a sense, and they can die if they sustain too much damage. Do you remember the so-called dark gods we defeated in the Nixian Gap? They are a similar kind of existence. I see. So that alien woman that came at the end. Ves curtly nodded. Reality is much more complicated than you think. What you see, hear, feel, and smell is just the tip of the iceberg. Scientists and researchers have managed to expose more aspects of the multiverse, but they do not claim to have explored more than 10% of all phenomena in existence. The existence of entities such as the Superior Mother is known to very few people. Now you are one of them. Please don't disseminate what you have learned today. We can get into a lot of trouble if the Big Two becomes aware of some of the truths they want to keep hidden. This? Venerable Joshua looked lost. I don't know what to think about this. I never thought that your mechs would be hiding such a massive secret. You don't need to overthink this issue. Leave that to researchers such as myself. I will explain everything you need to know about the Superior Mother and my other design spirits, as I like to call my incorporeal friends. Let me introduce you to another one while I am at it. I am sure you are already very familiar with her considering she fought alongside you in the previous battle. Ves took the Larkinson mandate from Nita and waved it in front of him. Goldie! Come join the Superior Mother in welcoming Joshua to the fold. Nyaya. The golden cat materialized her body just above the book. Joshua looked shocked yet again. I can feel her. No, that's not right. I always felt her, but I didn't realize she existed like this. She's not just the source of the glow of the Quint and the other bright warriors, right? Ves nodded. She's the invisible glue that binds us Larkinsons together. She's the reason why tens of thousands of adopted clansmen such as you immediately develop a belonging to our clan. She is our invisible guardian against enemies like the dark gods. Upon his prompting, the golden cat and the Superior Mother both drew closer to the expert pilot. Now that Joshua did not mistake the spiritual entities as possible threats, his force of will no longer closed up like a wall. Instead, he cautiously opened himself up. As his force of will interacted with both design spirits, Joshua suddenly realized that he was already familiar with them. The design spirits corresponded almost exactly with the glows he came in touch with on a regular basis. Suffice to say, Venerable Joshua didn't need to be close to the Larkinson mandate to recognize Goldie's familiar warmth. As Goldie's glowing form floated in his arms, he automatically stroked her back and scratched her chin. The young cat radiated pure affection as she luxuriated in Joshua's comfortable force of will. Nya. The Superior Mother's giant hand slowly hovered closer. Though its enormous size intimidated Joshua a bit, his courage as an expert pilot finally asserted itself again. Since Ves vouched for the giant hand, it shouldn't be a threat. Fortunately, the Superior Mother did not touch the expert pilot too much. The hand stretched out a finger and softly poked Joshua's body at different angles. With each poke, the ancestral spirit seemed to become more friendly towards him. His will also became more accustomed to the entity's distinct presence. Ves stood quietly to the side as the powerful spiritual entity seemed to be growing more familiar with his favorite expert pilot. It was as if Ves brought his playmate home one day and introduced him to his mother. Eventually, his mother satisfied her curiosity. Her change of attitude became very evident as Venerable Joshua experienced remarkable changes in the glow he felt from the giant hand and the Valkyrie Prime that was standing behind him. The hexer glow no longer felt weird to him. Instead, it became friendlier and more welcoming somehow. Together with Goldie's warmth, Joshua had the illusion that he was visiting V's home. Unfortunately, being welcomed by the design spirits didn't mean that Venerable Joshua could communicate with them. Ves actually thought that Joshua's life domain bestowed him with the same ability to communicate with other forms of life as him, but it turned out that his talents lied elsewhere. It wasn't a big deal. The Superior Mother and the Golden Cat both approved of Venerable Joshua, and that was all he needed to leverage their strength the next time he piloted the mechs they watched over. The truths and insights that Venerable Joshua learned today should be enough to give him an advantage over his fellow peers. Ves was not above playing favorites. It was in his best interest to give Joshua a leg up, if only for his rare and very compatible domain. Eventually, Goldie went back into the Larkinson mandate, while the Superior Mother's enormous hand faded away. Where are they going? Existences like them aren't native to the material realm, Ves answered. Joshua responded with a dull stare. They are like ghosts. Ves tried to dumb down his explanation. They belong to another plane of existence, one exclusive to intangible ghosts like them. While Goldie and the Superior Mother are strong enough to cross over into our physical reality and show up in the way they did, it's quite strenuous to them. They're strong, but they can't exert all of their strength on the dimensions we live in. They need help in order to do so, and that is where my mechs come in. My products are interfaces which connect different entities together. That was too much for the expert pilot. Ves helplessly groped his hands in the air. Let me give you an example. Whenever you pilot the Quint, you form an invisible cooperation that consists of 3 different living entities. First, there is the mech pilot. You control the machine. Then there is the mech. It not only serves as an interface, but is also alive in itself. In my early career, that was it. As you have already realized, I introduced a third element later on. Design spirits not only strengthen the mech, but also lend their glows to it. By combining your strengths whenever you pilot a mech, you are able to accomplish feats that you could never have accomplished by yourself. The unity of man and machine that you've formed during the battle against the Abyss is proof of that. This time, Venerable Joshua understood the gist of what Ves was trying to tell him. The continuous realizations enlightened him to such an extent that his willpower altered in character. As Venerable Joshua turned around and looked up to the Valkyrie Prime, he no longer felt repelled by the hexer mech. Instead, the dormant mech's glow seemed to embrace him. In turn, his force of will welcomed the glow with much less reserve. So a mech is actually like this, he muttered in fascination. Ves walked closer until he stood next to the expert pilot. There is nothing hindering you from piloting the Valkyrie Prime now. The Superior Mother approves of you now that I told her that you are my protector. What about the mech itself? Venerable Joshua cautiously asked. That shouldn't be a problem either. Ordinary, my Valkyrie mechs repel any mech pilots who aren't hexers and who aren't women. However, I've altered that when I worked on the Valkyrie Prime. Since it is my work to begin with, it is easy for me to alter its character a bit. The mech might not completely open its doors to you, but it should at least tolerate your presence. Then can I try out this mech? Not yet. Ves shook his head. I need to perform one more procedure before the Valkyrie Prime is truly complete. Chapter 2621, Alternate Empowerment. Ves considered the Valkyrie Prime to be the Valkyrie variant with the highest potential. In fact, if he had more confidence in his latest creation, he would have gone a step further and declared it to be his strongest Valkyrie mech straight away. The reason why he withheld this judgment was because he couldn't definitively state that the Valkyrie Brunhild performed worse than the Valkyrie Prime. At worst, the Valkyrie Prime sat between the Valkyrie Avenger and the Valkyrie Brunhild. The lack of certain key strategic materials prevented VS from replicating all of the advantages of the latter. VS still felt sore about his inability to obtain Rorica's bone. If he could add even a modest portion to the Valkyrie Prime, the mech would definitely be able to synergize well with Joshua's force of will. As it was, VS and Venerable Joshua had to make do with a mech without any inherent regenerating properties. The Valkyrie Prime wasn't weak in other aspects. Aside from its excellent energy reserves, powerful flight system, and upgraded sensor and communication systems, its defenses had reached an unprecedented level. He couldn't have processed so much unending alloy without his new personal workshop. Now that he finally obtained some proper production equipment, he could finally fabricate some proper armor plating for a mech. Not just the Valkyrie Prime, but also its loadout was made out of unending alloy. With a spear and shield made out of the same material, VS believed that it could defeat nearly every standard second-class mech. As for fending off expert mechs, VS did not dare to state that the Valkyrie Prime could rely on its resilient structure and gear to get the better of them. Expert mechs possessed many comprehensive advantages that could completely trounce his custom mech. What VS strove for with the Valkyrie Prime was not to equal an expert mech, but to get as close to it as possible. That was what he aimed for with his upcoming experiment. First, he explained his thoughts to Venerable Joshua. "Do you know what resonance is?" he began. As an expert pilot, how could he not know? Resonance is what takes place when I synchronize with my mech. Or at least, that is what is supposed to happen. Outside of my breakthroughs, it's hard for me to accomplish resonance with the Quint. The mech just feels like a block to me. No matter how much I exert my mind, I simply can't get it to resonate. VS smiled in reassurance. You don't have to feel disappointed by that. The Quint is ultimately just a standard mech. Without incorporating any compatible resonating materials in the mech, you can't arouse any resonance. He wondered how the first expert pilots came into power. Did the first expert pilot coincidentally match up with a mech that just happened to have compatible resonating materials? Perhaps the mech industry gradually built up an entire framework around expert pilots and expert mechs from this accident. As VS currently lacked the time, the knowledge, and the resonating materials to develop a proper expert mech, he had to start from scratch. He was not resigned to letting Joshua languish with the Quint, which he had completely outgrown as an expert pilot. Even if the Valkyrie Prime failed to catch up to an expert pilot, its superior performance should still allow Joshua to exert more strength on the battlefield. "What does resonance have to do with this mech?" Joshua asked. He directed a suspicious gaze towards the tall and silent Hexer mech. "Are you saying?" "That is what I am hoping to accomplish." "How? Is it because of this strange material you are using?" "Not completely." VS shook his head. "Let me show you something." He walked forward and placed his hand on the surface of the machine. "Mother!" he called. "Please infuse this mech with your energy. Please lend your power to the Valkyrie Prime so that my friend here can leverage your strength in battle." Of course, he wasn't actually saying that to the superior mother. VS was merely putting on a show to impress and allow Venerable Joshua to understand that the spiritual entity was responsive to those she favored. While VS behaved dramatically, he concentrated his mind and formed a connection to the superior before he sent a more detailed request. He didn't want her to blindly dump her spiritual energy into the Valkyrie Prime. Instead, he wanted her to channel her spiritual energy to two different destinations. Much like his other spiritually enhanced mechs, he wanted the Superior Mother to saturate the spiritual foundation of the Valkyrie Prime. Since Ves had made this request numerous times, the Superior Mother knew what to do. She quickly began to channel a tiny portion of her abundant spiritual energy into the spiritual foundation of the newly fabricated mech. The change was obvious to Ves. His spiritual vision easily observed how the mech's spiritual foundation became thicker and more solid. "Something is changing," Joshua remarked. "It's becoming more and more like the Quint." The expert pilot might not be as perceptive as Ves, but he stood very close to the Valkyrie Prime. With the help of his life domain, he was able to tell that the custom mech rapidly bloomed to life. The strengthening that the Valkyrie Prime went through was not comparable to the Valkyrie Redeemers that he had improved for the Woden dynasty. He had set a maximum enhancement level of just 25 Vs at the time. As for the many Valkyrie mechs that the hegemony produced and supplied to the Hex army, even if they grew more powerful somehow, their enhancement was capped to the same degree. Ever since Ves formulated his standard LMC mech template, all of his products aside from those used by his clan could go no higher than 25 Vs. This did not mean his commercial and commission mechs could not grow further. Their spiritual foundation continually grew more unique when they were being used. The only shortcoming was that they wouldn't be able to help their mech pilots progress all that much. It was different for his LMC mechs. Whenever possible, Ves wanted to saturate his mechs to at least 25 Vs when they were made. This already provided a substantial advantage to his mech pilots. An enhanced foundation developed a unique character faster and became more in tune with their mech pilots. From the experiments he performed during the Nixian Gap campaign, Ves had also learned that higher levels of enhancement resulted in more dramatic effects. The only reason why he did not inflate every mech to at least 100 Vs was because it drained his design spirits and burdened his mech pilots. In this case, these concerns didn't apply. Due to the millions of Blessed Squire and Valkyrie mechs in use today, the Superior Mother was swimming in spiritual feedback. Not only that, but her nature as an ancestral spirit also allowed her to receive a tiny amount of spiritual feedback from every hexer who worshipped the Superior Mother. Not even the Desolate Guardian was as rich as the Superior Mother. Even though the overwhelming amount of spiritual feedback that she received was low in quality, the sheer quantity meant that the Superior Mother did not suffer any noticeable loss when she pumped the Valkyrie Prime all the way to 110 Vs. Yes, 110 Vs. Since Ves lavished quite a lot of care and attention to the Valkyrie Prime, it wasn't surprising that it started off with a stronger foundation. Unfortunately, once the spiritual foundation became fully saturated at its current state, any additional spiritual energy that the Superior Mother donated simply spilled over. The Valkyrie Prime was like a bucket that had been filled with water. No matter how much additional water poured into it, the bucket simply couldn't accommodate more. "Well, maybe that's not strictly true," he muttered. He usually visualized spiritual energy as a cloud of energetic gas. What if he found a way to compress it into a liquid? What if he could compress it to the point where it turned solid? Would he be able to strengthen his mech even further? This was an interesting idea, but not one that Ves could explore at the moment. He shoved it to the back of his mind with the rest of his unexplored ideas. There was so much of them that they practically formed a mountain of neglected possibilities. "Wow," Venerable Joshua said as he could sense the Valkyrie Prime approaching the strength of the Quint. "I'm not sure what has changed, but I can definitely feel it's more alive now. Is this what will help me perform better?" "Not quite. If the Valkyrie Prime only approximated the Quint, it wouldn't be special enough for me to make it in person. Just wait for it. This mech is about to get a lot stronger." Once the Superior Mother noticed the spiritual foundation could not take any more strengthening, she directed her flow to another aspect of the mech. This time, her spiritual energy poured into the unending alloy that Ves had integrated into the Valkyrie Prime. Ves watched with glee as the unending alloy easily accepted the influx of spiritual energy. Just like P-stone, the mysterious material actively sucked in the energy as it came near. The strength exuded by the Valkyrie Prime continued to increase. In fact, it quickly exceeded the strength of the Quint, and kept growing further. Ha ha! That's it! That's the spirit! Go on, mother! Venerable Joshua looked wide-eyed as he took a few steps back. While he didn't sense the mech becoming more alive, it somehow grew heavier to his limited senses. This was a related but different form of empowerment. The Valkyrie Prime's capacity was huge. Ves incorporated many tons of unending alloy into the mech. Not just its armor, but also its frame and much of its internal structure was made out of this extraordinary material. If not for the fact that Ves had to add a lot of shock-absorbing material to the mech, he would have been able to stuff it with even more unending alloy. When the Superior Mother noticed that the Valkyrie Prime's physical frame wasn't even close to reaching saturation, she opened up her spiritual spigot even further. More and more of her spiritual energy gushed into the mech, which thickened its glow to such a degree that Ves and Joshua felt as if they were standing in front of several mech companies of Valkyrie Mechs. The spiritual energy capacity of unending alloy was actually quite low. Ves had performed some tests beforehand and compared the capacity varying amounts of P-stone to identical amounts of unending alloy. After performing many tests, Ves concluded that P-stone was a true spiritual energy battery. In comparison, unending alloy was mostly just a tough material that happened to store a bit of spiritual energy. Unending alloy was only able to store around 4% of the spiritual energy of an equivalent amount of P-stone by mass. Yet despite this astonishingly low efficiency, the Valkyrie Prime kept skyrocketing in strength without hitting its limit. The Superior Mother was pumping so much spiritual energy into the mech that its presence was undergoing a metamorphosis. Even Ves found himself taking a step back from the ludicrous intensity of the mech. A part of him was afraid of what he had initiated. Had he gone overboard? By the time the Valkyrie Prime's unending alloy neared saturation, the mech was like a lighthouse in the dark. It stored so much spiritual energy that it was as if the mech's incredibly dense glow had materialized into a physical form. Ves instinctively knew that there was no way for ordinary pilots to harness this monster. It was like a giant exabeast. If he had to express the empowerment of the Valkyrie Prime in numerical terms, then he estimated that the unending alloy had absorbed spiritual energy equivalent to around 6,300 Ves. This isn't even the true limit. Ves intuitively sensed that dumping spiritual energy in such a crude fashion might not be the best way to make use of unending alloy. According to the information he gathered, the statues of the dark gods should have been able to store even more. If he managed to figure out how to utilize unending alloy properly, he might be able to store 10 or even 100 times more spiritual energy in this material. He shuddered at the thought. 6,300 Ves was already ridiculous compared to his other mechs. Though Ves was confident in Joshua's abilities as an expert pilot, he could not predict what might happen if the Valkyrie Prime became 10 times more horrible. Chapter 26-22 Curious New Mech. Technically, the Valkyrie Prime had been enhanced to around 6,400 Ves, give or take a few hundred Ves. To be honest, the humongous strength exuded by the custom mech was so exaggerated that Ves couldn't even examine it properly. He could only make a vague estimate by observing the mech from a distance. Precision didn't matter right now. What Ves truly cared about was that the Valkyrie Prime was a completely unprecedented mech. Not just its spiritual foundation, but also its physical form received the Superior Mother's bounty. The two weren't equivalent, though. When the Superior Mother infused the Valkyrie Prime's spiritual foundation with energy, the intangible qualities of the mech directly grew stronger. The same wasn't necessarily the case when the design spirit dumped the equivalent of 6,300 Vs of spiritual energy into the unending alloy that made up large parts of the physical frame. All he could say was that the Valkyrie Prime turned into a huge battery of spiritual energy. The vast quantities stuffed inside all of the unending alloy did not do anything except radiate an exaggeratingly thick glow derived from the Superior Mother's attributes. VS already expected an outcome like this. It didn't make sense for the mech to come alive if all he needed to do was to incorporate a lot of unending alloy or P-stone in a mech before filling it up with spiritual energy. The true purpose of doing so was not to empower the mech, but to provide the mech pilot with greater leverage. As long as Joshua was able to interact with all of that spiritual energy, then something dramatic might take place. Once the Superior Mother completed his request and withdrew, VS tentatively approached the mech again. Though the Valkyrie Prime's glow was still identical in character to a normal Valkyrie mech, its density and solidity was insane. VS winced as he tried to step closer. He felt as if he was digging through a huge amount of snow. While his physical body didn't encounter any hindrances, his sensitive spiritual perception experienced something very different. Venerable Joshua seemed to be better off in this regard. His lower perception and strong will allowed him to bear the pressure a lot better. Once he shook off his astonishment at the Valkyrie Prime's insane empowerment, he became fascinated by the thought of piloting it. He had never experienced a mech with such a powerful glow. Though Venerable Joshua wanted to hop into its cockpit right away, VS pulled back the eager expert pilot. Wait! Not so fast. I need to make some readings and inspect the mech for any changes. I can't tell whether the Valkyrie Prime's components have changed or malfunctioned during its transformation. With a mech this powerful, we need to put safety first. Be patient while I examine this machine from top to bottom. VS forcibly shoved the expert pilot back and activated a number of scanning and inspection equipment. The top-of-the-line Hexer scanning machines worked quickly and efficiently. Even when they were faced with a material as hard as unending alloy, they proved capable of peering through the material as long as they remained in place and boosted their power to their limits. After a couple of hours of careful examination, VS tentatively concluded that the physical state of the Valkyrie Prime remained unchanged. No matter how much spiritual energy it carried, it didn't scramble any electronics nor misalign any delicate parts. VS felt very relieved once he made this determination. Can I pilot this new mech now? Joshua whined like an impatient little kid. He spent over 2 hours doing nothing else but sitting close to the Valkyrie Prime. Though he was intimidated by the powerful at the beginning, he slowly acclimatized to the mech's extraordinarily dense aura. The fact that VS introduced Venerable Joshua to the Superior Mother undoubtedly helped. He seriously doubted whether other non-Hexer mech pilots were able to approach this extraordinary mech. Its deterrence factor was actually a lot higher than the Doom Guard and the ferocious Piranha. Still, VS couldn't allow Venerable Joshua to take the mech out for a spin without taking extra precautions. During the scanning process, he had added some additional instructions to the mech's operating system. He took a deep breath. Venerable Joshua, before we proceed any further, I would like to ask if you consent to taking part in a potentially dangerous experiment. I'm sure you can feel how drastically the Valkyrie Prime has changed. I cannot in good conscience guarantee your safety if you test pilot this mech. Are you willing to pioneer this mech by becoming its first mech pilot? The expert pilot bloomed a smile in response. Did you need to ask? Of course I want to pilot this mech. I don't think this mech will treat me wrong. I've already spent a lot of time trying to befriend the mech while I was waiting for you to finish whatever you were doing. I think the Valkyrie Prime knows me well enough to accept me. I think. Well, in case you are wrong or are unable to withstand the pressure of piloting this mech, you should shut it down immediately. If you aren't capable of doing so, then the mech will shut down on its own. The extra programming I have added to the operating system will continuously monitor all of your life signs. If any of them turn erratic or enters into dangerous territory, the mech will automatically become unresponsive. Take that into account. That. Venerable Joshua frowned. No mech pilot liked to lose control this way. Can you give me a chance to? Don't be reckless. There is danger in the unknown. For now, I just want you to pilot it briefly. Just fly out into space and perform some basic maneuvers before returning back to this ship. You can attempt to resonate with the mech if you can. That's the main reason why I came up with the Valkyrie Prime. However, don't exert yourself too much. I don't want you to get hurt or suffer permanent damage. The heads of regular mech pilots exploded when they attempted to interface with mechs at strengths ranging from 50 Vs to 100 Vs. Expert candidates possessed a much greater tolerance for spiritually enhanced mechs. They could handle a mech with 150 Vs such as the Quint, while enduring only a moderate amount of pressure. Expert pilots were much stronger. Even a relatively new expert pilot such as Joshua was very impressive in this regard. Yet when it came to the Valkyrie Prime, VS was a lot less confident about the expert pilot's chances. Well, all of this speculation is useless. I need to gather hard data in order to prove my assumptions. VS proceeded to command his ship to move the newly-empowered mech to the upper hangar bay of his factory ship. His personal workshop was actually not that far away. As the gravity subjected to the Valkyrie Prime disappeared, a couple of heavy-duty bots clamped the inert machine and slowly pushed it forward. VS and Joshua steadily followed the mech as it entered the cargo channels and navigated through it. Other mechs and containers passing through the network of large and cavernous hallways had to halt and wait for the remarkable new mech to pass. This was one of the perks of being in charge. Is that the clan patriarch? Wait, what is that mech? Biovane! How powerful is its glow? I've never felt anything this strong anymore. I want to convert to hexism right now. The powerful mech unavoidably sparked a commotion. While the range of the Valkyrie Prime's glow hadn't increased, its intensity had definitely gone through the roof. VS didn't mean to hide the mech, though he didn't go out of his way to announce it. Once the mech was finally moved to the hangar bay, he commanded everyone stationed there to move away and keep their distance. It took an instant for Venerable Joshua to suit up. VS approached a nearby workstation and took it over as the expert pilot floated upwards until he slipped into the cockpit of the experimental Hexer mech. Once VS set up the workstation to monitor the Valkyrie Prime's telemetry, he gave a thumbs up to the mech. All right, Joshua. You can boot up the mech whenever you are ready. Take it slow and don't be in a hurry to move. As Venerable Joshua settled into the brand new piloting chair, he did as he was instructed. The mech slowly began its initial startup. This was a slower process than normal because the mech meticulously checked each and every system as they came online. No problems took place. Several minutes went by as the mech became more active. VS studied Joshua's heartbeat, blood pressure, perspiration and other signs for any indications that he was under pressure, but aside from some elevated activity, he remained remarkably stable. Okay, Joshua. The mech should have come online without issue now. How do you feel right now? I feel fine. The expert pilot responded. This Valkyrie mech isn't as scary as I thought. I can feel its strength, but it isn't fighting against me. A part of it is actively helping me while the rest is just doing nothing but sitting around. VS smiled. That was largely within his expectations. Remain steady. If you are confident enough, you can sortie into space. Just go out and fly 10 kilometers away. Make sure that no other mech or ship is within this distance from you. I will command any nearby patrols to stay away. The Valkyrie Prime moved. It slowly approached the end of the hangar bay before engaging its flight system. The mech soon emerged out of the upper hangar bay. Somehow, word of the strange new mech made by the clan patriarch had spread throughout the fleet. A lot of sensors pointed straight at the Valkyrie Prime as it flew away from the spirit of Bentheim. Once it reached a fair distance, Ves demanded Joshua to perform a standard routine of test movements. This was quite a boring chore. Ves and the onlookers quickly grew bored as the Valkyrie Prime methodically stretched its arms, adjusted its flight system, made some basic thrusts with its spear and waved around its round shield. None of the readings from the mech seemed abnormal, but that was because Joshua did not do anything special. Since the basic performance of the mech was good, Ves felt a little bit adventurous. He didn't want to recall the Valkyrie Prime before satisfying his curiosity. Joshua? Yes, sir? Do it. Try to resonate with your mech. See if you can sync up with the dormant strength locked inside the machine. Don't do anything drastic, though. We just need to confirm if resonance can be achieved. We can explore the rest later. All right. I will try. I think I have an idea on how to resonate with my mech. Venerable Joshua had been waiting to do this for hours. He instinctively expanded his force of will and tried to run it through the entire mech. With him as the center, he tried to harmonize with the machine. His force of will began to interact with the saturated, unending alloy. Faster than Ves expected, a weak but increasing glow formed around the Valkyrie Prime. The other observers became astonished as they spotted something remarkable from the strange Valkyrie mech. What is that? Is that resonance? Since when did the clan patriarch design an expert mech? Wait. It's not quite right. The resonance meters aren't moving a lot. There's something wrong here. As Venerable Joshua managed to arouse the hidden potential locked within the Valkyrie Prime, Ves paid very close attention to the resonate meter and other signs. The smile on his face drooped a bit. The result he was hoping for didn't materialize. While the data told him that Venerable Joshua was definitely resonating with the mech, the efficiency was dreadfully low. This isn't true resonance. It's much weaker. It's merely a stronger version of fake resonance. Whatever the case, it's not comparable to the real deal, he disappointingly concluded. The goal of his current experiment was to see if he could substitute resonating materials. He hypothesized that infusing a spiritually reactive material with spiritual energy could allow an expert pilot to resonate with it. The answer turned out to be yes, but barely. Perhaps there was a way to achieve a greater degree of resonance, but for now, the Valkyrie Prime was not as strong as he hoped. Chapter 26-23 New Discoveries. What was resonance? What made resonance between expert pilots and expert mechs special? What allowed expert mechs to exert greater power when they resonated? Ves couldn't answer these questions right now. As a journeyman, he invested most of his energies into becoming better at designing standard mechs, particularly medium humanoid mechs. His expertise in other areas of mech design was sorely lacking. It would have been great if someone actually explained the working principles of an expert mech. Sadly, either the prim and proper Master Willix or the former desperado known as the Skull Architect was willing to share any details. Only senior mech designers and higher were qualified to learn the secrets behind expert mechs. There was no exception to this rule as far as the mech industry was concerned. Perhaps a mech designer had to reach a minimum level of spiritual development in order to bear the burden of designing an expert mech. The higher the requirements, the more Ves hungered for the relevant knowledge. It had to be an amazing secret if every high-ranking mech designer treated it so seriously. Yet the more he wanted it, the more the mech industry kept it out of his reach. Ves became more and more frustrated when he continually hit wall after wall. The only legitimate way for him to know the secret was to advance to senior and pay a visit to the MTA. That took way too long. While Ves had made brisk progress since he became a journeyman, his design seed hardly became stronger than before. It was far from reaching any sort of fundamental transformation. This meant it would take at least several decades for him to become a senior. He didn't believe that he needed to reach that point in order to design an expert mech. He possessed greater insights into willpower and spirituality than any other mech designer. As long as the secret encompassed these aspects, he was confident he could exploit his knowledge in a way to circumvent some of the requirements. The Mech Designer System happened to offer him support. It charged 1 million design points to enable him to design expert mechs. This alone proved that journeymen were capable of designing expert mechs somehow. Why did it cost so much? One reason must certainly be supply and demand. Aside from the MTA, the system was the only other readily available supplier. Since Ves wanted it badly, the system could easily jack up the price. However, it would have been too ludicrous if profiteering was the sole reason. Ves also suspected that he might need some sort of rare resource or undergo some sort of profound transformation in order to design an expert mech. Providing him with the right qualifications must be a very costly procedure, so it should not be a surprise that both the MTA and the system charged onerous prices. No matter whether Ves was willing to wait or not, the reality was that he wouldn't be able to gain the necessary knowledge and capabilities anytime soon. Since several Larkinson expert pilots were waiting to obtain their expert mechs, this was very bad, because it meant he would have to rely too much on a stronger mech designer's work in order to fulfill this need. It was irresponsible to entrust the most crucial elements of an expert mech design to an external mech designer. Whether it was Master Moira Willix or Professor Benedict Cortez, they both pursued their own agendas. Who knew whether their goals conflicted with his own? What if they incorporated some hidden backdoor or vulnerability in a Larkinson expert mech design? Ves had to take matters into his own hands. While he did not believe he could single-handedly deduce all of the principles that made expert mechs work, knowing something was better than remaining completely ignorant. He wanted to perform some studies of his own in order to uncover at least a couple of insights. The Valkyrie Prime was his first exploration in this direction. He combined his accumulation of expert pilots, spiritual foundation enhancement, spiritually reactive materials and design spirits to come up with an experiment that hopefully produced a result related to resonance. His main ambition was to develop a mech that was capable of generating true resonance. As the Valkyrie Prime glowed in space, the readings that Ves observed from his workstation indicated that he had failed to reach this goal. The state that Venerable Joshua and the Valkyrie Prime had managed to achieve was short of true resonance. It was actually similar to fake resonance in that there was hardly any substance behind the resonance. The bright glow surrounding the Valkyrie Prime was incomparable to an actual resonance shield. While it offered extra protection like any barrier, it was not impressive enough to make it nigh impervious against lots of regular attacks. Its ability to defend against attacks empowered by true resonance was also questionable. According to theory, fake resonance was generated by the mech itself. Certain rare exotics possessed the capability to resonate with itself. Whether this was an accurate description or not, these peculiar materials basically provided regular mech pilots with a preview of what it was like to pilot an expert mech. Fake was fake though. Because the self-resonating exotics lacked the support of a formidable demigod, their strength alone was not enough to elevate mechs with fake resonance to a different height. At most, custom mechs such as Lord Javier Inekin's loquacious Raphael gained an edge against standard mechs, but did not come close to threatening actual expert mechs. As VS continued to observe the Valkyrie Prime's telemetry, his experiment produced a similar result. The only consolation was that the phenomenon he created appeared to be a little stronger than ordinary fake resonance. "It has to be," he whispered to himself as he flicked through the charts. "I'm using an actual expert pilot, after all. Even without the use of self-resonating exotics, I still managed to invent a new and unknown form of resonance." At the very least, the characteristics of resonance his instruments were capturing did not conform to any known patterns. Perhaps some other mech designer managed to produce this result before but withheld it from the public, but VS had a hunch that he was the first to perform this kind of experiment. If that was true, the significance of this experiment was very great, especially if he was willing to submit it to the MTA in order to earn a lot of merits. Of course, VS did not intend to do something so stupid and short-sighted. His experiment involved too many trade secrets, some of which he hadn't even revealed to Master Willix. He didn't care about the historical significance of his experiment. What VS truly wanted to accomplish was to develop a quick and convenient method to strengthen his defenses. He had 5 expert pilots, 6 if he included Venerable de Via Stark. All of them were lacking expert mechs right now, so each of them were being heavily underutilized. If he managed to develop some sort of quasi-expert mech that allowed his expert pilots to exert at least a portion of their capabilities, then his expeditionary fleet would be much better prepared to fight against powerful opponents. "I'm not there yet, though." The disappointing results gave VS a bit of a headache. While failure was something that every researcher encountered, he still felt crushed. He was so hopeful about pumping 6,300 in a mech that he couldn't conceive why the actual outcome was so weak. VS spoke into the communication channel. "Okay, this session is over now. Please halt your attempts to resonate with the Valkyrie Prime and bring it back to the hangar bay." "What? Now?" Venerable Joshua replied. "It's too soon. I can do better. Let me try something different." "We can do something different next time. It's too dangerous to perform tests on the fly. You need to get back and give me time to study the Valkyrie Prime and the data I've gathered. Once I've made some conclusions and developed some new hypotheses, we can perform targeted experiments that are backed by existing data. Now get back to the Bentheim before you try something dangerous." No matter how much Venerable Joshua wanted to continue the session, VS had the power to pull the plug of his mech. The expert pilot had no choice but to do what he was told. VS smirked as he collected and archived all of the data. This was why he preferred to work with Venerable Joshua. Every other expert pilot was temperamental and demanding. They possessed strong egos and were very willful. In fact, Venerable Joshua could be just as assertive as his peers. It was just that his obsession for LMC mechs made him unusually deferential to VS. His domain also made him a bit more approachable. "He's the perfect test subject for me," VS concluded. While his guinea pig brought back the Valkyrie Prime, VS attempted to contextualize his results. Though the session only lasted for a short amount of time, the new form of resonance showed some distinct properties. As long as he replicated the phenomenon a few times, VS was confident enough to claim he discovered a new form of resonance. "What should I call it?" he idly wondered. "Since it sits between fake resonance and true resonance, should it be called half-true resonance?" That was an awful name. VS immediately threw it away. He tried to come up with alternatives. Half resonance, demi-resonance, partial resonance, incomplete resonance. None of those suggestions satisfied him. Each of them signaled that the new form of resonance was stunted or crippled. He needed to come up with a more positive descriptor. Larkinson resonance, emotional resonance, peer resonance. None of them sounded appropriate for this form of resonance. They didn't encapsulate what he had managed to achieve. There were two conditions to forming this new form of resonance. First, it needed a high-ranking mech pilot. Anyone below expert pilot was unlikely to achieve what Venerable Joshua had accomplished earlier. Second, it required a new form of mech that Ves needed to classify. The mech in question was no different from a standard mech aside from incorporating spiritual storage materials that was filled with spiritual energy. What should I call this mech? He needed to come up with a name that he could use in public but did not reveal any secrets. P-mech? This was the clearest option to him considering that P-mechs could also function as P-stones. Both of them were capable of storing spiritual energy. However, as Ves looked at the projection of the Valkyrie Prime, he came up with a better name. Prime Mech. The name sounded a lot more elegant. It was simple, clean, and totally undescriptive unless someone knew the truth. Ves had no qualms spreading this designation to the public considering that he intended to make Prime Mechs exclusive to the Larkinson clan. It was still too risky to allow others to get their hands on this new kind of mech. If Prime Mech possessed a lot of untapped potential, which he suspected might be the case, then it was vital to explore its characteristic form of resonance further. Then the new form of resonance produced by this mech shall be called Prime Resonance. Whether Prime Resonance would live up to its name remained to be seen. All Ves knew right now was that he had opened up a brand new research direction that could yield several possible innovations. As Ves fantasized about Prime Resonance, someone suddenly stormed in the hangar bay and flew straight towards his workstation. Ves! Gloriana angrily yelled. What is the meaning of this? Why did you keep me in the dark about this new Valkyrie variant? And what have you done to create this odd version of fake resonance? Tell me everything! Meow! Her cat sprinted after her owner as well. A sinking feeling overcame Ves. The reckoning had come. Hell hath no fury like a woman left out of an interesting experiment. Chapter 26-24 Hexer Mechs for Hexers. Before Ves could turn and fend off his wife, she reached him and grabbed both sides of his collar. Her face pressed right into his own. Why did you make Venerable Joshua pilot this new Valkyrie mech? A Hexer mech should be piloted by a Hexer. She attempted to jerk his body back and forth, but her weak arms failed to do more than cause his head to shake a bit. He innocently raised his palms. Calm down, Gloriana! You can argue with me, but please don't do so here. Our entire clan is watching. He waved his arm across the entire hangar bay. There was no privacy to be found here. When Gloriana looked around, she spotted several mechs, mech pilots, mech technicians, and other equipment. That wasn't all. She knew that the monitoring system must be listening in as well. She forcibly calmed herself down. Fine. Let's bring your new Valkyrie mech back to my workshop and discuss what exactly you have done. Hey! This is my project. My mech should be brought back to my workshop. The two argued for a bit until Gloriana reluctantly acknowledged his point. She still glowered at him as a couple of cargo bots slowly dragged the Valkyrie Prime back to V's workshop. Meow. Even Clixie directed her ire at Ves. Good girl. Gloriana complimented as she picked Clixie up and held her pet against her chest. Ves has been very naughty today. He went off to make a Hexer mech without involving a Hexer mech designer. What's even worse is that he asked a non-Hexer to pilot his homegrown creation. Don't you think that sounds ridiculous? Meow. You hear that, Ves? She thinks you're wrong as well. Clixie is just copying you, you know. Ves pointed out. Shut up! When they eventually returned to the workshop, the bots placed the Valkyrie Prime back into the assembly system. Ves activated a comprehensive diagnostic routine. Scanners and sensors quickly came to life and began to inspect the mech from top to bottom. Venerable Joshua had emerged from the mech a while ago. He looked distracted as he kept thinking back on the unique sensation of resonating with the Valkyrie Prime. While he had never piloted an actual expert mech before, Joshua guessed that there had to be some similarities. At the same time, Gloriana dragged Ves to a private office space inside the workshop. She let Clixie go, allowing the cat to skulk around and stay on guard. Gloriana placed her hands on her hips. We're alone now. Can you tell me what you have been up to behind my back? I was just conducting a small study. Liar! This is way more than a small experiment. Do you think I'm blind? You invested a lot of that unending alloy to make this mech. As far as I know, you have been very stingy about using up this strange material you brought back from the Nixian Gap. There is no way this Valkyrie variant is just an experimental platform. Okay, I admit it. Ves sighed. The Valkyrie Prime is supposed to be a replacement for Venerable Joshua's current mech. The Quint is a good machine for expert candidates, but it can't enable expert pilots to exert their full strength. Joshua needs a more powerful mech that possesses a higher skill ceiling and can tolerate more powerful maneuvers. While I can't develop a full expert mech, it is not that much of a problem to come up with a variant of the Valkyrie Brunhild. To be honest, I initially wanted to fabricate the Brunhild, but we don't have any Rorica's bone. His wife frowned. From what it looks like, your Valkyrie Prime is more than that. Our strategic materials reserve doesn't contain any self-resonating exotics. How did you manage to accomplish resonance? Did you withhold crucial information? Ves vigorously shook his head. I didn't hide anything. It's just that I found a new way to empower unending alloy. When I built my mech with this material, I filled it up with spiritual energy. That has caused the mech to become special. This is new to me as well, so don't ask me what it can do exactly. The test run you've witnessed earlier is the first time I put this idea into practice. I haven't even processed all of the data I've gathered. Gloriana placed her palm on her face. I can tolerate you performing an experiment by yourself. I don't have a problem with that. If you want to tinker around with a possible new application of your design philosophy, then you don't need to involve me. What I do have a problem with is your disrespect towards Hexers. I know you don't like them, but that doesn't give you the right to make your own Hexer mech and pass it on to someone who is completely unrelated to my home state. This is not a mech that is meant to be utilized by the hegemony. Ves defended himself. I've made it exclusively to increase the combat strength of our fleet. As I told you earlier, while our expert pilots are waiting to receive their expert mechs, I wanted to give them a second-class mech derived from our existing work that is adapted to some of their abilities. I don't have a lot of options at this time. Between the Blessed Squire, the Transcendent Punisher, and the Valkyrie product line, and it's clear that the Valkyrie mech is the most suitable choice for our situation. His wife pounded her fist against his chest. Don't you remember the fundamental rule of Hexer mechs? Male mechs are meant to be piloted by boys and female mechs are meant to be piloted by females. Why didn't you choose Venerable Orphan or Venerable Dice? They might not be Hexers, but at least they're women. Ves held her wrist before she could pound him for the umpteenth time. I did not choose to develop a mech for them. I chose to start with Venerable Joshua for some very good reasons. Not only is he eager to take part in my experiments, he is also our most adaptable expert pilot. He can pilot any LMC mech. As the initial test run has just proven, Joshua is fully capable of piloting a Valkyrie mech. Just because he can doesn't mean he should. I won't dispute your claim that Venerable Joshua can pilot a hexer mech, but it's not right. Back in the hegemony, what you have just done is strictly prohibited. The authorities won't hesitate to confiscate your mech and put you and your friend into prison. Ves smirked. It's a good thing we're not in the hegemony then. We are Larkinsons. Our clan is completely independent and not an extension of your home state. I don't have to abide by the hegemony's arbitrary and discriminatory rules. In the rest of human space, it is not unusual to see women piloting masculine-looking mechs and men making use of feminine-shaped mechs. And don't attempt to bring up the issue of rights. Ves cut off his partner. The hegemony formally gave us permission to make use of the hexer mech designs they've commissioned. Perhaps your home state assumed that we would follow all of its traditions and customs related to its mechs, but that isn't mentioned in any agreements. If you set aside the fact that the Valkyrie Prime is a hexer mech, it is just a custom second-class mech. No one aside from hexers cares about the gender of its mech pilot. This is why I felt free to make this mech for Venerable Joshua. This is also why I didn't want to involve you in this project either. I knew you would kick up a fuss and bring in invalid arguments to stop me from designing a suitable mech for one of our expert pilots. You could have chosen to develop a variant of the Transcendent Punisher instead. It's just as powerful, if not more, than the Valkyrie Redeemer. Venerable Joshua has already proven that he can pilot Ilvanan mechs. Ves crossed his arms. Are you being serious? The Transcendent Punisher doesn't even have a flight system. Sure, it's a solid mech and possesses lots of firepower, but it is a one-dimensional machine that doesn't give full play to Venerable Joshua's varied skills. He's much more useful if he pilots a mobile mech. He excels at piloting assault-oriented mechs, and the Valkyrie product line completely fits this category. It still looks wrong to me. If you needed a test pilot for your hexer mech, then why didn't you turn to Venerable Brutus? He would love to help you in your experiments, as long as I ask nicely. Have you been listening to me, Gloriana? The Valkyrie Prime is not a disposable experiment. It's a stopgap mech for Venerable Joshua. I'm killing two birds with one stone by developing this mech. That's efficiency for you. Besides, Venerable Brutus is primarily a range specialist, while the Valkyrie Prime possesses powerful melee capabilities. Not only is there a mismatch between mech and mech pilot, but your brother is already piloting the Star Dancer. It doesn't make sense to tailor the Valkyrie Prime to an expert pilot that already has a fine expert mech. It took several more minutes to rebut and deconstruct Gloriana's objections. Even though her hexer sensibilities still objected to his project, logic was on his side. She didn't have a leg to stand on, and she knew it. Once she realized that her husband wasn't going to appease her, she finally got off her high horse. Okay, I get it. You want to perform some experiments while developing a new mech for Venerable Joshua. While I don't agree with your decisions, I won't stop you from proceeding with your project. Finally, Ves was about to head back to the main hall of his personal workshop, but Gloriana quickly stood in his way. You're not leaving me out of this. You should have brought me in the moment you chose to work on a hexer mech. Juliet can keep watch over the design lab. She pressed her body up against his own. Her scent wafted in his nose. She smelled like honey and flowers today. He didn't have any energy left to fend her off. He slumped his shoulders in resignation. Okay. However, I'm in charge of this project. While you can help me with analyzing the data that I've gathered and providing me with a second opinion, I will decide how to proceed. I'll do my best to help you succeed. I'm not your enemy, Ves. Now that they have made up, they emerged out of the private office while discussing the details of what Ves had done. He quickly summarized his goal, his theories, his decisions, and the outcome of the initial test. When he introduced the concepts of prime resonance and prime mechs, she finally looked impressed. That's quite a good naming scheme. I'm not sure if anyone has already used the term prime mechs, but I think it is quite appropriate in this case. You can even extend it further to the key materials that makes this possible. Unending alloy and any other exotic with similar properties should be classified as prime materials. That was actually quite a good suggestion. Ves immediately embraced her idea. I actually have 2 different prime materials in stock. The pea stone that I have shown you before is another one. It's too bad that I only have a modest collection of lumps. While the storage capacity of pea stone is much higher, it is a soft and fragile exotic that is not available in larger quantities. Sourcing more pea stone has actually troubled me for several years. As for unending alloy, you already know where I got it from. I don't think we'll be able to find it anywhere else. The limited supply of prime materials severely limited how many prime mechs they could make. Chapter 26-25. Do you even lift, Joshua? Once Gloriana clung to Ves like an adoring wife, Clixie no longer hissed at him. Instead, the furry cat cutely crawled on his lap while he checked the data. Meow. According to these readings, the physical performance of the Valkyrie Prime did not receive any noticeable boosts. Gloriana pointed at her terminal. Fake resonance has a much more limited scope of improvement. It's usually just the components that incorporate self-resonating materials that are boosted. True resonance is broader and can affect the entire frame of a mech. There was no way to arouse true resonance without pairing an expert pilot with an expert mech. The only other method that could produce a comparable result was forced resonance, which only happened when mech pilots broke through. This was no different from winning the lottery, so no one ever pinned their hopes on banking on forced resonance despite not needing any expert mechs. Ves had actually hoped his experiment produced either true resonance or forced resonance. The former was like winning the jackpot while the latter was like getting the second prize. Reality, on the other hand, saw fit to hand him a consolation prize. While prime resonance appeared to be stronger than fake resonance, it wasn't very useful in this context. Ves pointed his finger at the projected schematics of his mech. The problem with what you've just described is that my mech's armor system and internal frame is almost entirely made out of unending alloy. The prime material I've used is also top-notch in terms of defense. Strengthening the defenses of this material even further is completely redundant. He would have wanted the prime resonance to enhance other aspects of the Valkyrie Prime. Increasing the mobility and offensive power of his mech would have a measurable impact on its battle performance. Gloriana hummed as she thought about this issue. From what I can see, I don't think you can utilize unending alloy in many other ways. Even though you have clad the flight system of this mech with this prime material, it didn't gain any additional thrust. We need to learn how to apply unending alloy in other ways. Utilizing it as armor and internal support is only the most shallow application. One way I can think of to leverage unending alloy further is to fire it as a projectile. Absolutely not, Ves instantly replied. Don't even think about that. Unending alloy is incredibly rare, strong, and precious. Even if it's available on the market, I doubt we can afford any with our current means. Unless proven otherwise, I'll assume that this alloy is only available in the Nixian Gap. While I am willing to keep an open mind, I highly doubt that unending alloy or its component exotics can be found in the Red Ocean. That means we can't waste a single gram of unending alloy. It's just a possibility, Ves. I didn't mean you should go through with it. My point is that you need to be more clever with how you utilize unending alloy. If I was in your place, I would have started with just a fraction of unending alloy. I wouldn't have used it all on armor plating, structural parts, and armaments. This isn't just an experimental mech. It's also a mech that is meant to be deployed in battle. If you set aside prime resonance, the Valkyrie Prime is by far our toughest and most damage-resistant mechs. That alone is worth using up so much unending alloy. It's not doing anything useful while it's collecting dust in our vault. Gloriana still had a point, though. As both of them studied the effects of prime resonance, they concluded that it was effectively useless in its demonstrated form. Even if the Valkyrie Prime exhibited 10 times stronger resonance, it only offered an extra layer of protection to a mech that already possessed excellent defenses. Due to the many limitations they faced, Ves saw no way to improve his mech by focusing on this aspect. He would rather focus on another, more mysterious angle. My goal is to achieve true resonance, he stated. That hasn't changed. Even if it isn't possible to accomplish it with our current resources, I want to come as close to it as possible. I managed to create prime resonance by putting something together that is completely different from existing methods. My current idea is to expand upon the incorporeal and human side of my project. My specialty is man-machine symbiosis, so I must continue to explore the Valkyrie Prime concept from this angle. His wife tentatively nodded. I can't help you much on that aspect, but what I can do is optimize your mech. Even if you swapped out one material for another material doesn't mean the mech performs as optimally as before. The altered mass and density of the Valkyrie Prime has unbalanced the frame. I'll go ahead and correct that while I perform some other optimizations. Don't spend too much time on that. There are several other expert pilots who urgently need improved mechs as well. Our overall priority lies in boosting the strength of our expert pilots as quickly as possible rather than perfecting the mech of a lone individual. Gloriana frowned. That did not sit well with her. Why are you in such a hurry, Ves? He hesitated for a couple of seconds. It sounds silly, but the Living Prophet made a prediction that we might be confronted with some enemies on our way out of the star sector. That's impossible. Our fleet is incredibly powerful, and we are still inside Hegemony Alliance space. If the Friday men are targeting us, then they need to muster up thousands of mechs and lots of carriers. It's impossible to hide the movements of a massive fleet. I know. I agree with you. We're detouring through Vicious Mountain just to stay as far away from Coalition Alliance space as possible. We might encounter other enemies along the way, though. What if some Garlanders attempt to waylay us? What if we'll encounter trouble at the Life Research Association? We need to increase our strength as quickly as possible. Don't forget that it's not a secret that our expert pilots don't have access to any expert mechs. They are paper tigers who won't deter a formidable enemy. Maybe you're right. She agreed with his logic. I don't like rush jobs, but I know this is important to you. We better do a proper job when we design our expert mechs. I don't want to rush any aspect of our best works. I get it. Let's get to work. Ves finally managed to get away from his wife. While she proceeded to examine the armor layout of the Valkyrie Prime, Ves rose from his seat and approached Venerable Joshua. Hello again. Oh, hey. Venerable Joshua snapped out of his daze. What do you want to know? First, let me begin by telling you that we have not detected anything concerning the initial test run. Neither you nor your mech sustained any damage. We've also discovered a new form of resonance. Let me tell you what we know. He briefly filled Joshua in about prime resonance. The problem was that the expert pilot never experienced fake or true resonance. He only ever experienced forced resonance twice. So in conclusion, it appears the Valkyrie Prime is not capable of imitating a genuine expert mech, Ves said at the end of his explanation. What we currently have is prime resonance, which has potential but isn't a game changer. Sir? I don't think prime resonance is as weak as you think, Venerable Joshua replied. Back when I tried to resonate with the Valkyrie Prime, it felt as if I was trying to lift something heavy. A couch or something. I only managed to lift one side of the couch, and that was with the mech and the superior mother helping me out. I could have achieved more if I was able to lift the entire couch. That was a rather poor analogy, but Joshua managed to convey his point. Does this mean that resonating with your mech is strenuous to you? Ves asked. He nodded. It's a workout for sure. I can't do that with other mechs because there is nothing for my mind to grapple on. The Valkyrie Prime is the first mech I've piloted that I feel useful as an expert pilot. Interesting. Tell me more about how you feel about the mech itself. The mech is quite friendly to me. I can actively feel the superior mother's influence now that I know what to look out for. I actively tried to get in touch with her and tell her what I want. I can feel she is helping in some way, but don't ask me for any details. The mech is very powerful to me, but it's frustrating that I can't fully channel it. There has to be a way. Ves nodded and smiled in encouragement. I think so as well. We'll have to perform some subsequent test runs in order to gather more data and try out some different methods. They began right away. While Gloriana worked to optimize the armor layout of the Valkyrie Prime, Ves frequently commanded Venerable Joshua to pilot the Valkyrie Prime. Since his expeditionary fleet was engaged in FTL travel most of the time, it wasn't possible to deploy the Valkyrie Prime in space. Fortunately, it wasn't necessary to do so. After a few cautious attempts, Ves decided to keep the test runs in his personal workshop. It featured enough space for a mech to move around in a very tight circle and rise a bit in the air, but not much more. In fact, Ves didn't even need the Valkyrie Prime to move. It was already sufficient to station the mech in the most open space in his workshop before ordering Joshua to keep the mech still. It was already enough to gather data on the mech while Joshua was actively inducing prime resonance. The machine glowed brightly in the mech workshop, but none of the nearby production equipment suffered any damage. The repeated tests fatigued Venerable Joshua. While he didn't feel much strain if he induced prime resonance for a couple of minutes, it quickly added up when a session stretched on for 20 minutes or longer. To be fair, other forms of resonance aside from fake resonance were also strenuous to mech pilots. The power granted by resonance always came at a price. The greater the resonance, the greater the burden on the mech pilot. Still, no matter how much Ves was asking from Venerable Joshua, the expert pilot diligently did what he was told. He did not ask for any reprieve. I can still go on, sir. I am nowhere near my limit. While Ves worried about overworking the expert pilot, he wanted to stress test the Valkyrie Prime and its mech pilot. He needed to know if some kind of limit existed if the combination continually engaged in prime resonance. The frequent, lengthy test runs were very useful in other ways. Sustained use of the Valkyrie Prime soon exposed some details that took Ves by surprise. What's the matter? Gloriana walked over as Ves looked shocked at the pattern he read from the data. Look at this graph. I see it. The squiggly line is slightly rising upwards. It's quite flat though, so the change isn't drastic. What am I looking at, Ves? Resonance strength. According to this chart, in a span of 4 days, Joshua's resonance strength rose from 2.51 lavares to 2.55 lavares. What? That's impossible. Expert pilots are only capable of growing stronger when they are piloting actual expert mechs. Everyone knows that. Well, apparently I came up with a new method. Prime resonance isn't the same as fake resonance. The latter is entirely produced by the mech, while the former is something that an expert pilot actively needs to induce. I think that our prime mech is somehow capable of allowing an expert pilot to exercise the aspect that is responsible for resonating with a mech. This was a considerable discovery. If this was true, then the expert pilots of the Larkinson clan didn't have to wait to receive their expert mechs in order to develop their new powers. A few days later, Ves made another discovery. The Valkyrie Prime had slightly grown weaker. As Ves carefully examined the mech, he discovered that it had lost at least 100 Ves. Where did it go? In the process of investigating whether prime resonance slowly consumed the spiritual energy stored inside the unending alloy, he came up with another experiment. Every time spiritual energy was being consumed, something happened. What if Ves attempted something that consumed even more spiritual energy? As soon as the fleet transitioned out of FTL, Ves immediately commenced his next test,